10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. He's an NFL legend that has his own beer. I'm a big-eared blogger with wet hair. Good morning, Brian.
What's up, dog?
Just moments ago, I was in the shower, for anybody that's concerned. Apparently,
you need to stop discussing yourself in the shower. And
apparently
stuff
it's a hot topic.
People are discussing you on a regular basis, and I think you like it. So be careful.
Good morning to Landfill, who left his wallet at home, had to double back. Route 7, Route 193 treated you okay, Jim? Jimbo made it. Proud of you, buddy. Now, many people, had they left their wallet at home, in the text thread would have been like, yo, I left my wallet at home.
I ain't coming in today.
Either I'm not coming in, or if we order something, y'all got to cover me.
Who that would have been, you or Jeff?
Oh, definitely Jeff.
Well, I wouldn't be able to get in the building without my wallet.
Well, how about you put it in something else, and you won't have to worry about that?
Pause.
Yeah, that was definitely pause.
I'm saying, put the key fob in something other
You're
than your
the
wallet.
only dude that wears a lanyard with your key fob.
Well, I would think if you know that both of them should not be together, put your key fob in your car, which means you got to get in your car.
You want to know something that I do? I just raw dog my key fob. I just have it floating around all over the place.
And you lose it too. That's why you have to use other people's fob to go up and down sometimes.
Knock on wood. Haven't lost it yet.
Not this year.
Sure. The boys went to a baseball game last night, Landini. We saw a hell of a game.
We didn't see the hell of a game. We saw 3-1. We left. All the good stuff happened after we left.
We saw a hell of a 9 innings.
I stopped.
It was a good game.
I kept
that
hearing
we saw.
the cheering. I said, something's going on.
We did leave early.
Got to my car. It was 3-3.
Yeah, we got to listen to 106.7 The Fan the whole way home.
By the time I got home, I was like, damn.
By the time we got back to my house, we were able to watch the Knicks and the Nats. It was still going on. All Ahmed cared about was Orioles minus 1.5. He was
all I
heavily
care about
invested.
is the Knicks that one and the over.
Yeah. But you got to really I understand they lost last night. Being at Nats Park last night, I mean,
they're better than they're giving credit for.
Dude, they're better than they get credit for. The vibe is kind of back. Like it's the last.
I think last
years,
night was more about the Orioles and the Nationals, other than just the vibe being back.
Sure, you had like that little bit of rivalry or just like familiarity. So I had to go over there for NBC4 yesterday. I got to interview Kyle Finnegan. I'm going to try to get that audio for you, Landfill. He's an impressive young man. He's not even that young. But, the players were talking about how much fun they were having with what would you say there were, 25, 30,000 people there?
It's a good bit.
It was a good crowd. And there was an energy there. And you're right, B. I think a lot of that is that you have the Beltway series, whatever you want to call it. 2, that you have the Orioles are in first place and a really good team. But I think it was aided that the Nats are playing good baseball.
Yeah.
Think about it. They were able to lose and still be 500.
Yeah.
I mean, they hadn't gone one up since 2021, and everything that happened since. I mean, in a lot of ways, since the World Series, then they get stuck with the COVID year. Then they start trading guys away. You trade. What the hell was that on your phone?
I opened it up and it was already on. Some little dude singing.
Was it a reel?
Nah, it's just a regular post.
Do they have Instagram anonymous, Landfill? We might need to explore it.
Autoplay video anonymous with Keim.
But think about everything that's happened with the Nets. You trade away Trey Turner, Scherzer, and then eventually the Soto and the bottom just falls out of this thing. But they've got it coming back. Davey Martinez yesterday got asked. I don't know who the reporter was, but credit to him for asking. And he asked it in a pretty direct way about James Wood. What's the plan? And Davey was like, "Listen, man, I watch the kid. I know he's hitting really well, but we've got a plan and we're going to stick to it."
Our plan, not the plan before we have to.
I think that's part
baseball,
of it. It is. But I also thought they kind of changed the rules that, like, you can't game the system as much. But the one thing Davey said, and we'll give this project to Jeff. I don't know that this will ever get completed. I don't know that these numbers are that accessible. Davey said, as great as James Wood is playing, he's not hitting lefties well, and he doesn't want him to be a platoon player. He wants him to be an everyday player when he comes up to the bigs.
Mm-hmm.
And if he can't hit lefties in the minors, my extrapolation from this is if he can't hit lefties down there, we don't want to bring him up here where he can't hit lefties and get embarrassed. I don't know if that's just something to say because we're not bringing this kid up because it's about money or real, but I did watch what the Orioles did with Jackson Holliday, where there was so much excitement. They brought him up, and then he really struggled. They had to send him back down. I don't think that's ideal either. So maybe they're telling the truth there. I did want to mention a few things. So we went to Tap 99 last night, Landfill. They have Kicking It with B-Mitch on tap at Tap 99. It's a cool spot. I was shocked when you introduced us to the owners. The owners of that place are like 23 years old.
They look it.
They definitely look it.
They look it. Cameron and Jason. They look young as hell, man.
So I hadn't been there. It's a cool, interesting concept is maybe the word.
Yeah.
It's like.
But a lot of bars are going to their concept, but they are strictly that.
Yeah. It was.
But their chef, Jeff, you missed it yesterday. The chef was trying the new stuff they're putting on the menu.
Food. Oh, so was that pasta?
The pasta wasn't on the menu yet.
Okay, that pasta was good.
We had some
fried green tomatoes.
They had blue cheese with like bacon bits and tomatoes, clams, bruh.
I didn't. That must have been before I got there.
Yeah. You took a little while. So AJ and
I was working.
AJ and I were destroying stuff.
Shout out to AJ. It was good to see him. Been a while. But Landfill, are you familiar with this Tap 99 concept?
My understanding is it's they sell alcohol.
They do, but you pour it.
I'm familiar.
You pour it yourself.
So it's like Kramer's bar.
It kind of hits, dude. Yeah. So like they have this like stack of various cups, and you can pick whatever kind.
You can get a red cup or a beer glass.
Yo, you can get a small glass, a big. They had the Stein beer glasses, and I picked a red cup. Anytime you have the opportunity to drink out of a red cup, you should take it at all times. Plastic is, and sorry to my guy at the Glass Association, I like my alcohol out of plastic, unless I'm drinking like something high end. But I like those rubber cups I have at the house.
You drop stuff a lot.
Nah, glass gets too sweaty. If you have a drink with ice in it, glass gets sweaty.
The plastic gets sweaty too.
Not as sweaty.
You never saw a red cup get sweaty?
Beer out of a red cup, especially out of a keg, is the best.
I'll be honest with you. I don't let it be around that long to worry about it.
You do put your beers down fast.
I mean,
I do everything
slow. Why waste time all day?
Compared to you, I do everything slow. But I'm not even saying this to like kiss your ass because the beer people made it. But
I wouldn't let you.
Kicking It with B-Mitch is legit good. And I like wheat beers.
Mm-hmm.
So I am, I'm kind of a mark for that. But the problem with wheat beers is a lot of times you can't drink maybe more than 2 because they just get heavy.
Yeah.
Like same with IPAs. That one doesn't. Like it's like Optimal Wit that it stays kind of lighter. Yeah. And congratulations. It's good.
Appreciate you.
But Landfill, you legit go up. I got a red cup out of a stack, and you walk up to this wall, and Brian had to help me because I didn't really know what I was doing. And you put this like, at Dave and Buster's, you get like the action card, whatever the hell it's called. You kind of get the same thing at Tap 99. You get a Tap 99 card, you put it in, and the beer just pours until you tell it to stop. And
I'll explain it to you a little better. You put the card in,
that's what
and you
I
start
said.
to pour, and it's charging you per ounce.
Sure. I figured that was understood. It's not like it's free.
But if you don't have the card in, it will not flow. Like people would think, well, they can game the system. If that card is in, every drop you're being charged for.
Here's my question, because I care about the people, Landfill. You don't tip. Who's getting tipped? Like when I ordered food, it was on the app, and then different people are just bringing stuff out.
Yeah.
Like Are they paying their workers higher?
When you checked out the card that you had with Ahmed's, when he checked out, that was a tip. He tipped in.
But what about the food? There was not even an option.
Did you not tip on the food?
There was no option.
Well, probably the price of the food is what's getting you right there.
All right. There was no option to tip. Or if I did.
I just think you didn't see it.
If there was and I didn't, I apologize and I owe you some money. Tap 99.
Or you would, it was automatic and you just didn't see it.
I have a feeling that's what happened. Busy.
Just shook his head like, hey, he probably gave 30%.
JP doesn't tip. He hates charities.
Yeah, don't like
I hate charities at the gas station.
Yeah.
Just let me pump my gas in peace, not donate $2 to
JP's
the human fund.
Arch nemesis is the Salvation Army.
When they come to you at the gas station and have nothing to identify that they work for the company they're talking about, that's normally something that makes you pause.
Yo, I'm running into the grocery store to buy oranges, shampoo, and a pork chop.
What a hell of a combination
I don't need to be consulted about donating 74 cents to the human fund.
Give the
Just let me
kids some
pay
oranges.
the money and leave.
The kids don't eat oranges?
Yeah, get a kid a bag of oranges.
I bought the oranges.
Give them a bag.
All right, we're streaming. I mean, good thing we got new cameras. The studio looks like pure butthole, but we got new cameras, Landfill. So that'll cure everything.
What new cameras?
These are the new cameras.
They don't work.
Eventually, they will be turned on.
But they're not working.
Dude? I just work here. I'm just here so I don't get fined. There's a lot to discuss. Landfill, are you at all surprised that we left the Nats game early?
No, it's you guys, but mostly JP. You left that game in the fourth inning.
I did not.
Let me finish. He kept mentioning stuff to Bees because Bees has a delicate situation going on today. So JP kept mentioning that to him because he know Bees was going to have to leave.
None of that is true.
And he
Bees bought me a drink in the 8th inning.
He persuaded Bees to leave early because he wanted to leave early.
Not true at all.
100% true because he already had put his bag in Ahmed's car. He got a ride with Ahmed. So he has set this thing up, but he was right.
We left in the 9th inning. That's not
early. We left in the 8th inning.
No, it was the 9th.
I thought it was the 8th.
It was 100%
It was the bottom of the 8th.
No, it was the top of the 9th. It was 1,000% the 9th inning.
Yeah, you could have waited to the end of the game, and maybe we could have saw the other
I
stuff
was
in
with
person.
you. You left. How is that my fault?
Because,
people have naked dreams about me. How is that my fault? How is everything my fault?
Because you sat there and he kept mentioning this stuff.
I did not.
You ever notice when you play?
No, you guys have inception.
Jeff,
all I did was sit there and enjoy the baseball game.
If you play golf with somebody, you know what JP will be saying? Don't go in that water. Don't go in that water. You hit in the water.
All I did was sit there and enjoy a baseball game.
Hey,
and somehow everybody claims I did.
I'm just saying, hey, he say, now, tomorrow, we're going to say it was B's fault. He set up the whole thing.
JP leaving the game early, lock of the century.
What about B. Mitch leaving the game early? Because we all left together.
It sounds like you bullied him into it.
Does Brian get bullied very often?
Apparently he did last night.
Hey, I was still in the Navy Yard longer than he was.
Because you had to go pay your tab. Yo, I may not have tipped. B didn't even pay. You had to go back and pay.
I went back to pay my tab, and they told me somebody already took care of it.
Yeah, me.
No, you didn't.
Apparently.
No, you didn't take care of my tab.
Shout out to Bees. Just a real positive attitude. And, people at games really like Bees' energy. He makes friends wherever he goes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bees was making friends last night.
He got 4 or 5 girlfriends last night.
It was something, man. Jason Clark on the stream says, JP, you have a certain knack of manifesting this stuff on yourself. No, I don't, man.
Yes, you do.
The world just...
JP, this is the thing about you. You say a lot of stuff, and when it comes back to you, you like to play as if you didn't say anything.
What did I say last night? I said, hey, this game is so much fun.
You just said something earlier, and I had someone hit me on Instagram and say, that's exactly why dudes have dreams about JP.
I'm the victim, Landfill.
Hey, stop welcoming people, inviting people to see your naked bottom, and then guess what? You wouldn't have to worry about them dreaming about it.
I welcome and invite no one to see my naked bottom.
Oh, yeah. Hey,
although
you should see me walking out the shower.
I did get out of the shower about 9:55 and decide I let it. I had the locker room to myself. A little air dry opportunity.
There's only one of us naked in this building today. Is all I'm saying.
Speak for yourself. Who knows what B or Jeff are up to?
I feel pretty confident B-Mitch kept his clothes on.
Brian, were you naked in this building today?
Never.
Maybe you should hit the gym, bro.
Nah. I hit the gym in my house.
Well, we don't all live in mansions, dude. Jeff, were you naked in the building today?
Not at all.
Okay, good to know. You two are weirdly wearing the same color shirt.
An orange shirt.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
What's even more weird is you showed up during a junkie show to take a shower knowing the guy's having dreams about your naked body.
I got here at 8:30 and I went to the gym.
He loves that, man. He loves people thinking about him in that way.
I'm not sure I do.
6'5" guys. He loves that.
It was funny. I was listening to the Junks driving downtown and they had Chelsea Janes on and had this awesome baseball segment with Chelsea. And dude, we had Barry on earlier in the week. I think it was when you were off. And Barry said this, and then Chelsea said it this morning. And I would consider those two and Zook like the preeminent baseball minds in our city. Both Chelsea and Barry said, Soto's going to free agency, and there's a part of Juan Soto that would like to come back to Washington. Now, yeah. I'm
over $500 million.
Now they both couched it with if the finances are right, and who knows, maybe there's change in ownership or whatever. But for both of them to say Soto would like it to be back here, I found really interesting. Clearly, that's a thing, but I don't think they're going to be able to come up with the money or spend the money. But it was an awesome baseball segment.
Normally, people want to go back to the place that originally drafted him.
Well, apparently he has a really good relationship with Davey Martinez, too.
Yeah, but that relationship is not good enough not to come for the right price.
Of course. But I found that was really fascinating. Then they started talking about Shohei. It was just a really good, legit baseball segment. And I know Bish Bucks loves the bases, and it was like a legit baseball segment. And I wanted to text and be like, yo, that was awesome. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to hold off.
Yeah, because then it has been talking about how good you look.
I wrote it's been 5 frenetic months for the Washington Commanders. Since Adam Peters got here, it has been all gas, no brakes. Let's look at what they've got in advance of rookie minicamp.
Hey, are you tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch to Ruud and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates from Ruud just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Ruud 18-series inverter heat pumps to stay cool at my house. Ruud keeps me comfortable, whether I'm chilling at home or hosting game day parties. So beat the heat this season and visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
would be Mitch.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Stream is on.
Ted was ringing it before it came out that day.
Come hang out if you want. 1067 The Fan YouTube page. Sometimes the chat I can't even keep up with the chat in the on the stream. Jonathan says I have out of pocket tendencies. I disagree, Jonathan. Adam Peters took over in early January. I want to say it was January 8th. Maybe you can look that up, John.
Mm-hmm.
He's 5 months in, maybe to the day. Actually, today's May 9th. Shout out to my boy Peter Stewart. Happy birthday, Peter Stewart. I think Adam Peters has done a terrific job so far, but dude has been busy. They flipped basically their entire coaching staff.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot to do. Not a ton of changes in the front office. I wonder if those will happen over time. Typically, a front office timetable for changes is after the draft. And those are generally all contracted positions. So you tend to let contracts expire rather than fire somebody and have to pay them and then hire somebody else and pay them.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what happens, but that's like the backstory there. Like me and B told you the schedule was going to be postponed a week, and then it was, and everybody's like, oh my God, the schedule was postponed a week. Maybe you should listen to us sometimes. But like I'm telling you, they're going to have 2 joint practices away, and people are like, I don't know. Maybe you should listen sometimes.
I'll probably go with them.
Yeah, I think I'll go too.
Yeah.
I'll even tell you, I think they're both going to be against AFC East teams because it minimizes the travel, and they don't play anybody in the AFC East. But hey, do what you want with that information. Mm-hmm. Anywho, Peter's been busy as hell. Signed the most new free agents in the NFL, 9 draft picks, 11 undrafted free agents. Mm-hmm. They've flipped bigger cuts.
Yeah.
Dude's been busy.
Yeah, but that's what you expect from a person like that taking over. And they all want a team to be like what they envision, not what somebody else envisioned.
100%.
Especially when they were 4-13.
Dude, I think you got a team that's 4-13, no Pro Bowlers. The league is platformed on roster churn. Roster churn is normal.
Yeah.
Now, theirs has been accelerated, but this is no surprises, I would say.
No surprises. I mean, and Ron came in and did a lot of the same.
Yeah.
Just didn't get the right people.
Shanahan did.
But it's just, that's what they do. But ultimately, all of this stuff, we will understand the fruits of the labor later on.
Yeah.
And I think that's the ultimate thing where I believe that they have better people in positions. And I'm not going to say completely overall. I'm going to say there are more.
Yeah.
There's more talent in positions now than there were last year. And hopefully,
I think there's more talent on the coaching staff, too.
Yeah, hopefully that shows on the field.
Sure. So we say all this. They've overhauled the coaching staff, signed the most new free agents in the NFL, 9 draft picks, 11 undrafted free agents. Significant work has happened. This is going to be, by and large, the team that takes the field week 1, September 8th. Like, by and large, this is what it's going to look like. Could they make a trade? Sure. Could some veterans get released, maybe post-June 1 cuts, and they sign somebody? Sure. There are certainly possibilities. But by and large, this is the team they're going to have. So let's look at the team they've got, because the rookies are going to be on the field tomorrow, and Jayden Daniels' fever is going to take over the area like malaria in the 1800s. Quarterbacks, I see it. Daniels, Mariota, Driscoll. I think they're definitely going to keep 3.
Daniels, Mariota be dressing up. September 8th.
Right. The only potential, honestly, I don't mean to be breaking news here. I think this is you're calling the games again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Preseason?
Yeah.
I think there could be a fun preseason battle with Hartman and Driscoll. If Hartman shows anything. Maybe he won't. Who knows?
We'll see.
I think when you get to preseason game 3 and you got a rookie that's trying to make a roster, that could be a fun story then.
I think it'd be a fun story, but I think ultimately this coaching staff want a veteran quarterback to be the backup.
Agree, and I think Hartman's a prime practice squatter.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a lot of intrigue there. I don't think there's a lot of intrigue at running back. I think it's Robinson, Eckler, Rodriguez.
Bam.
Now, they did sign this kid, Austin Jones, from USC. Kingsbury was at USC. They have a relationship. Maybe that's a training camp thing to watch. Could be fun. Could be a really good preseason thing.
You never know. Somebody get nicked up too. So
Totally.
We'll see.
And you don't know roster construction wise. Does Kingsbury believe you have to carry 4 running backs or something?
A lot of teams carry 4.
Right. But I think
some teams carry 3.
I think 3 of them in B-Rob, Eckler, Rodriguez.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's much mystery there. Tight end gets pretty interesting.
Tight end, we don't know it. Well,
2 of them.
Senate
and Ertz.
Yeah.
They're on.
Yeah.
They're on the 53.
I still think Bates has a lean on the rest of the guys because Bates has shown he can block. And when you throw him the ball, he catches it.
That's exactly what I said. So I wrote a story on NBCWashington.com. I tweeted it out if you want to read it. I think it's Ertz, Senate, Bates. Bates, not the lock that Ertz and Senate are, but I think lean is a great way to say it. Like he has the lead in the race to be the third. But a couple things could be really interesting here. You've got Cole Turner. You've got Armani Rogers. Armani Rogers returning from injury.
Mm-hmm.
Cole Turner's a dude that in practice always looks great. And then in games, the production isn't there.
It's not carrying over.
But you also got to wonder, I think this could impact a lot of different areas, but particularly tight ends and linebackers.
Mm-hmm.
With the changes in the kickoff rule, does that change depth at some of these positions? The old kickoff rule, you had linebackers that could run, but you had safeties out there, right? That was kind of the prime candidate to be on kickoff coverage were your safeties. Now it's more of a run play, more of a muscle play. And I wonder if that creates, do you want 4 tight ends now? Somebody that could run on an end block on kickoffs.
Well, I think it becomes more effective now if you're a linebacker that can run faster than normal linebackers.
Sure.
Or you're a running back that has a great blocking ability. A tight end that's fleet of foot and can block. I think now it doesn't have to change the roster construction, but the people that they keep, that 3rd, 4th guy, you might have to have a little bit more panache when it comes down to your position.
Special teams always determine the bottom of the roster, but there's going to be, even if it's minor, there might be a little shift there. So it's just something to consider. We don't know how these guys build a roster. Are they a 4 tight end roster? Are they going to get tricky with it and try to list Senate as a fullback or an H-back and then keep a 3rd pure tight end? There's some machinations there that'll be interesting.
But the whole thing, you go back, this is no different than what Coach Gibbs was doing.
Right.
When I was kept on the team as a running back, they also knew I was going to be your kick returner and your punt returner. I was going to be your backup holder, your 3rd string quarterback. So you have a guy that can play multiple positions, then you don't necessarily have to switch up everything else. You just know I have someone that can play this.
Sure.
If need be. You don't have to say, well, if you make Senator a H-back, he's still your tight end.
Right.
Totally. So I don't think you have to say, okay, well, we're going to make him an H-back, which means 4 or 5 running backs, and now bring another tight end. Nah, you got that guy that can do multiple things. I think his agents should be keeping close attention.
Hell yeah.
So when you go to negotiate, you say, look, man, y'all using my guy in multiple places.
You might. I don't know. You might want to be listed as a tight end instead of a running back.
Yeah.
Honestly. Now, many years ago, I was in Mobile, Alabama at the Senior Bowl, and I got the pleasure to sit and watch Charlie Casserly scout. And people that think they watch tape or when you sit with professionals that do this, it's the best
it's
thing,
different.
The best thing I know about my football analysis is I recognize how little I know compared to the professionals.
Mm-hmm.
And I think way too many analysts get caught up in how much they know instead. But I watched Charlie, and it was the year that I watched Peterman at the Senior Bowl, and the quarterback group that year was just not good.
Mm-hmm.
And Casserly had this term that I thought was so good. He said, yeah, that's a humble group. And going through this exercise, B, you get to the second half of the Commanders' wideout room.
Mm-hmm.
That's a humble group.
Yeah.
or at least a group that could maybe go prove some stuff. Wide out. To me, it's no question at the top 3. McLaurin, Dotson, and I'd put McCaffrey there now. I think Crowder played pretty well last year.
Yeah, he did.
Dude, I think there's a very sneaky free agent signing that didn't get a lot of conversation, but Olamide Zaccheaus, UVA kid, played for the Falcons, then played for the Eagles. He's been in the NFL for 5 seasons. He's got over 100 NFL catches. Like he's a proven roster player. You know what I mean? And these guys signed him. So I would take note of that. And then there's De'Ami Brown. Then there's Kaz Allen, who was exciting, never got a shot. Mitch Tinsley, who had a good camp in preseason last year.
Here's the thing about it. I don't think after the first 3, no one is guaranteed.
I agree.
So I mean, and that's necessarily how teams are probably yearly. Your top 3 guys are going to be people that have identified themselves. The next 3, 2 to 3, they have to come show what you're about. I was driving in, I was listening to them talk about Jokic and also Jalen Brunson. Guys that were not drafted in the first round. But right now in this NBA, you cannot have a conversation in basketball without mentioning one of those 2 guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Jalen Brunson got drafted. Jokic got drafted and was a little pudgy kid. Both of those guys have transformed themselves, and also the coaching work with it, to some special person. So there have been guys that's been on this team now for 2-3 years, and we keep saying when they're on the field, at practice, they do great things. If they don't take a step forward this year, their asses may be back at home, and probably should be. Because if they're still staying at the same spot year in and year out, they're not improving. And you know what that is to me? A waste of my damn time, because you wasting your own time. So if these guys don't understand that in this job, professional football, the only tool that matters is your damn body and you getting better at the position you play. You cover this thing more than I do. I see a lot of stuff. I talk to people, but you're over there more. You see guys that haven't changed up what they were for 3 years. You think a coach is going to keep waiting on that? I'm sure this staff is not, because that's why they brought in so many people, because they were looking at it saying, don't want that, that's trash, that's not good enough, and they brought in new people. So if these guys are going to change individually, which makes your team better, they better start doing something different than they've been doing all these damn off seasons.
Well said. Well said. I think if you were a draft pick by the previous regime that kind of got to stick around because you were a draft pick, and generally these guys don't like cutting their own draft picks because it makes them look bad, I would be on watch starting tomorrow, starting at OTAs next week. It's go time in Ashburn. We're going to kick it over to the defensive side of the ball when we return. pointing out that there's some good questions in the team. Who asked the undrafted one, Jeffrey? You say it, Jeff.
It actually says Washington Commanders. Whoever, I'll pull it up on the screen.
Okay. This dude is asking, which 2 undrafted free agents do you like to make the team? Usually there's maybe 1, not 2. But also, we haven't seen him yet.
Hell, if it's 2, I'll take it. That means that's the part that came in balled out.
I think the corner from Colorado State has the best chance because, as we're about to get to, there are real depth questions at a number of spots. O-line, briefly, B, I think, I mean, it's a guess. I think I can tell you the starting 5 they want is Coleman, Allegretti, Biadish, Cosme, Wiley, but we don't know.
No, we don't.
And
I think Coleman comes down to how quick does he pick this stuff up.
What do they do with Jayden Daniels? That's a 4th rounder from last year that got a fake redshirt year.
Well, he better be better than what he was last year.
D-line,
last year he looked like he shouldn't have been drafted, especially at 4.
Yeah, D-line,
4th round.
Totally. He didn't have the body for it. That was a remarkably interesting pick. D-line, adding Johnny Newton gives them some real pop. Allen and Payne are there. Newton should lessen the load on them. I think Ridgway's still a useful player. Now they added a lot on the edges. You still have KJ Henry, maybe Andre Jones Jr. They did just draft a kid, Jean Baptiste, out of Notre Dame.
Yep.
But Armstrong, Fowler, Farrell, those 3, and then Obata. To me, the guys that need to show something, Fedarian Mathis, dude.
Yeah, I mean, he basically been missing for 2 years.
And again, former.
And let's remember, they didn't draft him.
Right. I wrote this in my story. I'm curious if you agree with this. The defensive ends now of the last few seasons, but I think they could be more productive.
That's very possible. And because I think the way that they're going to attack people, and set up this defensive line to rush. They're not going to just line up and go. They're going to do a lot of games. They're going to have some different little stuff, delayed.
They're going to move these guys around.
And I think that
and
right
Luvu's going to be a part of that.
And also on top of it, man, it makes it interesting for the players, man. Just doing, this is what I drew up, and this is what you're going to do. That gets to be a point where you can't use your imagination. You can't use your athleticism. It doesn't work all the time.
Linebacker, I think, is fairly simple. They clearly wanted to address the position. They signed Wagner, Luvu. Anthony Pittman is a free agent guy in Detroit, but maybe he'll have more opportunity here. You've got Jamin Davis, and then they drafted Jordan McGee. People want to ask about Davis. I don't know. Unless somebody has to show up surprisingly to make his roster spot in jeopardy. You know what I mean? I think Davis is part of at least the plan this year, but they didn't pick up the option. The last 2 guys they didn't pick up the option for didn't finish a rookie season in Washington. Yeah. So you got to at least consider that. The other thing that I think is interesting, B, is Jeremy Chin. People I talked to from Charlotte, he helps you as a football player, but he's kind of a box safety or even like a linebacker, really. I feel like he might have some similarities.
He's tall too, man.
To Landon Collins.
I saw him for the draft party. Long, dude.
Yeah. So there will be some question of where he gets listed. I think he gets listed at safety, but when you go to do you think there's much question at linebacker?
No. I think after they normally keep 5 of them.
Yeah.
I think the last one, I think Jamin is going to be around this year.
I do too.
Because I think Jamin has shown spurts, but he was never put in a position to completely use his athleticism. I believe this coaching staff will, and we'll see some difference in it.
I think here's what I think. I think he will get the opportunity to prove that the scheme didn't show his talent. I think he'll get that opportunity. I just don't know that he'll take advantage of it, but that's why they play the games.
I think he will. Listen, man. Listen, you got to understand. We blame all these players. That coaching staff we had was garbage. They didn't do anything. They didn't try to make nobody better. They basically wanted to make everybody fit into what they wanted them to fit into, what they imagined, instead of seeing how good somebody is at a certain thing and utilizing that. Jack didn't change a damn thing.
Sure.
Ron allowed people that were lazy to stay lazy. But if you come in with a different mindset, I expect them to play differently.
We'll see. DBs, you add Sanders still.
And if he doesn't, then Vamoosh.
You add Sanders still, right? The Michigan corner. I think he takes over as your slot corner, which means the trying to move around Quan Martin all the time. He just gets to be a safety. You got it. For the DBs to work, you need a lot more out of Forbes. If there is a defensive staff that is known for getting a lot out of their corners, it's these guys. So maybe the Forbes experiment turns around. You probably say Juice on the other side. I think you're probably going to see Forrest, Chin, Quan Martin a lot. Mike Davis is a corner that I think makes the roster that they signed. The guy Noah I'll let you try to pronounce that name if you want. Igbenogany.
N.I.
Okay. I think he's on the roster. They just drafted the kid Hampton out of Washington. A lot of interesting parts at DB. And I think they view these guys as DBs more than like trying to delineate safeties and corners.
Mm-hmm.
That group, I think, has the most opportunity to improve with scheme. And you like to think it happens, right? I mean, Witt and Quinn, this is what they do.
That's what I'm expecting.
And then I think they generate pass rush. I think a lot of it works. John Keim joins us next. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Joining us right now on the BetQL guest line is our friend, Mr. John Keim. Johnny, what's up, dude? How are you?
What up, guys? How are you?
We are good, man. We are good. John Keim, of course, covers the Commanders for ESPN. You can follow him on X at John_Keim, Keim. Check out the John Keim report. We were just running through a lot of kind of where the roster is today compared to 5 months ago, compared to where it'll be in 5 months, I guess, or 4 months. They've turned it over a lot. A league that has a lot of turnover, they've turned it over a lot. And I think there could be more surprises to come.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And some of that's the natural byproduct of change, right? Anytime you change a regime, you're going to get changes on the field. The other is a byproduct of, especially with draft picks that just have not worked out. So what other changes it might be, I don't know. And I think we need to get into camp and watch them and see. But yeah, I mean, listen, just think of how different it's going to look by this time next year too.
Right.
And that's, it's going to be there will be a severe turnover. And it's funny because you remember at the end of the season, we were talking to Sam Cosmi in the locker room, and he was even saying like, it's going to feel like a different team when they come back.
Well, hell, it was like that before they got out the building completely.
Well, yes, it was. but it's even different now because like how many guys, like look at the start of the line. I mean, he's playing next to, or at least I guess Wiley's there for him, but like, the center, the guard. I mean, the line.
Allegretti, Biadish.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys. There's going to be a big turnover in that room too. So
what's the one? All right, you and JP, and I'll say this earlier. You and Jay are over there all the time. What is the one thing that you two are looking forward to changing? Because you know how a team is constructed. You know what works and what doesn't, and you can hear a bunch of the BS that some of these damn coaches were giving y'all. What do you want to see change to make this team at least have the mindset where everybody is pushing for the same thing to get better?
Well, I think a lot of that to me starts with coordination at the top and bringing in guys that the coaches say, yes, we can do something with this guy, and not bringing in guys that they're not sure what to do something with or how to use them. I think a lot of it starts there. I also think, B-Mitch, it's like, I always say, like, if you want a smart, tough team, draft smart, tough players.
Yeah.
And so like, did they do that? Now the descriptors of this classes would kind of fit that, right? But I think that's another thing. And then, cause then you get, I think maybe a slightly more tough-minded team, but then, I think the impact of coaching will be pretty big on this group. And I don't know that we look at the roster and see, are the players different? Are the players better? But I don't know that, I think you have to take into account how much I think different the coaching might be for this group as well.
That's something B has talked about repeatedly. Like,
I think that's a big deal.
I mean, I wonder. I think the star power is gone with Chase and Sweat, right? But I think the edges could be far more productive just with the scheme they deployed in Dallas, right? Now you're not going to have Parsons. Yeah. But you're moving guys around. You're being more active. I think Luvu can help a lot in that role. I think that's one of the reasons they targeted him. I wonder how much better you think the defensive line can perform based on coaching and scheme compared to
I think a decent amount.
Super vanilla stuff we saw.
Yeah, I think a decent amount. I think, we always heard about rushing with a coordinated plan, but I don't know that they ever had a plan to do that. It didn't seem at times, right? So I think that's a difference. I think the linebacker play will be a dramatic difference with a guy like Bobby Wagner there, but also like whether it's Luvu there, or obviously Luvu will be out there, but when you get Jamin Davis out there, the impact that a Wagner can have on him.
Yeah.
And then I think the impact that on the secondary with, as other people I've talked to, you talked to a lot of people about this too, right? And like the secondary, a lot of blown coverages. Well, did they just, is it just a matter of like, oh, they're not smart players? Well, some of those guys getting in those situations are smart players. So why was that happening? And I think sometimes, well, yeah, consistently, right. And so you have to go back to, listen, even when I coach youth sports, I'm like, well, at some point it's on me as a coach to get this right. So either you're putting the wrong guys out there or you're telling them the wrong things. or the message is not the correct one. And so I think when you're looking at constant communication breakdowns, why is that? And sometimes it could be because, the rules of the defense shift a little bit more than what, you need them to be, right? And even like Ron Rivera, after he took over, after they let Del Rio go, talked about trying to simplify things a little bit. And you heard Joe Witt and Dan Quinn talk about that when they came here. So, I mean, obviously you can't be simplistic back there, but I think you can be maybe have firmer rules, et cetera, that leads to fewer breakdowns. And so that's like, those are the little things that, to me, don't get discussed enough when we're talking about like any improvement. So I think that's the biggest area where you could see, especially on defense, where you can see it. And I think that's the part. And then it becomes, can Emmanuel Forbes play? Can Benjamin St. Juste? I think I hate to use the word regress, but he didn't have a good year last year compared to his other years.
Yeah.
Why was that? And was that coaching? Was that on him? So I think there's things to learn about this group, but also the impact of coaching. I think that's going to be a big one.
No, and you're talking about like the simplifying thing. I think that works in all aspects of this game. Who was the guy that say he had 1,000 pages, 1,500 pages?
Sherman Lewis.
Lewis. All right. Then you hear these players who talk about the play is so long they can't get it all out. Don't you think it'd be easier to make the play into a simpler thing? Like I played with Norv. Norv plays the longest one might have been 7, 8 words.
Right.
I got with Andy. Okay. Andy had some plays that were 20 words. But it was the quarterback had to be able to spit it out to tell everybody what to do. If you told me 478 with Norv, everybody knew what the hell they had to run. In a West Coast offense, you're telling every individual person what they have to do. So when you can't get it out, if the quarterback is not good enough to get it all out, then you make that simpler for him. When you flip it over to defense, these dudes are having conversation when the ball is snapping, the guys are running. It's too much crap. Simplify it.
Right. Well, and I think because especially on defense is reactionary, right? And so, and it's always funny because people worry about the 40 times. To me, everything is play speed. How quickly do you recognize what's going on? Because that equals your game speed. It's not your 40 time. Like, okay, if you run a 4-4, 4-3 40 as a corner, but you don't recognize things, you're not playing to a 4-3. You can run the guy down. Like Darryl Green was fast. And I know Darryl always hates when people say he's a fast corner. I don't blame him because look at the pictures he posts on Instagram now. He's 60-some years old.
He's still running fast.
Like, for God's sake, like, that's why that guy was so good. Like, I was watching some film, or he posted some stuff of him just with, like, his hip turns, the speed turns. Like, holy crap. That's why, like, so that's play speed. That's not 40 time. That's quickness. And you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of things that go into that. So that's why I say, like, defense, you want to put them in a position where they can react quickly. There obviously are things like, Dan Quinn is very big on disguising coverages. So that you're going to need to be, you can't be, a box of rocks out there. But I think you also need to simplify and have people out there who can communicate well. Bobby Wagner, right? Who can communicate well. And you need to have the safety position too. And then, like, when, you talk to people here about, like, with Jamin Davis, how Cole Holcomb would help him with a lot of stuff, right? Because, like, he just knew things. Now, I think sometimes it may have slowed Cole down a little bit. And then it's funny because even watching Cole last year in Pittsburgh, I remember watching him early in the year and like, oh, wow, he's playing faster. Why is that?
Right.
So I do
simplify
think, yeah, and it's like, and again, you can't run a simplistic defense, but you can simplify. And even, talk to Lendon Fletcher about that. Like, with some of the defense they played on here, sometimes the rules would shift a little bit too much. And then if you're not on the same page with those changing rules, then you're going to lead to a breakdown.
See,
so
like,
that's what happens.
It's like on offense. If I have to audible check a play, I'm the quarterback, and I'm calling out words, and it's a loud stadium. Nobody hears all the words, so guess what? People screw up. If I give you one signal, okay, of the ball fist. That means we're running this play. Everybody see my fist. That's simplifying the communication, but it's not making the offense simplistic. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So I think that's the major difference on the defense
well said.
Where they have all these damn words with these multiple definitions of what they got to do, and they can't get that out to just go out and react and play football. That's how it was.
Yeah, right. And, and it is, that's why it also, you need smart guys too, to be able to recognize things. And it's funny because what they always say too is, hey, if everybody is on the same page, even if you run the wrong set on D, you can still be effective. Mm-hmm. It's when they're not on the same page. But I remember watching Quan Martin late in the year, and this is why I liked it. This is one of the reasons I like this kid. And I don't know what the role is going to be here for him yet, but I liked him at Illinois because I felt like, playing multiple positions, it leads to it. You have to be smart to do that. And I just remember a couple times late in the year, even in some games now, they lost these games, but you would see him communicate, and you would see making sure a pronounced communication as well to make sure, this is what we're seeing here. And you would see the result of that communication, which was taking some plays away. And, you know what I mean? And so I think and he was, and it's a kid who could cover multiple spots because of that. But that's what you need too in that secondary are safeties who know what they're doing and can communicate that to the corners, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I agree. You don't want, and here's the other thing, that's why this team, that's one of the reasons this team played well against the Eagles, because they felt like offensively, they felt like their corners didn't handle some of the motions to stacks or motions to bunch formations. And you'd see that, they got some big plays off that. And as an offensive coach, I'm always going to test your communication skills, always, because that's what leads to big plays. If they can't handle it, boom. But that's why it's so important defensively to do it. I also think with this group, they're clearly going to put more of an effort into manufacturing pressures than the previous group did, which was a lot of it was, hey, you got these four guys up front, win your one-on-one and go get them. And it's not going to be what they're going to do this year.
Totally. I mean, when Young went down and he started, what the hell year was that? 21. He started bad. He developed that little Euro step. I mean, that was just such a bad decision.
Yeah, not a good thing for him.
He played bad. The scheme was bad. He goes down. Then they start trying different things, and the defense got significantly better. You could have tried it with him on the field, but alas, I mean, we're talking about 4 years ago. Last thing, we'll all be out there tomorrow. Jayden Daniels is out there tomorrow. We've done this a number of times, right? You've done it more than me, but there is hope in the rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
How excited are you to watch Jayden, and how do you try to temper expectations for what is still a rookie quarterback?
Oh, I don't think that's hard for me to do at all because, I've seen this before, right? And everything's a process. So you just want to get a feel for him up close. And what does it look like? It's also a rookie mini camp. So you're not going to overreact to anything. It's step one. It's really getting a feel for some of what he can do.
Nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. So for him, I think there's more anticipation for me next week when the veterans are in, and then then you're going to look at okay, where's he at in his progression, and as a passer, because this is just step one. I'm not going to measure anything by this point. But I will say, I do remember watching Robert early in this process and thinking I remember this kid's going to have a really good rookie year because you just saw what you saw. And so you have a baseline for measuring some stuff, but I'm really curious to see, as much as anything, is the progression as a passer from now through training camp, and just hitting your drop step and how you're getting the ball out and when, and your footwork in the pocket. That's the stuff, because that's what's going to separate him from other quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
We know he can run. So watching that part, that's what I'm most curious to see. But I don't I've done this too long to get caught up in the emotion of a rookie minicamp, but I think there's a definite, that's not to be I'm not flatlining on it either, because I understand the importance of this. And I am very curious. And I think let me say this, JP, you know this. It's a lot more fun to go out and watch a rookie quarterback like this. It
Correct.
just is.
Correct.
So, I'd be lying if I said that it's not. I mean,
dude, we were excited last year to watch Howell in training camp just because there's an unknown element,
and, And by excited, we're not sitting there throwing pom-poms around, which it's like, hey, this is fun to go watch. Measuring the progress, yes. And so, yes, it's so much more fun to watch that because we don't know where he's going to go. So it's fun to go back, okay, this is where he's at now. This is where he's at, after mini camp, right? And this is where he's at early in training camp, et cetera. And just seeing that progression that's the stuff I get excited to see because, that's the stuff that's fun to measure and then see what happens. Again, I go back to Robert's year. That first year was a lot of fun. Just watching not only how he played, but how they adjusted what they did with the offense, and then how they adjusted. Kyle was playing chess, and so when they started adjusting some of the zone read stuff, he started throwing some diamond looks in the backfield, right, to then take it to one more step, and some of the pass routes off of that. That to me is what's fun to watch too. How do they progress? What is their plan for him as a quarterback? So but there's no doubt this is way more interesting than going to the rookie mini camp last year. A million times more interesting. We're not in the same stratosphere with the anticipation for it because it's a rookie quarterback. It's a high pick. He's a Heisman winner. The kid's good.
What's the hipster answer for tomorrow? I just want to see Brandon Coleman's footwork. You know what I mean?
I think if us in the media, if we temper our excitement, we'll see the things we want to see.
Johnny, thank you for the time, brother.
Yeah, I agree with that, man. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
That's our guy, John Keim. Give him a follow at John_Keim, Keim. Speaking of a rookie quarterback, Jayden Daniels has been very low-key. He's not going on the Tonight Show. They didn't build a Subway sandwich replica of his face. But he did an interview with Keyshawn Johnson out in L.A. A lot was said. We're going to go through it next. Finley, 1067, the Fan. A lot has been said, presumed, rumored, etc. about Jayden Daniels. Most of it proven to be bombast and incorrect. Jayden hasn't done a lot of talking. There was an emoji that sent people into outer space. I spoke with the man that tweeted the emoji, and he was like, man, I was just asking a question. I don't know what the hell.
Everybody should just pump their brakes from stuff moving forward.
But tomorrow we see Jayden Daniels on the field. Commanders rookie minicamp. I can't stress enough generally how worthless Commanders rookie minicamp is. I don't believe they've announced the roster yet. Let's say there's going to be 30 guys there. They got 9 draft picks, 11 UFAs, so that's 20. Another 10 dudes. Like, I know one dude, this lineman from Kentucky that was supposed to be there, and he got a better offer, so he's going to the Giants. Like, some of this is about who's local and can drive over there. So we should really try to minimize our expectations here. And yet, we're going to see Jayden Daniels on the field throwing a football, and then presumably he's going to talk to the media afterwards. But right now, all we've got is the interview he did in the press conference when he came to Ashburn. And now, this interview he did with Keyshawn Johnson. I think Keyshawn's on ESPN LA radio. I want to properly credit where this is coming from.
It looks like it was a podcast or something, wasn't it?
Is it a podcast?
Yeah.
Now, there's been a million headlines, people extrapolating, whatever. Okay, yes, it's the All Facts, No Breaks podcast with Keyshawn Johnson. Let's start. Landini, number 2. Jayden Daniels talking. This is something that actually matters. We're going to get loaded with stuff that doesn't. Jayden Daniels talking about Commanders offensive coordinator and play caller Cliff Kingsbury.
You know, Cliff is open-minded.
Yeah.
Like, he ain't the OC that's like, man, it's my way. Like, we got to do X, Y, Z. I just having a conversation with him was like, man, what do you like? How can we help the team be better? And I'm like, you know, we bouncing ideas back and forth off each other. But I like his scheme, honestly. I think it suits me. And obviously, you know, you got to evolve with the times. You know, you got to be able to have balance, keep a defense honest now, especially with all those athletes out there too.
He likes the coordinator. I think folks should be, remember, folks, whatever you thought of Kyler Murray coming out of Oklahoma, Cliff drafted him number 1 overall, and he won Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
All right. How do we feel about Jayden and Cliff? I think it's 2 thumbs up all around, right? Perfect.
I'm with it.
Now, this is Keyshawn, who once wrote a book called Throw Me the Damn Ball. Keyshawn tries to get some stuff here. I don't blame him. Jayden Daniels asked if he's the starter going into the season. Number 3, Landini.
Do you anticipate starting week 1?
Do I anticipate? Yeah. I mean, I'm confident in my abilities, but if that's a decision that they got to make, that's above.
And I ain't asked you.
That's a decision.
Do you, as the number 2 pick in the draft, anticipate starting?
I mean,
or you think they're gonna bring you along slowly, so to speak?
From what I heard, when they said whenever I'm ready, I'm ready.
Yeah.
So whenever I feel like I'm ready, I'm ready.
Yeah, I didn't start. I'm trying to think when I start. I probably didn't start till midway during the year.
Yeah, they didn't tell me like, oh, like you got to start week 1. They just said, whenever you ready, like you ready. Whenever you feel ready, we feel you ready. We're gonna throw you out.
He's listen, man. That dude has been interviewed. He's mature. He's not getting caught in that BS. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he said, I believe in my abilities, which means that means, yes, I'm planning on starting, but he's not like, damn right I'm going to be starting. You know what I mean? So you got to have a little have a humble way about yourself, and you'll gain much more respect from your veteran teammates than to just go out there and answer the question how Keyshawn wanted him to answer it.
Totally. I think he's handling all this stuff awesome, frankly. Now there was the Topgolf stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anybody cares about the Topgolf stuff now. So among the 4 of us, raise your hand if you care about Topgolf. Nobody.
I never cared about it when people were talking about it.
Now the stream only shows Brian and I, but I can officially report neither Jeff nor Landfill raised their hand about Topgolf. Jayden Daniels talking about Topgolf.
I was cooling because I just left the Giants and flew to Washington.
Okay.
And I mean, I knew all those guys there, so it was like it was like I ain't really tripping. This ain't it just felt like a big recruiting visit, which is what it kind of was. Like they was just telling me like, yeah, I don't really want like the visit to be all uptight about football. Like they want to, let us have fun, because we've been going through this for so long. And that's something that they took from the Niners and stuff like that and other teams. It was just different because it was 4 of the top 5 quarterbacks there, which, kind of blew up on social media. So that's the only thing that was different.
But you had already knew him from whatever college football, 7-on-7 tournaments.
Yeah, I've been knowing them. I mean, I trained with Mike and JJ all pre-draft. I met Drake last summer, so like we was all cool.
Yeah,
we chilling.
Yeah, people was going crazy, right? Some people was going real crazy.
Because some people were just trying to make chicken.
Careful.
They were trying to make chicken soup out of chicken something else. I mean, listen, man. Everything he said is just like you do in college, is recruiting visit. He knew people. They were able to relax in a situation finally, probably when everything else had them uptight. But it was a bunch of people looking for it to make it into what it wasn't. And that is another thing that we, as the community and media people, do. We put quarterbacks on a complete pedestal when they're more respected when they're not on a pedestal. When they are basically treated exactly like the rest of the people are treated, they enjoy that more. The ones that love to be singled out and put on a pedestal, they end up they crash down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I never was concerned about that at all, because them going to Topgolf won't win, and they damn sure won't lose games.
You know where they need to win games, Brian?
Where?
In the damn division. Jayden Daniels talks about the NFC East next. Hard. Hell yeah, LFL. Also, hell yeah to D City Smokehouse, who just brought over a ton of food. Their wings are phenomenal. I just
Their
slammed 3
turkey
wings in
brisket
like
is good as
a
hell,
minute and a
too.
half. I don't have any napkins, so my hands are super greasy.
Dude,
So
here.
I
always have napkins.
My man, B. Mitch. Dude, the brisket, if I have to make a plate at D City Smokehouse,
I just did.
Everything's
Ribs,
quite good.
Beef brisket, turkey brisket, wings, and Brussels sprouts.
So my plate is sprouts, wings, brisket. Boom. Boom. Check them out. Florida Ave. I think it's like 4th and Florida.
Fantabulous.
We needed.
I wasn't here. I was in Detroit, and they decided to bring me some stuff over.
Me and Doc had a good time over
and
there.
I'm going to share with y'all, Landfill.
I would like salespeople, D City Smokehouse. Let's do a weekly remote there in football season on maybe a Tuesday when we don't have practice to go to, and maybe we tip a few in the afternoon.
Tuesday? That's the weirdest day in the damn week to do remote at a during football season.
Why?
Nobody really cares on a Tuesday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, okay, you got Thursday night football.
We get the club going up on
Friday,
a Tuesday, though.
You're coming into the weekend. Monday, you just came out, and Monday night football is coming.
I could do Monday. Jayden Daniels, I think, has handled everything really well.
Yeah.
Despite so many people wanting to pretend that he hasn't.
He hasn't?
There was like he doesn't want to be here. Like,
see, that was all what they thought, and he never said that.
Right.
Nobody directly said that's what people assume. So nobody would care about that BS.
You know what I do care about?
What's that?
Jayden Daniels' understanding of a storied division that Washington has underperformed in.
Yeah.
The NFC East.
So when you look at the NFC East, the division that you in, you got Dallas, Philadelphia, New York, and obviously Washington. Philly did a lot, the draft and in the offseason. Yeah. They're my favorite to come out of the East, just so that you know. Even though you're my boy, they going.
I mean, as they should be.
When you look at that conference or that division, how tough you think that division going to be?
I think it could be very competitive. I mean, what was it, 2 years ago? The Giants was a playoff team. You got Philly that went to the Super Bowl 2 years ago. You know, what they did through the offseason with Saquon and even the draft, you know, they always drafted some corners or somebody. And you got Dallas. You know, Dallas always been making noise in the division for a while. So I think it'll be very tough. I'm excited to be a part of that division. It's a lot of physicality in that division. So, and a lot of dudes, a lot of stars. You know, I get to go to Jerry's World, get to play Philly over there in Philly, get to play New York. So it's going to be a lot of eyes on the NFC East.
Always are.
Yeah.
Always are.
It is a division that has always been that
did that
division.
When you got drafted by the Skins, did that stand out to you? Like, man, this is heavy duty.
Yeah, because everybody told you about it. Everybody told you about it. And when you got into the games, you knew. It mean business here, bro.
Yeah.
Point blank.
Yeah, for sure. I think let's round it out with Jayden Daniels, because I think what everybody's Keyshawn is Keyshawn, and he tries to put his guy in some spots, but Jayden Daniels understands the NFC East. But the question then is, can you win the NFC East?
Jayden, do you think the Commanders can win the NFC East this year?
I don't even know.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
I mean, I'm confident in my squad, but I got to get out there and go to work and see what everybody working with.
Yeah,
and see how tight we could bond. I mean, obviously we got DQ and what he did in Dallas as a DC. He went to the Super Bowl in Atlanta.
Yeah. Won the Super Bowl as a DC in Seattle.
Yeah, so I think once everybody get there, everybody get to working, how quick we could come together. You know, we should see. I think we can make some noise though.
That's like asking me, can I pass the test? And I don't even have the thesis yet. I haven't even had the class.
The dude that asked us what 2 free agents are going to make the roster, we haven't even seen them. Yeah, like you could ask my 5-year-old what she's going to major in college, but it doesn't matter a whole heck of a lot. Smart move right there. Jeff and Landini are just tearing away. You can walk in, Jeff. You always walk in.
Yeah.
What is that?
That's like a steak and cheese.
Ooh. You have weirdly changed your tune on steak and cheese in the last month.
No.
Yes.
I have told you the whole time I don't like steak and cheese because they put too much onions and peppers on them. Once I take that off of them, I eat it.
Landfill, there was a point in time where B-Mitch told us he didn't like steak and cheese.
No.
I distinctly remember for years us trying to order steak and cheese, and B-Mitch is like, nah, I don't
because
like
I don't like the fact that I don't like people adding all that onion and stuff on myself. Let me decide how I want to eat my food.
Well, we can get it without onion. Lord knows I get things without onion.
I get it.
D-City Smokehouse is so damn good. I Googled
hating,
this.
Man, because I got this nice thing right here that you want a piece of.
I do.
Nope.
2 locations. They're on Florida Ave in Northwest and on Good Hope Road in Southeast. Their website is dcitysmokehouse.com.
Yep.
I actually just started following them on Instagram.
And I'm going to just tell them, yes, bang it.
The Instagram feed is just makes you hungry. It's food porn.
Man, you're just about to give me the beat. You're going to have more reels popping up now.
That's the last thing. Yeah, you're right. Like talking to you about Instagram is like
it's
talking
been a
to
long
drunk
time,
about
JP. Been a long time.
Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Last one. Everybody, because of the success CJ Stroud had last year, everybody's chasing that now. Pretty clear, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's like, well, if you can just be like Stroud. Jayden knows Stroud. And
he needs to be like Jayden.
Sure. Here's Jayden on Stroud.
I mean, I'd be lying. You know, that's my boy. We competitive. I'd be lying if I say I want to do better than him his rookie year. But what he did, like you said, is unheard of.
No, it's unheard of.
Like, it's unheard of. So it's like I'm not comparing myself to him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just me being a competitive, us being from the same area, I want to outdo him. Just like, you know, he's a 2-time Heisman finalist, but he ain't win one. So I won one.
I like
that.
Okay.
You know, but that's my brother, man. That's my dog. What he did is unheard of, man. But that's just who he is. Like, he's a confident human being. And they put some pieces around him. So I'm excited to see him now, you know, going to year 2, where teams got 18 games on him. So I'm excited to see what he does.
Love that.
You know what?
That's my boy, but I want to be better.
Basically, what that is if you and your brother in the same house, but y'all happen to play on different teams, you're not trying to beat your brother? If your brother's on the same football team you was on and he set some records one year, you're not trying to break those records the next year? If it's your cousin, if you grew up on the same street, same area as somebody, you're trying to outdo them, right? That's a natural challenge. And that's not trash talk right there. That's life. If that's not life for you, you should ask your people that grew up in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, because that's what it was all about, proving stuff. Today, nobody wants to prove a thing. They want to run somewhere else because they don't want to follow what somebody else did. They're afraid to try to challenge and themselves to try to get to that point that somebody else is at. I like that.
Prove yourself. Ben Standig next. High noon in the District of Columbia. I got to be honest. I just ate a lot of food in the break from D City Smokehouse. The place is phenomenal. I kept talking about the Brussels sprouts in like an erotic way to the point where CK doesn't even like Brussels sprouts, and he's like, "I guess I got to try one of these now." Place is great, B.
It is.
You should go drink in there. They make their own daiquiris.
I don't know nothing about the erotic part you're talking about, though. But I don't get it.
It's just a word used to describe things that arouse you.
Oh, and not for food.
Hey, man, to each their own. We don't judge on this radio program.
We do. Yes, we do.
Well, let's judge our next guest, Mr. Ben Standig. I don't think Standig's joined us in quite some time. What up, Benny?
Too big for us.
It's big time.
I'm trying to process the erotic Brussels sprouts myself right now. So,
yeah,
wow,
Ben. I think I'm gonna move to another studio and do the rest of the show. Dude's a little weird.
Yeah, no, I will say as an adult, I've come to appreciate Brussels sprouts more. That maybe this is part of my own journey, but I haven't gotten as far as JP has with appreciating them. I'll say that much.
It's been a long journey from Milan to Minsk. All right. Standig covers the Commanders for The Athletic. All right. Tomorrow is the beginning of rookie mini camp. They have overhauled this roster significantly. What do the Commanders got now?
Well, I mean, I think, in totality, they have, a really brand new roster. It's like basically half the roster from last year is gone. And, it's so hard to say, like, we can say like it's turning the page, but when you factor in like everything that's happened, that the changes literally from ownership down over the last year, I mean, it really is, a culmination of how much has flipped here. And now that you have, this young player in Jayden Daniels, who, I don't want to go face of the franchise just yet, but obviously that's where this is headed if things work out right.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have, I've been saying for a while that all the moves they've made going all the way back to before even free agency started are not really about 2024, the season. It's really about 2025 and beyond. This was really just a complete recalibration of what the roster was, the locker room, tone, everything that sort of they stand for is starting over. And they have a roster right now that's like, I don't know. I mean, if Jayden Daniels hits the CJ Stroud level, who knows? But that's like the longest of, that's like the longest of shots just based on history. But they have this is like a chance for Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, Josh Harris, et cetera, to turn this completely around, like I just said. So I think that's, to me, what the biggest takeaway is. It's not like who's going to be the left tackle or how are they going to play all the defensive backs, and all these types of things are interesting. But I'm just saying, like, it's a much bigger picture than just like sort of getting ready for week one.
All right, Jayden Daniels going to be talked about more than anybody out there, and we all know that he has to play well if this team is going to get where they're going. But I also believe that other people got to do their jobs better. What's the next position you feel or positions need to play better for him to be able to reach his full potential?
Well, I mean, look, certainly the offensive line is a major factor. The group wasn't particularly good last year per se, but I also think they probably were a bit blown up too much because, as we discussed at the time, Sam Howell's penchant for holding the ball in the pocket and, whatever was going on with, the enemy. It was just, it was just a weird hodgepodge. It probably wasn't on any one person. But that said, you have this new group now. They added Tyler Biotish at center. Hopefully that stabilizes that spot. You've got Sam Cosmi. The other three spots are a little more up in the air. Again, you can't fix all your problems in one day, but in terms of Daniels in particular, that's obviously where a huge component is going to be. I'm also going to sort of throw out there Jahan Dotson in the sense that, like, you've got Terry McLaurin. I think we kind of know what that is. I think like Dotson does feel like a little bit more of a wild card. His numbers last year weren't particularly good. He struggled based on certain metrics to get open. And again, there was so much confusion going on last year with this team that it's hard. I don't want to like put any blame or onus or anything on any of the individual players for the most part. Mm-hmm. But what is Dotson to a degree? Like, is he going to be a legitimate number 2 receiver like we kind of were seeing in the first year? Or, do they have to consider getting more help at some point? I just think that's going to be so fascinating to see because there's so much to like about him. But at the same time, production is what production is. And Jayden Daniels is going to have his playmakers help him make plays. Simple as that.
For sure. And I think, I kind of did a look at the roster, not necessarily like a 53-man projection because I think it's just a little silly at this point because there's going to be injuries. There's going to be all kinds of stuff that happens, right? But like the depth in a lot of areas that'll matter for a rookie quarterback, I'm not sure is there. And perhaps we shouldn't be surprised because they were 4-13 last year with no Pro Bowlers. But, people talk about, I think it was really exemplified by the lack of work the Bears did to like support Justin Fields. And so that I feel like for young quarterbacks, the situation has become so vital. Like I think I was always a Jayden ahead of Drake guy, but for the Drake crowd, I don't know that you'll get a chance to see what that kid has because I think the Pats are really bad. What kind of situation do you think Jayden is getting here?
I mean, I hate being like the wishy-washy. It's so hard to know. But, again, like I think one thing that Dan Quinn said at Jayden Daniels' press conference was interesting, and that is certainly there's a curve when you're just coming from the NFL or from college football to the NFL, right? Obviously, there's an adjustment period. But at least in this case, the entire offense is learning a new system with Cliff Kingsbury coming in. And Quinn was saying that sometimes it's a challenge when you have a rookie come in to an already established situation. You're having to, as coaches, teach two different classes, a master's class as well as like a one-on-one level class. Here, everybody's going to be kind of on the same page in terms of Cliff Kingsbury's offense. The pros, the vets have been around it for a bit longer, but nothing like too dramatic. So I think from that perspective, Daniels can come in and kind of be on the same page with these guys in terms of learning this specific offense. Obviously, the vets have more experience across the board. So I think that's something that oddly is going to help Daniels. But at the same time, I mean, you got new starters everywhere. You've got a new coach, not to mention obviously a new head coach. It's just really hard to know what he has. I think, if Cornelius Lucas and Andrew Wiley and Dodson and, whatever they figure out at tight end, if that's a healthy Zach Ertz or Ben Sinnott is coming in, all these pieces, if they all hit, I think could give Daniels, all the support he needs. But, it's hard to sit here in the beginning of May and say that, because how do we know? All right. I mean, that's the whole thing. How do we know that anything is going to work as quickly as maybe you would think that it's got to work for the rookie quarterback? We'll see. Look, it's all curious. I think that's the other big thing with this KP and B Mitch is like between the two coordinators, we don't really know what they're going to do yet. Are they taking the pieces they now have and adjusting everything to them? Are they saying, here's what we're doing and everybody's going to have to figure out a way? I think they'll adjust to the personnel, but at the same time, everything is, completely different. So we have to see what it is. Kingsbury has already said, don't call the offense the air raid. Joe Witt has said, if you're just looking at what we did last year in Dallas, you're going to get it wrong. Okay, well, great. What does that exactly mean?
Well, I think what I heard Jayden Daniels talking to Keyshawn said that he, in his conversation with Cliff Kingsbury, he's been telling him to throw some ideas to him, which every time we've received a new coach offensively, they talked about how their scheme is going to fit people. This already seems to be how we're going to make sure we do things that our quarterback likes and the people around him. That's different already, which I think should make a difference.
Well, no, I agree with that. I always used to, my longtime comparison was, Joe Gibbs at 0-5 sees, okay, I got to stop with this Eric Coryell thing. We've got this running back. We've got a better offensive line than people think. Let's lean into that, as opposed to say Steve Spurrier, who's got the fun and gun, is like, this is what we're doing. And I do think last year,
Steve Spurrier,
it was a tough situation. Right. I do think last year it was a tough situation across the board. But like Eric Bieniemy, clearly the first 7 or 8 games of the year came in with a plan that he was going to run regardless of what else was happening, which is why Sam Howell was throwing on a pace to have more passes thrown than any quarterback in the 21st century, or at least the team did, And that was insane considering he's basically a rookie playing behind an offensive line that, was not the Hogs, all that stuff. So, yeah, hopefully Kingsbury comes in and does what I would view as a smart thing, and I think sounds like you guys would as well, figure out what you have and adjust to that. Obviously, Jayden is the first and foremost part to that, since he's at the position, the centerpiece, and the investment they just made is, massive, obviously, and they want him to succeed in every way possible. So, yeah, hopefully they do that. I guess the good thing is Daniel's skill set and what we think of a Kingsbury offense do mesh very nicely. So now it's just a matter of, finding the plays that work for him, finding the situations that, help promote what his abilities are and limit potential weaknesses for him and the line in particular. So that the marriage feels good, but yeah, now we just have to see how they actually execute it.
Yep. Kind of you mentioned, I know you had a story maybe last week or earlier this week. You teased it on your Twitter profile at Ben Standig. You had a position switch that I found interesting, as well as phase 3 of free agency. When do we think phase 3 of free agency is kind of, okay, teams have drafted players, so they might release some veterans at the same position. Kind of starts happening OTAs through June 1st, like probably the next month or so. You think, I look at wide receiver and I look at O-line as positions they might want to look at. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, certainly the offensive line part makes sense. I'm not as freaked out about the tackle situation as others, at least in terms of, I just don't think there was as many options that people that were available to them, even from the start, even if they just gone and gotten the quote unquote best tackle in free agency. I just don't think there was as many options as people think. I think, and Brian can probably speak to this, I think there's some vets out there who are like, look, I'm not showing up until we get through like OTAs because I don't really want to do that stuff.
A lot of them doing
I'll
that.
show up yeah. So, right. So I don't know how much, I don't know how quickly somebody will show up if they do add vets at either of those spots. But yeah, adding another body, everybody's focused on, can you do better than Cornelius Lucas? I'm kind of focused on, can you do better than Trent Scott? If they can get somebody who's maybe at what we perceive of Lucas, that have that depth or competition, I think that would be good. I just don't think you're going to get somebody who's like demonstrably better. That's an obvious week 1 starter or at tackle, or they wouldn't be still a free agent. Receiver is interesting though, right? Because they draft Luke McCaffrey. It feels like he's positioned to be the slot receiver sooner than later, assuming he can make that adjustment quickly. But then after that, it's kind of wide open. I mean, De'Ami Brown, it just still hasn't kind of clicked. Over time, they add OZ. I got to say that, learn how to say that name better. They add him. He's had some production in the league, but he's a 5'8" receiver. Are they going to add more there? I can see that. I do think like running back, tight end, they're probably set in terms of training camp. So yeah, receiver, offensive line, I agree, are probably the 2 spots if they're going to add something on offense that I could see. You mentioned the position switch. This is just me sort of speculating a little bit, but this team drafted Ricky Stromberg in the 3rd round last year, and by all accounts, it was a pretty good selection. He didn't even play center though last year, just sort of odd the way the timing worked out. But he was playing some left guard, then he gets hurt and misses the year. They didn't draft a guard. They did sign at Nick Allegretti, but he was a backup last year with Kansas City, so I don't know that he's like being viewed as Russ Grimm or anything. But
you can buy his jersey on the website.
Oh yeah,
they're legitimately selling Nick Allegretti jerseys.
At least you can buy that while you're waiting for the Jayden Daniels jersey reveal.
The number drama intrigue. What if we get there tomorrow and nobody has a number?
It's going to be number 5.
Eventually he will. It sure seems.
I think he's going to get 5. Trent's going to get a nice little payday. And Trent is a nice guy. And he's going to probably go back to a number he had before. And he's going to be bombing it again.
I heard a story last night.
Baghdad.
Do you know that when Eli Manning was drafted by the Giants, Jeff Fiegels wore number 10 and had been there a long time? And who wore number 10 when the season opened for the Giants? Eli.
Was Jeff gone?
I don't know.
Jeff got paid. I guarantee you Jeff got paid.
I believe that to be
you
the
want
case.
This number? This is the price.
Yeah. Yeah. Benny, what's your position switch theory?
Well, I mean, just the fact that, like I said, they didn't draft a guard to compete with or help back up. The only other guard, right, is kind of like Chris Paul, who he's played a bit the last couple of years, but I don't know that it's been like particularly impressive. They did sign another center, Michael Dieter, right, who's been in the league for a little bit. So
Another
I'm just
Wisconsin
looking at
guy, right?
well, I think that's right, yeah. So I'm just looking at Stromberg, like, okay, well, I mean, I'll assume that Adam Peters assumed he was like a late day 2 pick last year as well, and therefore there's something there that he's obviously not playing center, barring injuries, which here who knows, can't rule that out. But so what is he going? What are they going to do with him? So I'm kind of wondering if there's again, maybe competition is too strong of a word, but what do you do to use this guy's potential? And I think guard would be the logical move. And like I said, he was a 3rd-round pick, and Allegretti was a guy who was a backup, obviously on a very good team, but a backup nonetheless for the Chiefs. So it seems conceivable to me that if Stromberg can make that adjustment, that he could legitimately play that spot. So I do kind of wonder if that's something they have in the cards for him. We will need to see where he's at with his recovery from surgery. But last time we saw him, it seemed like it was heading in the right direction. So I think that one I've been sort of intrigued by as a way to maximize some of the talent they already have.
You have guys on this team that have practiced well. They get in the games. They don't do much. You have guys that we keep waiting for them to break out. What would be your message to them this year?
I mean, I think the one thing about this roster in general is it should be pretty wide open, right? I mean, normally when we come into these scenarios, whether it's because of draft status or salary or experience, and a lot of the depth chart, not saying there can't be movement, but a lot of the depth chart is kind of already set, and you're just kind of filling around it. I think for here, I mean, I think I don't think there's that much set across the board, and I think there's opportunities for some guys to, remove the perception or change the perception of what it was that they were before. And, I think the part that's probably not being discussed as much with this group is how much did they improve with the coaching staff? I just think that, when Ron Rivera showed up and we talked about the term JP coined eventually the Commanders and all the people he brought on board, and it was a bit much, et cetera. But to me, it was more about once changes started to happen, they were just promoting from within rather than bringing in sort of the best you could get at a lot of these position slots. Defensive back last year, I think, was a really obvious one. Now you have a completely new staff. All these guys, not that they're not all fired up, but like this is a second chance for Dan Quinn. This is a promotion for Joe Witt Jr. This is for Cliff Kingsbury, a shot to get back in the league, and maybe he still has head coaching aspirations, I imagine, and all these position coaches. It feels like this is I don't know if better is the right word, but maybe I'll just say it feels like it's a better group top to bottom. And if they can get more out of these guys, whether it's Emmanuel Forbes after last year or finally unlocking that De'Ami Brown we've seen in some off seasons, but it hasn't really translated enough to games, guys like that's where this thing could be a better year than we think. Even with, say, bringing Jeremy Chin in, who was the runner-up for Defensive Rookie of the Year in 2020, and getting him back to a level that reminded people of that version versus the guy who's kind of, been battling some injuries and just it was a bad fit for Carolina last year, et cetera. I think if this coaching staff can, do what they're supposed to do at the level that I think a lot of people are anticipating, I think that's where really you could see a lot of improvement. And again, especially with specific players getting more out of them that we just haven't seen so far.
Benny, thank you for the time, buddy.
Man.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Appreciate you.
Always a pleasure, guys. See ya.
All right, brother.
That's our guy, Ben Standig. Give him a follow at Ben Standig. You can listen to the Standig Room Only podcast. We got to talk a little hoops. We got to talk a little Utah hockey. Bet you didn't expect to hear that from me. We've been talking football for 2.5 hours, so maybe we'll take a little break. Don't worry. 1 o'clock, Bleep You Thursday. Ooh. Jeff, you play this at the club?
You could as a throwback.
All right, folks. We are deep in the throes of NBA playoffs and hockey playoffs. Hockey players go hard every night. Basketball players do not. Both playoffs have been awesome. Last night was just one game. Pacers, Knicks. Unfortunately, we left the Nats game early, but the fortunate part was I got home in time to watch it. I assume you did too.
Yeah.
Brunson gets hurt, comes back in. I mean, Knicks are now up 2-0. Both series.
He went to work. He went to work late too. He went to work on him late.
Totally.
Jeff, what's up with this camera, man?
We got another camera? Oh.
I think it followed you when you left out. Hold on.
That's funny.
Hey, I don't need no damn spies. I'm starting to realize these cameras are spying.
I think yours, some of them move when you move. When I move, you move. Mine is from I have the first ever webcam invented. This joint doesn't move at all.
Okay.
Hold on. Let's do an experiment. Stand up and walk and see if it follows you.
No, man, I ain't doing all that.
Wouldn't you like to know the answer?
They said it follows me. And I walked out and it didn't come back.
You guys are missing the really, really obvious answer.
What?
Pull the power cord out.
No, this isn't a new one. This is the current one.
Oh.
That's the current one.
I think so. We must have knocked it or something is my guess.
I didn't touch anything.
Last night, Knicks Pacers, good game. The Pacers continue to basically just say they're getting hosed by the refs. They filed like a significant
70-something calls they want them to look at. Now, I will have to go along with their coach a little bit. It was a lot of BS that was being called on them that was not being called on the Knicks.
They're getting
hosed. Because they want to have, listen.
Boston, New York.
They were talking with the junkies this morning, David Aldridge, about, having the two big market teams, Boston and New York. That's what the NBA wants. They want that back. You're going from the Garden to Boston, back and forth in a playoff. That's what they want. And when you look at I've said it all the time. They can say what they want. But if you want to have credibility, allow those damn referees to be questioned. Allow them to answer or explain why they did some stuff. They basically cover everything up from them. They don't let them talk to people. They rush them on out. And
they do that in all sports, though.
All sports need to do it. If you want to eliminate a lot of what people think, let those guys making the calls call stuff.
I do, because Jeff was early on this, and I want to give him credit. Jeff has been a Halliburton guy for a long time. He balled out last night at 34 points.
He can shoot.
But his plus minus
he has a weird shooting.
It is weird.
He don't play on defense.
Reminds me of a little bit. Remember Sean Marion when he was really good on those Suns teams? Halliburton kind of shoots like he shot. But, dude, I mean, the Pacers get up and down the court. They just don't defend. And I think
that's the problem.
Your boy Halliburton doesn't really defend, Jeff.
That's the problem with the NBA.
Defend your guy.
They got guys that will score 34 and give up 36. And they still, like dumbass Austin Rivers, get to sit up here and talk as if they're so. No, dude, if you score 34 and the guy you're checking scores 36, that's a net loss. Okay?
Like how about I'm going to just give you the two stat lines. Tyrese Halliburton scored 34 points. He was 7 for 11 from 3.
All right.
Pretty damn impressive. Finished with 9 assists and 6 boards. Okay. 3 steals.
He balled.
Plus minus of minus 17. Jalen Brunson last night. 29 points. 5 assists, 2 rebounds, 3 steals. Finished with a plus 26.
There you go. See,
and maybe the plus minus is overly simple. I don't know.
It may be overly simple, but I think what they're saying is when you were around, that dude was cooking you. Everybody you check cooked you. And if you're scoring 30-something and you're giving up 40-something as a whole, And not really helping your team win, right?
To me, though, the most impressive stat line from last night, Josh Hart went 19 and 15 and had 7 assists. He is everywhere on the glass.
Bruh. They are a great recruiting tool for their university. All those dudes.
Sure. DiVincenzo last night went 28, 6 of 12 from 3.
You basically look at it, yeah, oh, okay. Yeah, I go to school there. That coach.
Well, that coach has retired.
Yeah. But I guarantee you, there's some level of it still going.
No, I think hasn't Nova missed the tournament the last 2 years?
Yeah, but you got to once you lose a great one, you got to build
Sure.
You got to build
it's a brand name for sure.
Yeah, you got to build the fundamental stuff up there. But
I think the guy they went to after Jay Wright just might not be the guy, and they'll probably give him one more year.
Yeah, give him a little shot. But you know what? Eventually, you go back and you try to get a little bit of what Jay was doing.
Sure. So Knicks are now up 2-0. Indy can't stop whining to the refs, which I understand because everything is going New York's way. Do you think this is going to be a series? The next game is tomorrow night?
It's depending on what happens in that next game. If Brunson...
I think there's a chance the Pacers kick their ass.
If Brunson can't go and the referees... This is why...
But he came back in last night.
I know, but still, when they asked him the question last night, he said he's going to try to go. This is what troubles me about the NBA. When someone complains to the refs, the next game they call it the complete opposite way. And if you're not trying to do something, it ain't that damn easy to just switch it up. You know what I'm saying? So if they go out there and they call a one-sided game for Indiana against New York, then it's a series. If they call it how they've been calling it or call it relatively fair, it's not a series. It's over.
All right. If the Knicks win Friday, that's just over 3-0. The Brunson thing will be something certainly to watch. Celtics Cavs, they play tonight at 7:00. That is not going to be a series.
No.
Cleveland might get one, but there's not enough there. Tonight, these nights make it easy to watch Below Deck, frankly, because it's Celtics Cavs at 7, then Thunder Mavs at 9:30.
Stop trying to find excuses as to why you watch Below Deck.
I watch Below Deck because I like it.
You watching Below Deck and you better do it.
That's accurate too. That's all. Although I have a show tonight. I won't be home till like 9:30.
Yeah, it'll be waiting on you when you walk in.
Maybe I'll watch Thunder Mavs.
Below Deck, you can watch that on demand, can't you?
Do you think the Mavericks can get one tonight? Because they got throttled the other night. I think we're all sleeping on OKC a little bit.
I think OKC is good.
Yeah.
Real good.
And they are. Dude, I heard this morning on PF, on Pardon My Take. Of everyone that scored, so what was they put up 120 or the Celtics had 120? They put up 117, right? So in a 117-95 win in the second round of the playoffs over the Dallas Mavericks, how many points do you think were scored for Oklahoma City by a player over the age of 25?
They put 117, 92.
2
points? So all of them under?
Yes.
Oh, no.
2 out of 117 were scored by a player over the age of 25. We're not saying 27 or 30.
That means
25.
They're going to be good for a long time then.
And that,
they're about to make that thing flip.
I mean,
can they do what KD and Russ them couldn't do?
Yeah. T-Wolves is also tomorrow night. So tomorrow night are the good games. Pacers, Knicks, T-Wolves, Nuggets. Do you think Denver can win after getting just absolute boat race? Can Denver win in Minnesota now?
I think they should not be able to because they seem completely outmatched and they now a little mentally shocked. But I believe that they're gonna make sure they get to give them an opportunity.
This is also kind of bizarre. I didn't realize this. The Timberwolves won game 1, 106-99. The Timberwolves won game 2, 106-80. They've scored exactly 106 points in the first 2 games.
I guess if Denver can score over 106, they get a chance to win.
And Jokic just got his 3rd MVP?
3rd.
There's going to be a lot of talk about Joker. I'm glad they won a title because having the title kind of gives them some vindication, some validation. Because if this series goes out the way it looks like it's going to, a lot of people with anti-Joker takes are going to feel pretty down.
They can say what they want. It's not all on Joker.
Totally.
Murray got to play better and stop being a damn mental midget.
He might be hurt too.
Yeah, but he got to stop that, man. You can't just because you not playing well start to be stupid. That whole team have to understand. Like I look at all sports. When your superstars are not handling business, that's when the supporting cast got to step in and do something. And that falls on who? Coach.
Yeah.
If the other team has figured out a way to slow down your two top guys, then now you need to play off of that to try to make sure you can have some success with somebody else.
Phone lines open at 1:00. Catching up with the Pucks next. Jeff, who sings this? Fairly recognizable voice, man.
I told him I'd give him $17 if he can pull it.
Damn, I'll make it 20. I got the other 3. Crank it for him. Let him hear it. Let him really hear it.
Got 10 more seconds.
Is this Phil Collins?
Not.
Is this the "You'll Be in My Heart"? Is that guy?
Yeah.
That's not him.
You're wasting seconds.
Time's up.
It's not Phil Collins.
I don't know who this is.
Where's Phil Collins from? I believe he's English,
He's
right?
English,
I'm trying to
This
put the
band
voice.
is from Georgia.
Oh, this is a band.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, from Georgia.
Wow,
Yeah.
that really. He act like, oh, that's a great.
from
that's a
Athens,
great
Georgia.
Jeff said,
Yeah.
oh, from Georgia, a band. Oh,
I
like he really
love-
got a good point.
He acted like that changed everything.
No, it's just because like I didn't.
There's a really famous band from Georgia. I'll ask you a yes or no. There's a really famous band from Georgia called the Allman Brothers Band. Do you believe this is the Allman Brothers Band?
Because you said their name, yes.
No.
But have I ever heard of the Allman Brothers Band? Not at all.
This is not them.
Who is the Cashew Brothers?
That was funny. No, it's not the Cashew Brothers. We'll play Everybody Hurts, and we'll see if Jeff can get that one. This is the band. Have you ever heard this?
No.
You've never heard this song?
Nah.
The dude played music at hip hop clubs.
Yeah, but this song is so ubiquitous, I would think he's heard it at like the grocery store.
It don't sound bad.
Oops.
I was born a rambling man.
Yeah.
I do talk a lot.
Yes, indeed.
I don't think it's about talking. I think it's
don't-
about like rambling around the land.
Yeah, I
Rambling Man, that song has been streamed on Spotify 230 billion times. Like that's a big song. I'm not suggesting you play it at the club, but it's a song that exists.
Well,
now-
Jeff is always in the club or the studio.
Now this song is depressing.
See, hey, when you said Allman Brothers, I thought you was talking about like almond, like the nuts.
Pause.
This is Allman, like All Man Brothers Band.
Correct. Thanks for clearing that up, bud.
I had to search it because none of these songs are resonating with me, and I really thought you were over there saying the Almond Band,
Like almond milk.
like almond milk.
No, sir. You got anything on this song?
Not at all. No line at all on
This song has been played 424 million times on Spotify.
Somebody said the Allman Brothers are not from Georgia.
Jacksonville's right on the border.
Right, ain't from Georgia though.
I mean, they have the famous album cover with the peach.
Hey, they just like.
And
peaches.
dude, aren't they from Statesboro? Statesboro Blues? Whatever. Jeff, this is REM, buddy. You ever heard of REM?
No. Look like we just having a landfill jam session right
got
now.
into it. I wish we had the aquarium camera set up.
It's actually cool because I'm learning because I've never heard this music. I like this beat though.
Oh, B. B-Mitch did the damn thing. Do you know who sings this, Jeff? You've already named this person in the last 5 minutes.
Oh. He only named one person.
I was gonna say the only person I named was Phil Collins.
This doesn't sound like him, though, right?
Not at all. Not at all.
This is definitively not Phil Collins.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said I've only named one person, and that's why I didn't answer.
Who do you think this is then? Who does this sound like?
I don't know. I can't put it on there.
But it's definitely not Phil Collins.
It's not Phil Collins. Of course. His voice is distinct, bro. Well, what I know, his voice is distinct. Because all I know him is Tarzan's music. And that's what the first guy sounded like.
Jeff, This is Phil Collins, dude.
I mean,
No, I've never heard this.
You never heard this song
I've never heard
by
this
Phil
song.
Collins.
Yeah, I only heard the only thing by Phil Collins I know is you'll be in my heart.
So, Landfill, play the Phil Collins song that everyone in the universe has heard. The most famous drum entrance. I think Jeff has heard this and is unaware that it's Phil Collins.
This is Phil Collins?
Yes.
You didn't know that?
No.
You know this song.
Yes, but I didn't know this was. I'm telling you, dude, Phil Collins, the introduction of Phil Collins to me was Tarzan movie. And that's so I thought all his music sound like that. I never ventured off of his Tarzan soundtrack, but
yeah, a lot more stuff than Tarzan.
Yeah, I need to. I know I need to venture out more because this is definitely. I can feel it coming in the air tonight.
This is a banger.
Yeah, but
can we wait for the drums? Can we get to the drums?
I think it's a couple minutes into this.
It does take a while.
Yeah, it's one here. If you really want it right there, you can't wait that long.
Pause. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800
we got you on camera today, baby.
1067. Once a week, we come together as a people, as a unit, as a tribe to air our grievances against anyone that has wronged you. Apparently, Phil Collins has wronged Jeff. Who knew? Or the Allman brother.
That's
man.
Phil Collins. That's his brother.
Sleep you Thursday, people. Have a Ferrari. Once a week, folks. Once a week, we come together as a group, as a congregation, to complain about stuff. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. You can drop bleep you in the chat on the stream. You could drop a bleep you to me on social media, like my man Dwayne did. He said, bleep Rick Carlisle. One egregious missed call in last night's game. Knicks can find equal number of missed calls last night. The first game did favor New York, but they were the more aggressive team with hustle plays, nothing dirty. Brunson got fouled every time he touched the ball.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
I think it was more than one egregious call called against him. But he's right about the Knicks are being very aggressive. Jalen Brunson knows how to draw fouls. They're going to have to play a little bit more aggressive. You know, I think a few years ago, I forgot who the team was who kept selling for jump shots. And they wouldn't get any fouls. But the other team was going to the hole and they kept getting fouled. And they were complaining about not getting called. When you're passive, you don't get what you want. When you're aggressive, you normally get what the hell you want.
Let's go to the phones. We're going west. Go west, young man.
Go west, brother.
Derek is in San Diego. Derek, who you mad at?
Oh, you're going way west.
Derek.
Good morning, JP and B. Mitch.
Good
What's
morning,
up,
buddy.
man?
So my brief view is to the VA disability claims process organization. This is a brief view to them for taking 5.5 months to process my disability claim, deny me, and not give me the reason why they deny me.
I'm sorry, man. That stinks, but I kind of can't hear you though. So see if we can get a better connection with Derek because I feel bad and I want to let him complain. That's BS. Get your money, man. Get your money.
People that go fight for your country, didn't you want to screw them?
Hell yeah.
Kind of sound like the NFL.
Christopher is in Glendale. What up, Chris? Who you mad at?
Great afternoon, Mr. Mitchell. Great afternoon,
What up,
Mr.
Chris?
Finley.
Hey, buddy.
I had to pull off to the side of the road on the ICC so I don't have an aneurysm. Big bleep you to Jeff. How can you possibly call yourself a DJ and don't know? I'm going to start with the low-hanging fruit, the Allman Brothers. Not the Allman Brothers.
My
How
bad.
do you not know the Allman Brothers? Wait. I've heard other DJs mix in Allman Brothers with hip hop. So you don't even know them? You never heard of Greg Allman being married to Cher? Okay, move on.
Bro, I wasn't even born during that time. Like that's super oldie but goodies to me. Like, bro, it's fine. I learned now. I like the music. I'm gonna figure out what it is, but bro.
No. Oh, you don't get that easy. Listen, old school is not Britney Spears. There's music before that. How you don't know Phil Collins and doing Studio?
Dude, I do know Phil Collins, just only a part of his discography. You got to think all of that other stuff was way before me. Now, and it's different cultures. I wasn't raised raised listening to Phil Collins.
Right.
Yeah.
I wasn't either. I'm a Parliament Funkadelic guy. But guess what? I know Genesis, and guess who used to be
And how
part of
old are you?
Genesis?
How old are you?
I'm 62.
Exactly. You're 32 years older than I am.
So what's your right? Oh, guess what? I know about Drake. I know about Kendrick Lamar.
That's
So
because
what's the
they're
point?
the most popular things right now in the music industry.
It's called reading a book and putting your phone down.
Dude, you are not reading no book about Kendrick Lamar and Drake right now. Come on, get him off.
I know, it's called knowledge. You're right.
It's called
You
TikTok,
want something
brother.
older, you read a
Social
book.
media.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate you.
Talking about reading a book about Phil Collins. Come on now. I can see if he said, look, it's called going back into your Apple Music or something. But you told me read a book on Phil Collins.
But
Come
you
on.
did say that was before my time, as if you shouldn't know nothing before your time.
Yeah, nah, and I was wrong
You did
in that
say
instance.
that.
I was
But,
wrong in
no,
that instance.
But most people your age and little young, that's what they say. Oh, I was before my time. That's what's called history.
I mean, of course, I know the main ones. I know a little bit more that's on the CD as well. But
I was trying to say this: most of the stuff y'all groove to today has something from the old school in it.
Oh, for sure, sure.
Go back. It's on satellite radio. You can go back where they go to the history of where these songs come from, when they use these.
Oh yeah, the samples. Yeah,
and then they go to every song that used it. I'm sitting there one day, me and Kenny riding around. I forgot the group it was. It had about 5 to 6 songs that are out right now, all sampling the same thing. But the people were sitting there telling us, "Oh man, y'all don't know nothing about this old school." Dude, it was before my time.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I know a little bit. Like I know some things about the Eagles, the Turtles, and I know some stuff.
I didn't
know about Genesis. I didn't know about.
Let's keep it going.
Oh man,
Rusty
that would have been a good one for like the roasting.
Rusty Townsend just tweeted me. He said, "Bleep Keyshawn Johnson for having a great opportunity to interview Jayden and completely fumbling the bag." I don't think he fumbled it, but I think he was
trying to promote himself more than he was Jayden.
Yeah, I kind of thought that too. Let's go to Skip in Vienna. What up, Skippy? Who you mad at?
Well, I want to give a big unbleep to JP Finley.
Hey.
Yep, and I'm giving it to you because you made it 1 week without running around naked and getting caught in people's dreams.
Dude, it's not my fault.
The day you drop enough damn tidbits that one people he got.
Did Bish say something again today?
No, I got enough
morning.
tweets saying, "Damn, that's why people be thinking about JP like that."
I mean, I guess thanks for the call, Skip.
He unbleep you?
Commander,
or did he bleep you?
Are we ready for Commander Tequila? Here we go. Hello, Commander.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, brother?
I got 3 bleeps. 3 of them.
All right.
Bleep to the Eagles, bleep to the Cowboys, bleep to JP for going to the rookie practice that guys fans can't go to.
Bro, that's my job, man. What am I supposed to do? You guys say, thank you, Commander. Always good to hear from you. Thank you for listening. You guys say I don't get grief from all corners of the world. This dude's giving me a hard time because I have to go to practice. It's what I do for a living. It's how I feed my children.
That was awesome.
That was
great. I have a bleep you.
Ooh, the great Landini has entered the chat.
That's for you, B-Mitch. Bleep you to B-Mitch for turning the camera on me.
Oh, I'm going to turn on you more often. Every time you dance, man.
I'm going to get you.
I don't care.
I'm going to get you back.
Hey, I accept that bleep you because there's going to be more than that. Believe me. If I'm going to be on the damn camera, you're going to be on the camera.
There you have it.
I'm going to go get my own camera, have one that you're going to think is showing on me, but it's going to be showing to you.
Jay is in D.C. What up, Jay?
Hey, what's up,
What's up, brother?
Thanks for taking the call. Hey, so starting off, man, my perennial bleep due to my male current ass neighbor. He always get one. But my bleep I was calling in for is, them dudes, you see them dudes walking these little toy poodles, little 2-ounce dogs, they're 300 pounds, 250 pounds, man. I want to bleep their wives for making them walk that dog. I feel sorry for them dudes. It's like that's kind of like watching JP and his boys sitting on the bench drinking mimosas, man.
That's a stallion for the record. That's a stallion.
That's unacceptable, man. So I feel sorry for them dudes, man. I really do. So bleep their wives or girlfriends for making them walk that dog for them.
Yeah.
That's a good
Show
call.
you got a backbone, dog.
B does have a little dog.
I don't walk him.
That little dog doesn't need much walking.
That's what I'm saying. The little damn toy poodles don't need no walking either. I feed him.
I think Matt
and
Stafford
B don't have a little dog. B daughters have a little dog.
Yeah, but you deal with them mostly.
Hey, I'm not gonna let him just be in the house making all that damn noise.
All right, Matt Stafford, Rams quarterback on the line. Hello, Matt. How's everything?
What's up, Matt?
Hey, doing well. How are you?
Good, brother.
Hey, for everybody that quit deciding to use their turning signal all at the same time, you have no courtesy for anybody else. Bleep you.
Hell yeah. That's a perfect one. Put your blinker on, man. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you calling and listening, buddy.
That sounds like Mike.
Appreciate you guys.
How about this, dude?
Sound like my damn daughter.
The Metro just gave out a bleep you.
The Metro bleeping people?
WMATA, baby.
Who they bleeping?
Metro, you know the old ass cars, the one we've all ridden in 100 times?
Yeah.
They're yanking them. They're done. The 2000 series.
Oh, I thought the Metro had really wrote it and said they were bleeping something.
You imagine if Metro just sent me a tweet and they,
JP, we bleeping customers that come on here and leave trash.
There's a lot of weird bleeping going on in the chat. I don't really know, Jeff. If there's one we need to highlight there, I'll let you handle that. Somebody's mad at the federal government. I don't know. What?
Yes, somebody said that sampling is stealing, and and my boy Jew, crazy fisherman, he was like, sampling is not stealing, and which I agree. It's only stealing if you don't give the credit. But
it's called sampling.
Yeah,
but I mean,
I see what
most people don't give the credit.
talking about too. So
Ronnie is in Warrenton. What's up, Ronnie?
Hey guys, what's going on? I've talked to you before. I told you I'm not a Commanders fan. I'm a JP and Brian fan.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, and I wanted to say, bleep you to Austin Rivers. That joker played daddy ball for 5 years underneath his dad and only lasted 2 after they traded him.
I like that.
Gotcha. Appreciate that.
He's also just full of bleep.
And also, I hope it got to him some kind of way. I'll challenge him right now in basketball. And then he got to challenge me in some football level. We'll see what happens.
And another thing, hey, Brian, I met you last year at the Paul Henry's window celebration.
Okay.
And I got to tell you, man, you're an awesome guy. I tell everybody how humble and how nice you are.
Appreciate it, man.
Dude, that's really funny because seeing Ronnie in Warrenton reminded me, Paul actually texted me last night a video for us to watch, not while we're on the air.
Okay.
But Paul texted me a video, like a really funny Robert Williams video.
All right. I'll check that out.
I got to respond to that. Our guy Crank is on the line. Crank, where you at, buddy?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, look. There will be no Jeff slander on my watch, man. My bleep goes to man that try to bleep my man Jeff. Talking about the Allman Brothers. Man, listen to me. I DJ a soft rock yacht rock type party every second Friday in Waldorf, Maryland, and not one time has anybody came to me and say, "Hey man, can you play that Allman Brothers?" So we will not have no Jeff slander on my watch, man. Not one. And look,
Jeff, hold on, Crank. Now,
yes,
if
sir,
you're DJing a soft rock party, you've probably played a little bit of Phil Collins, right?
I play Phil Collins. Yeah, I play Phil Collins.
But Jeff don't know who the hell that is.
What about Jeff's inability to recognize Phil Collins?
Hey, listen, I ain't hear that part. I just heard.
Don't be trying to back out now, Craig.
Hey, look. He referenced Kendrick Lamar as great, man. That's like me asking him, does he know Honcho or Rod Wave or something like that? It's two completely different ball games.
I'll be honest with you, that dude right there, that Chris probably know all the people you naming.
I hear you, but
that dude did go real hard at Jeff, though. It was kind of great.
He went at my man Jeff like that, man. I got your back, Jeff, man. Much love to y'all, baby.
Thanks,
hey,
Craig.
Chris, call back. Go ahead. You can go ahead, Crank.
Hey, and let's clear the record. I appreciate Chris coming at me that hard. Pause. Because it's the passion for the music. I love it. You know? That's it.
Oh, my Lord.
Leave me alone, fellas.
Mr. Handel on Twitter says, bleep the people who come to a complete stop when they're passing a speed camera. It is.
Yeah, how dumb is that, man? It doesn't say you can't be going anything over the speed limit. And it doesn't say you have to be 0. They'll be at 36 and speed cameras at 35, and they drop down to 20. No sense.
It's the same people that if you don't know where you're going and you need your directions, you need your phone directions to get you there, that's cool. Do it before you start driving the vehicle.
Yeah. Don't wait till you get there.
Like these people that just start driving and then don't know where they're going and just stop at an intersection or just slow down because they're unsure if they have to go left or right. Like, how selfish are you?
You know why they do that? Because people say if you hit somebody from the back.
Okay. We can hear Derek now. I want to let him have his opportunity. Derek, who you mad at, buddy?
Sorry about that, JP and B Mitch. So
all
again,
good, bud.
my bleep views to the whole VA disability claim process for taking 5.5 months to process my claim, deny me, not give me the reason why they denied me. Now I have to go through more jump hoops to figure out why they denied me and file an appeal with a judge, which is going to take about a year to figure it out.
I'm sorry, man. I like
What's your name again?
sincerely. What?
His name?
Derek.
Derek, go on LinkedIn right now. I think the name is Miaisha, Misha Middleton. She knows how to. She'll be able to find a way to get you approved and everything else. Misha Middleton.
Oh, B Mitch already did that. They had all my information, all my medical.
No. A lot of people will deny. They go through her. They ain't denied no more.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, dude, I also know a group, the
brother.
Veteran Success Resource Group. A buddy of mine runs that, and they help vets with a lot of stuff. So maybe that can help too. I am really sorry, man. That's BS. I hope it gets solved.
Appreciate you, brother.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you, guys.
Now we do have a whole lot of bleeps going off in the chat, including somebody that said, "Bleep you, Landville." I think you're going to agree with this. My man Rowdy says, "Bleep you to the guys that call in and talk about when they met B-Mitch." that is a favorite pastime of numerous callers. Yo, B, we met at Hooters.
Man, y'all gotta realize I'm a nice
19...
guy. When I meet people, I leave a lasting impression.
Clearly. Somebody said, bleep you, James.
Yeah, if I don't much try to meet people, JP run around hollering out my name.
OH. Jeff, what is the rule with J-Dogs?
Stick together forever.
Stick together forever. James Stanfield is kicked out of the J-Dogs because he said, bleep JP for thinking his music range is broad. Man can barely stay on beat. So,
oh, no, he can't stay on beat.
You are out, James Stanfield of the J-Dogs.
We agree with that, James.
I'm going to give an honorary membership. I'm not sure he will take it.
Ooh.
Jera is on the line. Hello, Jera. Would you like to join the J-Dogs? Me and Jeff Walker.
Hell no. Hey, listen, how y'all doing anyway? Listen, it's a good Friday,
man.
Or Thursday, getting ready to be Friday. Hey, blank you to that Commando Drunko, whatever the hell his name is, that called in and blasted my team. Kiss my ass, Blanco, Commando. And another thing is this. I'm all with Jeff. Did that nerd tell Jeff to read a book on Phil Collins? What kind of time do you have, you dumbass? You want to read a book about some singer? My God. Hey, listen, y'all have a great weekend. I got to go.
Thank you, Jera. That was so good.
Oh, my Lord.
Peter Rosenberg joins us next.
Boy.
I know Brian loves this song. I guess Peter requested this as his walk-up. Rosenberg,
No,
how you doing, bud?
I did not request this. This is now. We're now just getting. Now it's just getting offensive.
I think Landfill takes great pleasure in playing awful 90s nostalgia rock.
That's a great song. I thought Peter loved it. I thought that's what he wanted.
No, this is now. It's bordering on disrespect now.
What was the song you did want?
You really don't remember?
No.
You know what? I'm gonna JP. I'm gonna send you a note on the side. This is now crazy. He has to be joking at this point. He has to be. I mean, he has to remember this. There we go.
Landfill asked us if he could troll you one more time, and we thought Four Non-Blondes might be the song that sent you over the edge.
Wait, which song was that again?
Four Non-Blondes, What's Up?
Four Non-Blondes. Forgot about that one.
That song was definitely played at like a Westland dance, I feel like.
Yeah, it could have been.
B Mitch calls it the yodeling song because that's kind of what it sounds.
It sounds just like she's yodeling.
It does, it's got yodel energy. It's giving yodel.
That and the Cranberries song are peak yodeling energy.
Oh, well, the Cranberries, that's the goat. That's the goat of pop yodeling right there.
How are you, dude? What's going on?
Chilling, man. Chilling. Fun times. Good times in sports right now. Having a ball.
How much fun is the city with the Knicks?
It's alive. It's definitely alive, man.
And the Rangers too.
Yeah, Rangers too, man. That team is hot. They actually had a similar sort of first couple of games in that they both played at the Garden. They both won both their games. You got to feel really good about being up 2-0. But on the flip side, you could look at both Carolina and the Pacers and see how they could feel good about the fact that they were in the games the way they were and that it could turn around when they go home. I certainly don't love the Knicks' chances going back to Indiana, particularly with what sounds like there's some pessimism around the Anunoby injury.
Really?
How about Brunson, though?
I don't think anyone's worried about Brunson. Brunson just plays, bro. That guy, I don't even know. It's funny. The total yesterday on Brunson points was 37.5. And obviously he went well under because he missed the entire second quarter. If he had played, he definitely would have. He still finished with, I think, 27? So,
29, I think. Yeah.
29. And he missed the total by 8.5 because he skipped a quarter of the game. The dude's unreal.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but Anunoby, played his best game as a Knick yesterday. I mean, I would give Anunoby basically the MVP yesterday because when Brunson went down, Anunoby stepped up in such a big way and really kept them alive all the way back. And then by the time he left the game, Brunson was kind of taken over. So yeah, I'm certainly a little bit pessimistic about Game 3, but you guys know it's the playoffs. All you got to do is protect your home, and that's what they did.
Yeah, Anunoby with 28 last night. It does feel like now you're a Celtics fan, so I don't think the league needs to do this for the Celtics. I don't think that Cleveland series is going to be much to it, frankly. But it sure, B and I keep talking about this. It sure seems like the league wants Celtics Knicks Eastern Conference Finals.
I mean, how could you not want it? I mean,
I kind of want it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'd still Boston, Indiana would still be fun, and there's a little, but the juice is gone there because Larry's no longer with the Pacers, right? Like it would have had juice if Larry was still the president or something like that. But with Larry gone, not a lot of juice there. Knicks Celtics, man, you want to talk about that could generate football numbers. That could potentially generate. If you had a weekend Saturday night game, you could generate regular season football numbers if you get that matchup, just in terms of the popularity of those two teams. So, it's funny. We've been joking a lot on my show because I'm a Celtics fan. but I don't live in Boston, as you know. I'm not from Boston, as you know.
Yep.
And I've lived here now for 17 years. And I'm not going to even lie to you guys. My urgency so far in the playoff, I barely watched game 1 of the Celtics Cavs series. I had something to do. And like how much commitment I had to seeing it, it certainly doesn't rank to the commitment I currently have to watching these Knicks games. So we've been joking about, will I feel my heart change when the Knicks play the Celtics if they play in the conference finals? Because it is like nothing's the Commanders. The Commanders are the only team that are like locked away in a case that can never be affected by anything. It's not quite the same when you love a team, but you don't have the home connection to it.
Right.
So listen, I plan on and assume I will still be rooting for the Celtics when this series happens. But I'm not going to lie, this Knicks team is definitely taking everyone in the city on a journey right now.
That's interesting, dude. How much grief do you get up there being a Commanders, Celtics, Penguins fan?
It's kind of strange there, Pete.
Well, yeah, it doesn't help that 2 of those teams aren't even from my hometown. Probably doesn't help. But you know, the Penguins, I admit, you know, like my hockey fanship is like really kind of playoff based. Like I'm not a hardcore night in, night out Penguin watcher. Though I do have had a lot of great moments with that team. The Celtics are a little different. It does take me back a long time. Like I was a really hardcore Celtics fan, you know, in my childhood when Bird was still playing. But this is post championship, so like I didn't get to see them win the first championship until 2008.
Right.
So you know, I was rooting for the Celtics. You know, when Reggie Lewis died. And, you know, when bad draft picks and Rick Pitino, and I went through a lot of bad times actually as a Celtics fan. It always sounds now like you're such a front runner to root for the Celtics, but the Celtics had a lot of lean years there in the middle that people kind of forget about, which was essentially our childhood. Pretty lean times, you know, when John Bagley was my point guard, you know. So, but that being said, yeah, I get some level of grief, but I'm not your typical sports radio New York gas bag. Like I argue with nuance. And so like I will admit, like, yeah, I love the Celtics, but just as I'm telling you guys, I'm not gonna sit and tell you that like I had to interview Ghostface on Tuesday and the Celtics were playing and I wasn't even really thinking about game 1 of the Celtics Cavs series. Like it's just at this point in time, even though it's a second round matchup, all the Celtics could do in that series is have one of the biggest collapses of all time, which they're not going to have. They're going to roll in this series. I don't know that Cleveland plays a close game in the series, and that does not mean I think the Celtics will roll on the Knicks or Pacers the way I know Charles Barkley said they would last night. I think that if this Knicks team, assuming they don't lose Anunoby, like if I'm hearing they're pessimistic about Game 3. I don't know about you guys. If that's even a concern, I'm not playing Anunoby in Game 3. I'm only thinking about Game 4.
Yeah, like, I think you're right.
And if Indiana lose another one without him playing, then
exactly.
That's over.
So either way, you don't play Anunoby. Let's suppose you somehow win. All right, great. Series is over. You don't play Anunoby, you lose, but you get him to rest and you bring him back for Game 4, and you still held serve. You're down 2-1 playing Game 4 in Indiana. I think at this point, with the team that lacks the depth the way the Knicks do, certainly the way Tibbs coaches, because he just doesn't play people, I don't think you could risk bringing back Anunoby. And if that means sacrificing Game 3, guys, I'm sacrificing Game 3 up 2-0.
I don't think that's that crazy. I wanted to make sure one thing was on your radar because you got a lot going on between 80 Jobs and New York sports. I'm talking with our friend Peter Rosenberg from New York City, ESPN New York, Hot 97, Cheap Heat, a million things. Follow him at Rosenberg Radio. But I did want to make sure you saw this. Ezekiel Elliott joined the Cowboys. Zeke's going back.
I saw.
Zeke's going back to Dallas, but he said he's going back to Dallas because he wants a ring. I was curious if you know what kind of ring he's looking for, like a Ring camera or
he has a girlfriend in Dallas.
Yeah.
You know, that's so funny too, because I know it happened right around the draft, right? And everyone was like, wait a second, this was the Cowboys' big move, was that they were back to Oh yeah, all in, and then they signed Ezekiel Elliott. But let me say, while people did make fun of them, I don't dislike that signing. It's just a not something it's something that happens and you just go, cool. It's not an all-in kind of move, but I will say I still thought Zeke had gas in the tank when they let him go, and I thought he was still pretty good in New England, but that is amusing to me. Have they done anything to significantly improve and make you believe that they're actually going to be ready to go on a run?
They might have lost more than they brought in.
We had our guy Bobby Belt on from the Dallas Odyssey station, who does a really good job. He's a funny Twitter follow too. He thinks they've gotten worse. He thinks they're about a 500 team.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. We took a nice piece or two from the Cowboys.
Yeah, and I think the coaching, the moves, getting Quinn and Witt out of there is going to be a big deal. I basically, the way Bobby explained it to us is, you know how some teams just continue to kick the can on the salary cap and deal with it later, and then eventually, like we've seen it in New Orleans, it holds them hostage. The Rams are kind of trying to go through that right now. That's what's happening in Dallas, is the short answer.
Yep.
They just don't have the options to do anything, so they're going to say that they're all in, but they just can't do anything.
They're going to say they're all in and sign Zeke.
They're really all in what they
Right.
have because they can't get much more.
Wow. Yeah, well, listen, they're certainly not the first team I'm thinking about this year, and frankly, even if they didn't have a bad offseason, I'm just at that point where I don't believe it with them. The thing that's interesting to me is the conundrum that is Jerry Jones being sort of the ring chaser that you'd think he is, and yet his weird loyalty to mediocre coaches. It's very odd.
Well, he can run things when he has a
shocking.
mediocre coach.
There are.
Yeah,
I've explained this theory, and I think you support it, B. My theory on NFL head coaches: you have your strategy guys that are like hardcore scheme playbook, like that. That's how they rose there, is because they are a strategic mind. Then you have
your Kyle Shanahan.
Sure. Then you have your people mind that are just really good at leading men. They are motivators. They know how to read the room. They know how to act and operate. Now, when you get a guy that can do both of those things, you got a Hall of Famer. That's a Joe Gibbs. That's a Sean McVay. There's a third category, though, which sucks. But these people exist all over the NFL. They existed here in Washington for some time. Just dudes that will kind of do whatever the boss tells them to. The GM or the owner, whoever it is, that is the third pillar of NFL coaches, and that's who Jerry always hires.
Get paid.
Can I ask you guys an important question?
What's that?
So Dan Quinn is the strategy guy?
I think he's a people guy.
Yeah.
You think he's a people guy?
He's the guy that can get the good people around
He's
him.
a room guy.
Yeah. Now, defensively, as a coordinator, he's proven to be a strategy guy, too. People love him, but they're also really good. Now, can he prove to do that? Because the Atlanta success was the Shanahan offense. Like, can he prove to be a people and a strategy guy in Washington? Then you got
it was a Shanahan. The destruction was a Shanahan offense too
in the Super Bowl. But yeah.
But Quinn get blamed more for that. You up that much and you keep throwing the ball. That's on that offense.
Peter, we got to bounce, man. Thank you. Hope you didn't mind the bit.
I loved it. Appreciate you guys.
All right, later, buddy. That is our guy, Peter Rosenberg. Check him out at Rosenberg Radio.
We get Rosenberg in the studio one day so he can go right in there and punch Landfill right in his eye.
Two things when we come back. We're not going to have a ton of time. We got legit breaking news out of Ashburn, seriously, and shocking. I mean, we might have to warn people before we play this audio we've acquired. Nobody go anywhere. Stokes, who was their director of player personnel, I believe. Been with the organization since Ron came up. Got promoted in 21. I know Eric pretty well. He's a really good dude. He's going to get a new job. But this is the time cycle for front office changes. Coaches get fired at the end of seasons. Coaches get hired at the end of seasons. Front office typically is after the draft. And I think what they're going to do, Stokes' contract expired, and they're just not renewing it. So he's not really fired. But as someone who has been non-renewed on various contracts, it feels
you're fired, dog.
It feels like getting fired.
Yeah, you're fired.
That's okay. So that's the actual news. I was not joking when I said there was real news out of Ashburn. That counts, right?
Yep, that counts.
All right. Number 2, less newsy, but perhaps more important. I just got a text from my mom who said Jeff is a total idiot.
Why? What I do to deserve that, Mama?
Phil Collins.
I don't know.
Probably the Phil Collins.
She is a big Allman Brothers fan. She and I have seen Allman Brothers together.
That's fine. I will take that lashing for not knowing the Allman Brothers.
Lastly,
yeah, did you say pistachios or something?
Cashew brother. Lastly, and listen, I want to be serious here, folks, because if you're driving your car or something, or if you're on the YouTube stream, like this is alarming. This is alarming audio. I have no idea how to set this up, Landfill. What do you think? What is the appropriate?
I think we should just play it, but the people be warned.
Yeah, it's like some
everybody
people.
Be warned. This is alarming.
It's disturbing.
Yeah, very.
Now that audio, folks, is not somebody fighting a bear. That is our friend Greg, who may or may not have spotted a snake in his driveway.
The tough dude with the tattoos and all.
Play it one more time, lady. It's like a old man on a roller coaster.
Hey, Ring cameras will expose you. Ring cameras will expose you, brother.
Jeffrey, quick, where are we at on the bets?
Okay, so Landfill sitting at 3-0. JP, you sitting at 2-1. B made his way back into the standings. He at 2-2, and unfortunately, I am sitting at Owen Walker this week.
Owen Walker.
I'm taking the Guardians money line because they're starting Blake Lively.
Blake Lively, she's attractive.
Yeah, very, very much.
No,
so.
not that one.
Give me the Yankees, baby.
Who they playing
for your Yankees?
The Astros.
Oh, they about to lose.
Okay,
let me get OKC money line. Is that I can do money line?
It's 200.
Bam, right on point.
That is sleazy.
Yes, it is. I'm gonna take it too.
Give me the Knicks plus 7.5 as well.
The Knicks play tomorrow.
Oh, my bad. I was looking on the
No,
fan.
you should have let it go.
Yeah. No, I'm looking at the fan. I'm hurrying up here, bro.
We got to go. I'll take the over in Dallas, OKC.
All right, we're done. Jeff, go get a bet in.
Apparently, Greg's not thrilled about us playing that audio, but you sent it to us, dude. Thank you to John Keim. Thank you to John Keim. Thank you to Ben Standig. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg. Thank you to everybody that called. Thank you to everybody that called in. Grant and Danny coming up next. You've made it this far. Greg owes you a
Good afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny, May 9th, 2024. Happy Thursday. Hopefully you're having a great afternoon to this point. We got a nice show planned for you today. Brian Geltzeiler of NBA TV is joining the show at 3. We're going to talk to Brian about the NBA playoffs that are ongoing. And at 5 o'clock, our buddy Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post stops through. Barry wrote a column yesterday suggesting the Nats should call up James Wood, their top minor league prospect. He says the time is now. I want to ask him about that at 5 o'clock today, right here on The Fan. We are giving away tickets. Wrestling Fans Unite. We got tickets to see AEW coming to DC. We'll give those away at 2 different points today. A pair at 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz, and then a pair at 5 when we talk to Barry. So make sure you're listening all day long. Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
What's up, dude? Today? It feels like I've been doing a lot of things, but I've accomplished nothing. Like I was outside, then I was back inside, and it feels like I just got here and like it's dark. I don't know what's going on, man. Everything is weird today, but I think we'll make it. We'll get through it.
I think it's been a good day so far.
Been a good day.
Highlight of the day.
So like it's seamless. Like they get home from school, they're just chaos. It's awful. Everyone's in a terrible mood. They're like hungry and tired and cranky. Then it's like, all right, 6-year-old, transition right to competing at a sporting event. With your mom will take it. It'll be great. So, but that part kind of sucks. And I won't be there for it.
I was thinking we're about to do the show with nothing really breaking all day, nothing new since last night. But then a couple of things came down within the last 45 or so minutes. First and foremost, the Wizards are going to be sending Bilal Coulibaly as their representative to the lottery for the NBA draft on Sunday. So remember when they got John Wall, they actually sent the wife of the late Abe Pollin, Irene, I believe, and she had like a lucky rabbit's foot or something, and she was at the lottery, and they land the number 1 pick. They hit the lottery.
That was a fun night.
They get John Wall. They're looking to replicate, although it doesn't look like there's a John Wall in this draft for the record. But they're going to send Bilal Coulibaly, their rookie, who had a pretty strong first season, to go represent the Wizards on what is the biggest night this offseason for the organization.
It's going to just shape what they do and how they have to do it, right? Like you need to know where you're picking to strategize. Now, there's about a 50% chance, a little less than 50, it's about 48%. They could get picks 5 or 6 by virtue of the fact they had the second worst record. Then there's a just over 50% chance they could pick somewhere between 1 and 4. Each of those is around 12, 13, 14%. But bottom line is this: they're in the top half of the top 10 at some point. There's going to be somebody that helps you in this draft. Maybe a couple guys. I don't know how many superstars there are. We never do. Even guys that are supposed to be superstars, sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. Sometimes it's disappointment. But to me, there's always you always throw the dart at the board. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the guy that finished second in the MVP voting, was drafted in the teens. Nikola Jokic is a second-round pick. Giannis was the 18th pick overall. There are always players in drafts.
Yeah, find them.
You got to find one. And this group is as good as anybody. Again, you think of Dawkins cutting his teeth in Oklahoma City. You watch those guys go about it. They're sort of built in an unusual way, but they found players.
Go get a star. Not an easy job, but that's
hard
why
to do.
You wear the crown. That's why you get paid the big bucks. You just got to find the really good players. And if there's not stars, that's okay too. Find the really good, best players when we look back at this class. If we look back in 10 years and we go, man, that was a terrible draft class, just pick the guys that were the better of them, and hopefully this front office seems to have hit on Coulibaly, who's going to be on site, will be able to do that. 14% chance right around the top 3 teams of getting the number 1 pick. Just as a reminder, draft lotteries are not for me. I am very much for teams being able to build however they want to. If you're a fan and you have to live through the team being bad, because that's going to happen with or without the rules set up to create a lottery, you should get the benefit of the excitement of picking at the very top of the board. I'm already living the existence for a 4-year rebuild as a Nats fan, right? O's fans, we just saw them with one of the best teams in baseball at Nationals Park the last 2 days. They're great because they hit on draft picks at the top of the board, like number 1 overall Adley Rutschman, and they rebuilt by design so that they could take Heston Kjerstad second and Colton Cowser in the top 5. These guys that are now outstanding, and they traded pieces and brought in prospects. You should be able to build how you want to build. The fact that the Nationals now this year are going to pick 10th, and that was the best they could have picked, even if they were 15 games worse than any other team in baseball last year, because the rules are set up to keep teams that are really bad from picking at the top of the board in successive years in big markets. I think it's a joke. So is the NBA draft lottery probably better than the new design in baseball? Yeah, I'd say so. But I am adamantly for rank the teams in reverse order of the standings, please. Or as Jerry Jones thinks they do it, in the order of the standings. I don't know if you saw that quote.
When that's special.
A couple of weeks ago when he's like, we're picking where we're picking because we're the 24th best team in the league. And it's like,
you're right,
not
Jerry.
quite, but I'm not going to argue with you,
You're totally
Jerry.
right, big guy.
Yeah.
Nice job. Get some more surgery. I can deal with a little bit of lottery. Like the baseball's rules to me are terrible. Like you can't, if you pick in the top 5, you can't do that again or something. Nonsense to me. That's stupid. That's really, really dumb.
That's really my main issue.
That's my biggest gripe.
I say I have a problem with the lottery because of the nuances in the baseball lottery system. Maybe I don't despise the lottery in and of itself. Like, I would just go reverse order and enough already.
Mm-hmm.
But my real problem is when you punish teams by saying, we're going to prohibit you from being bad by not letting you pick at the top of the draft. Kick rocks.
Yeah. You've also made it harder for me to be good. So thanks for doing that, I suppose. What I don't like, though, I keep saying this and nobody cares, like pre-show meeting or commercial breaks or to anybody to listen. The Wizards were terrible this year, and there's a great chance they don't pick 1, 2, 3, or 4. I can't get over that. Like, I would fix that. I would change that. I don't know how to do it. I'm not smart enough. But we've seen it a number of times where the worst reasonably that the Wizards could pick, that's happened to them multiple times over. They picked lower than their slot, or they could have picked 3rd or 4th, ended up 8th, whatever year it was. Happens all the damn time. The fact is there's a coin toss chance that they pick 5th or 6th, despite going through the pains of this year. I hate that. If you end up 1, 2, or 3, fine by me. You're in the bottom 3. If you're in the bottom 3, there should be a way that you stay pretty much in the bottom 3. Maybe get crazy and go to 4. I don't like the idea that there's a coin toss that they're going to pick 5th or 6th. That I can't get over.
The Commanders made news before we went on the air in the last hour. They did not renew the contract of Senior Director of Player Personnel, Eric Stokes. So that title, Senior Director of Player Personnel, for Eric Stokes is newer. He originally came in to be basically the guy that ran their pro scouting department. That started in 2020. Then he got the elevation to the role in 2021. Things went so well in 2020 when they went 7-9 and made the playoffs that they gave him the bump up. And 3 years later, Adam Peters is moving on from him. Here's how I view this. Free agency and the draft, placed where they are in the NFL calendar, prohibit a new executive from making wholesale sweeping changes in the front office. When you're hired, the timeline is typically late January, mid-January, early February, in that window. You are, if I can use the analogy of a 26-mile marathon, like on mile 22 of your free agency and draft prep, the amount of work that's been done, the planning, the lists that have been put together, the rankings that have been done in terms of interest within the organization is bountiful. And even if you're coming in with now new philosophies and you disagree with those rankings and or how the lists were put together, and you tell your guys, here's now the new image I want to operate with. Our new paradigm is this. Reshuffle these lists and spit out the algorithm that gets me the big, strong player that we're looking for, the fast guy that we're looking for. Even if you're going to come in and do that, and I'm sure Peters did to some extent, a guy like Eric Stokes knows everything that everyone in the building thinks. So if you come in and you just blow him out, or you blow out your entire scouting department that has given you all your draft intel, Those guys then go get jobs all over the league. There is more knowledge of how you view players, what your plan might be, and what internally the org thinks than you want out there. So for that reason, and probably because you also, frankly, just want to see who's good and who isn't, you owe that in some way to these professionals. It's the best practice is probably to keep the ones that are good and get rid of the ones that are bad, rather than what everyone wants you to do, which is just come in and fire everyone because the team was bad. There's always good people in bad buildings, right? So for those two reasons, I think you don't just come in and make big changes. But free agency's in the rear view. So all of the prep that you did for those players, kind of irrelevant now. The draft is behind us. So this week really is the first opportunity for Adam Peters now to restructure this front office in his image and to reshape the vision moving forward from a decision-making standpoint the way that he wants. It's easy when a guy's contract is up.
Mhm.
So with Stokes, it's time. You either pay me and keep me and give me a title, or I walk. And that makes it really easy when you're moving on from people. With Martin Mayhew, who's under contract beyond this football season, you either pay him and fire him to do nothing, or you say, hey, go sit in the office over there, write some reports. When I need you, I'll call you. And that's what they're going to do with him. I bet Marty Herney's not going to be in the building very much at all. You know, he's going to be making money and he's a phone call away if they need him, like that kind of role. But if you're under contract and you make a bunch of money, they're probably not going to blow you out. I've been told Josh Harris doesn't like to pay people not to work. So you could get something out of them, even if they're not that significant in the decision-making process. But with a guy like Stokes, your contract's up. I'm just looking over the last 4 years here of player acquisition. Good luck to you, sir. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, the resume doesn't speak for itself, or I guess maybe it does. I think it's a very good job by you laying it out. There are different calendars. I mean, I know when the league year starts, the league calendar goes in a certain way, but it's different for every role in the organization. Like, to your point, scouts, front office personnel, they just finished their year up, right? So players, their season is long done. The ownership group, their season is long done. The business department probably doesn't stop. But this fiscal year, so to speak, for pro personnel people, scouting people, they just finished. And that's why now is the time that it's going to happen, certainly.
That's a good way to look at
it.
Like, first quarter starts now.
Mm-hmm. Of this new year. So that now you begin your new round of pro scouting, college scouting, and the like to prepare for next year's player acquisition windows and the whole 9 yards.
And I don't know if the contracts expire nowish, but they should. Like, in a smart, ideal situation, your scouts' contracts and evaluations where they sit down and you go over their performance, any kind of performance evals, should be happening now. I just wonder how much more we'll see in short order in the next week, 2, 3 weeks in terms of change. It's not going to be sweeping, obviously, but there are plenty of scouts that have been here a long time with several regimes. There are newer guys that came in for the Marty Party operation. I just wonder, it's not just going to be Stokes. Who else might be gone?
And you also wonder, too, given different marching orders. In other words, a scout can be good, bad, or everything in between on their own merit. They can also turn in a report based on what they were told. So in other words, if the old personnel management person, let's say it's one of the Martys, for example, who's still collecting a paycheck, says, find me the guy that's the best at plugging the C gap, or find me the guy that's the best at running an in-breaking route as a receiver, or whatever the case is, right? So the scout comes back and turns in the work, and this is this guy, this is that guy. He may have done a good job in that regard, but was that the right thing to look for, et cetera? You got to be able to determine, can the scout implement and find me what I'm looking for? Right. That's always kind of harder to judge the work. And this was always such a cloudy thing under Snyder, is we never knew who was making what call. We never knew who was turning in good work and then getting overruled because Dan came off the yacht and wanted to make a pick, or who was really in charge. This was a Bruce pick or that was someone else's pick. Now we know. You know whose pick it is? Adam Peters' pick. There's going to be input.
Yeah.
And it should be collaborative. It should be. Right. You have a lot of smart people in a room. Let's make the best decision. But the buck stops with one man, and he's got a great head of hair.
I mean, in a lot of ways, Stokes was the Adam Peters here. He was like the dude doing the work under the GM.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the structure was odd. I mean, maybe Peters, the analogy would be better that Peters was like Mayhew, who was listed as the general manager here, because obviously the real general manager was Rivera over the last 4 seasons. And then the de facto listed GM who kind of did some of the grunt work, so to speak, and made the phone calls and got the other GMs on the line for trade talks was Martin Mayhew. But Stokes, in his role, according to the website, oversaw the day-to-day operations of the personnel department. That's kind of what Adam Peters was doing in San Francisco. That's now what presumably Lance Newmark is going to be doing, as your assistant general manager. Everyone can have titles. Like there's titles all over the place. Everyone made a big deal, remember, when Peters was named the general manager. And on the website, it said Adam Peters GM, and then it said Martin Mayhew GM. People thought it was the weirdest thing. And I didn't care at all. How does anyone spend 1 second bothered by he's not the GM, Peters is? You know what I'm talking about when I say he's not, he is? One of them's the general manager. It's not Martin Mayhew. They're going to change titles. They're going to sort this out. It's going to be okay. But Stokes was heavily involved here. And as much as I'm sure he's a really good guy, I personally have had no experiences with him. I've heard good things about him as a dude. It's a results business, and the personnel results for this organization while he was here were terrible. Doesn't mean he's bad at his job. He might be excellent.
Yeah, he might. Again, this is what I was pointing to.
You never know. But fair or not, sometimes it works out in your favor, probably. Sometimes it doesn't. You get graded based on, hey, how is the personnel department? How are your decisions in free agency and the draft over your 4 seasons?
They worked out very poorly.
And really, the first year, 2020, when he was on the pro side, they were great that offseason. He was working with Kyle Smith, who's now in Atlanta. That was the offseason they got Logan Thomas, and they brought in J.D. McKissick, and they got a lot out of spending a little, if you remember. They brought in Kendall Fuller. The 3 years since, when he's kind of been the point man running the departments, are where it's been really, really bad, which is not to call him out. He might be good, but how am I supposed to grade you, sir?
Mm-hmm.
What do you want me to do?
What I'd rather do is look at merits instead of excuses as to why something wasn't your fault, right? I mean, that's kind of my point about all the Martys that are still there and people from the last regime. There's a stink to me. I know these guys don't care. I know Harrison Company don't care, and Adam Peters with his great hair and square jawline, and Lance Newmark don't care, and that's awesome for them. That's really cool. But for the rest of us here on the ground, like, again, whether it's Stokes' fault or not, there's a stink. There's an air. There's a putrid smell that comes around the corner before you enter the room. It's like, oh, that's one of the guys that was here before, making all the terrible decisions. He may have made 0.0 decisions. He may have just turned in his homework and said, do with this information that I've given you what you will, Ron.
Or every time they were about to make a terrible decision, he might have said, Mr. Rivera, this is a really bad idea. Trust me, this is what you want to do.
But I looked at the analytics of football. I really did. Okay. I looked at a spreadsheet in Indianapolis. So
Carson Wentz is not the guy you want, sir. Taylor Heineke is not who you and everybody else seems to think he is, sir. I mean, maybe he was just batting 1,000.
He could have been. He could have. Here's what I do if I was him. I would have tape recorded all those conversations just to prove it later.
As a reminder, sir, Ryan Fitzpatrick is old and often gets injured, sir.
Sir.
I like the idea, sir. Like he's just some young guy with a pocket protector.
Sir, I would think twice about giving William Jackson that money.
I feel rejuvenated as a sports fan. I feel like my battery is recharged as an advocate of sports in the District of Columbia. I will explain next on Grant and Danny, right here on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan all over DC on 106.7 over the air. Remember to download the Odyssey app if you're ever traveling and on the go. It's a great way to listen to us every single day. I get notes on Twitter, on Instagram at Grant H. Paulson, people listening from around the country or on vacation, which is very, very cool. We appreciate that. And you can watch us. You can stream us. We are on YouTube now, a video version of the Grant and Danny radio program. I toggle with these little cameras, that are on top of this computer. Anytime I leave the studio or Danny does, they follow us. So then we come back. And then as I'm talking, Darius gets in my ear and says, fix the cameras.
Fix the cameras.
And it's a very tedious, fun process. And we do that for you guys so you can see us in high definition.
Fair warning, it's us. You know what I mean? It's like it's you and me on those cameras. Like, they don't make us handsomer. You know, it's just you and I.
It's just another way to watch and enjoy the program, hopefully. And that's really what we do, Danny. We give around here.
That's right.
That's why we're here, man. We want you guys to enjoy the show however you can. So video now available. Speaking of which, I've got a polo shirt today. It's a blue polo shirt with like a crocodile on it. Lacoste, I guess.
Yeah, I like that one. I've commented on that one before. I like it.
Got khaki shorts and black kicks.
I got some athletic gear on, including my court shoes. I'll show you here on the video.
Are those pickleball shoes?
They are. I got a big pickleball thing tonight. I'm at Down the Line Sports Center in Fairfax tonight.
Very cool.
I'm doing a big event.
Pickleball shoes actually, like, is it like
I don't know if they're a
shoes?
thing. Yeah.
So those are just shoes.
Yeah, I call them court shoes.
You didn't go to a website for pickleball shoes and buy them.
No, it's what I bought. I think maybe they're starting to come out with them now, which I don't need to do that. Like anything that's good for a court, like a tennis court, is probably appropriate.
Has pickleball completely replaced biking for you, or do you still do any biking?
I bike.
I haven't seen you wear that giant helmet lately.
Well, I guess it's just a helmet, but like I can't bike here because it just wouldn't work. There's no trail. There's no way to do it.
Virginia now. It's very different than when you lived in DC.
Well, yeah, but I lived closer in Virginia. I probably could, but where I am in Fairfax, there's no real way to do it. So I haven't biked in a little bit, but yeah, I play a lot more pickleball now.
I was so rejuvenated as a Nats fan and as a baseball fan last night. Sounds funny to say, by the way, because they lost to the Orioles. First things first, I just want to say that Orioles team is so good.
Yes, they are.
They are outstanding. I am excited for what lies ahead for them. They're going to be a tough out in the American League postseason. They got a chance to win a World Series. Now, at one point, I'm sitting there. Me and Toby went over to the game last night, and we're going, it was extra innings, I think. And we're looking at the lineup, and it's like, you go Cedric Mullins.
Where's the break?
Gunnar Henderson, Adley Rutschman, Ryan Mountcastle, Anthony Santander that can go deep on any pitch, Jordan Westberg, who at points this year's carried them. Like you got to go 7 batters at a time generally to find, like, okay, if we make a mistake here, it's probably not going to kill us. So kudos to them. They've built a really good team. The one thing that they don't have right now is a back of the bullpen because Craig Kimbrell is falling apart.
I didn't love that signing initially, and I love it even less now.
Yeah, they're needing to save him from save situations. He's blowing just about every time he comes out. But the Orioles last night led the Nats in the 9th inning. It was a 3-1 game, and Washington needed 2 to send it to extras, and they're down to their final out. You're going, this is not going to happen. But the scrappy Nats, bro, I love this squad. They get a solo home run, pulled to right field by a guy who was their worst player, Eddie Rosario, for the majority of this season to this point. And then down to their final out again, they walk twice. They draw a couple of walks, have good at-bats. And C.J. Abrams is at the plate, the face of the franchise, trying to send the game to extras or win the thing. And this was the AB last night.
Second baseman and shortstop shading the middle of the pitch. Swing and a line drive. Base hit into right field. Nasim Nunez scores. Young speeding around second. He goes to third. The game is tied and the winning run is 90 feet away.
They tie it with the 2-run rally. It's 3-3. 11th inning, they give up 2 runs. Now it's 5-3. You're not going to come back again. They get another 2 runs, come all the way back, tie the game, make it 5-5. Then they give up 2 runs in the 12th. And you're going, okay, now this thing's definitely over. Soon as the 12th inning starts, Luis Garcia, RBI double.
Drills one to right.
He's on second. He ended up not scoring to tie the game. But with nobody out, you had the tying run at second. They die harder than Bruce Willis, bro. It is just a lot of fun to watch this team. They 3-hit shutout the Orioles in the first game of the series. Then they go 12 innings toe-to-toe with the Birds in game 2. And oh, by the way, Baltimore in game 1 was throwing Cy Young Award winner Corbin Burns. In game 2, their best pitcher last year, nasty Kyle Bradish. And the Nats countered with Trevor Williams, who's their 5th starter, not pitching like it with a 1.96 ERA. But yesterday it was Mitchell Parker, who was in the minor leagues to start the year, who no one has any expectations for, who's now got a 2.6 earned run average.
He was good again yesterday.
After 5 starts, he pitched into the 6, 2 runs, only gave up a couple solo homers, was awesome otherwise. But for them to stand there in that ballpark, which a lot of Orioles fans made the trip down with the team, I will say. Loud energy for the opponents. The Orioles are really good, and they just come back and come back. And 21 innings of baseball, at the end of it, you outscore the Orioles in the 2 games. It was a really refreshing, awesome couple of days to be a fan of the Nats.
It was competitive and fun. I mean, edge of your seat for as much as a May game could be. That's what it felt like. It felt bigger than just, again, a regular interleague tilt.
There
right?
was an energy in the ballpark that way, like an aura to it almost, where I'm not sitting here pretending like it felt like the playoffs, but on a scale where a normal day at Nats Park feels like whatever this is, on the left side of the scale. And then maxed out at 100 is the Brewers scene right after the Soto knock to tie the game.
Right.
Like, this was way closer to the right than normal.
Yeah, this isn't Diamondbacks Nationals Wednesday, May 8th.
Yes.
It's
Well
not.
said.
It felt like more than that. And I love games like this. Obviously, you don't like losing, obviously, but that's neither here nor there. It's you're playing a team that is bona fide. Like, the Orioles are excellent, coming off a 100-win season, well on their way to another one, and you're going toe-to-toe with them. And they're going, God, these guys are a pain in the butt. Think of Baltimore facing Washington. That's what you are at this point, right? You are not ready to be what the Orioles are and are going to be this year. But you could see glimpses. You could see Luis Garcia coming up in a clutch spot in the extra innings or the 9th inning and drilling a ball to the wall. You could see CJ Abrams being the linchpin coming through. They're doing this without Lane Thomas too, by the way, who was not himself and then injured. And they're still fighting tooth and nail. It's always somebody. It's like this group has that, I don't want to say that magic, because again, they're a 500 club. We're not doing spin kicks for it, but they have that kind of positive vibe, good energy, where it just feels like someone's going to do it.
Yeah.
And the earlier this week, it was the worst hitter in baseball. He'll hit the go-ahead home run in the 8th inning. It's awesome.
And I'm not sitting here pretending like they won last night. Yeah, they didn't. They would have been 19-17, 2 over 500. Little mini sweep of the Orioles, who haven't been swept in like 100 some series. Although 2 games a little different than the traditional 3 or more. But they had their chances, and there were moments late where they didn't take advantage. They probably could have and should have won the game, if you want to look at it that way. My guy, Jacob Young, who I love, had a huge hit, had the sacrifice fly to tie the game, drew a couple of walks. He was in the middle of most of their rallies all night. He didn't get a read on a ball that bounced away from Rutschman behind the plate, where Nunez advanced from second to third, and he was still at first. So on that Abrams broken bat hit, he would have scored the game-winning run from second had he had advanced right before that, and he wasn't able to. And there were little tiny kind of things you don't always notice in the box score like that, where it wasn't clean enough at the end for them to win. They also had several opportunities with ducks on the pond in the 9th and then in the 11th to finish it, and they didn't do that. But they're short on talent. They ran out of talent a little bit last night. Like, Jordan Weems is a middle reliever on a bad team who, that's the underbelly you're eventually going to cut into if you keep playing extra innings against Baltimore. If you look at the lineup, like, Joey Meneses is not a particularly helpful major league player right now. Keibert Ruiz, who did have 2 hits yesterday, which was good to see, is a lost puppy after losing almost 20 pounds and being out for 2 weeks with an illness. They're playing him every day to try to get him back to speed and get his timing down. Rosario had a nice game, but they're not going to stack up if you play enough games against the really good teams. But they have found some things here. When you see Jacob Young, the kid, former 7th-round pick, helping like he is, Abrams coming through in the big spot, massive double for Garcia, who's hitting 320 on the season. Like, some of this is sustainable from players that matter. An RBI hit from Trey Lipscomb last night. And if you've been wading through the desert with so many of us over the last few years, it's starting to pay off. You're starting to see it just feels and looks different. I have not felt what I felt the last 2 nights at Nats Park 21 innings of baseball since 2019. Maybe that 1 month of Schwarber crazy
in 21
home run power in 21. But like that's it. And since then, it was just I can't say it otherwise. It was so refreshing. And I left the ballpark kind of with those feel-good vibes of like really two thoughts. One, oh my God, it has sucked so bad for you don't even think about it going to games, but it's like it has never felt like this.
Yeah.
You're reminded of what it's supposed to feel like. And then also it was just it's a little taste at the water fountain. You're going, I want this again. I want important baseball. Let's keep walking toward the destination here because man, did it feel great.
There's some of the pieces are starting to make sense, right? As you know, we'll talk to Svrluga later on, but James Wood has turned the cover off the ball at AAA. You could see the not too distant future of Cade Cavalli returning, Josiah Gray coming back. I mentioned Lane Thomas and Ruiz getting right, and Dylan Cruz is making slow and steady progress. I mean, there are reinforcements to go. There's free agency to be had as you kind of get out of the contracts of Patrick Corbin and company. There's plenty to be optimistic about, and it's meaningful. But just to your point last night, it solidified it for me. In the 10th, top of the 10th, Kyle Finnegan, who's been nails, by the way, basically has one bad outing in April, and his numbers don't look real good. And other than that, he's nails for months at a time. He's been outstanding since that first week of the season.
I always say he the last 2 years, he's basically got given up a 15-run homer in his first game.
Yep.
And then he's Trevor Hoffman after that, like for 2 months.
And he's been awesome. In the 10th, 4, 5, 6 coming up with a runner on second base. It's Nick Senzel, it's Jesse Winker, it's Joey Meneses. With all due respect to those guys, it ain't the same. You know what I mean? It's not the same as the teams that are really doing it. And it won't be those guys in a year, in maybe a couple of months, in 2 years, whatever. So, you lose the game there because Senzel grounds out to third base. It's a totally unproductive, meaningless out. Winker's fly ball, they might have had a chance to score on it because they scored on a sac fly that was that deep earlier in the game. But who knows? I mean, again, we're not breaking down a playoff game here. It's one of those things where that was a fun atmosphere, and I'm all for those at this point for going to a Nats game or watching Nats games on TV. In this case, I was watching on my phone from my son's practice, right? That was an excellent environment.
Brian Geltzeiler, really high energy, terrific NBA guest. He will join us at the top of the hour in 20 minutes. NBA TV. We'll get the latest on the NBA playoffs. Next, you're not going to believe what 5% of Americans actually think is true. We're Grant and Danny. The NBA passed down a 4-game suspension to Patrick Beverley for throwing a basketball at fans courtside. He actually threw the ball. The guy caught it and was like, "What's going on, man?" And Pat Bev was like, "Throw it back here. I want it again." And the guy's like, "Oh, okay." And he throws him the ball back, and then he launches the ball at him again. So the NBA suspended him 4 games. I said yesterday he should get a larger suspension than I thought Jamal Murray should get for throwing the heat pad on the floor in the middle of a possession in the middle of a playoff game, because it was just involving other players as opposed to fans, which I think is kind of the gatekeeping that I do, where we need the malice at the palace to never happen again or anything like that. And we need to not inspire or motivate fans to interact and to get involved with players. So I would have gone probably a game or 2 for Murray, and probably, I don't know, I would have gone like 10 or 15 games probably for Pat Bev, because I really take the throwing things at fans seriously. Just like you guys want me, speaking of the players, to take the, hey, someone threw something at me seriously, and I'm going to. I'm kicking them out of the arena. They can't come back to the arena. They're not allowed to be here again. I'm protecting you. It's worse, though. Like, they're crazy people who don't have millions of dollars to lose. I need you to not throw anything at the fans. So 4-game suspension to me is a little light, but at least they did something.
Without a doubt. I would have gone further with Pat Bev, especially like the guy in the stands who has the ball is like, "Oh, here you go. You lost your basketball. I got you, pal." And then Beverly looks at him and guns it back at him. I don't know if it glanced off a woman's head or what happened. That to me was preposterous. Like, I don't know what you were thinking. I don't know what point you were trying to prove. You don't just get to be in a bad mood. I'm sorry you're in a bad mood. You're not the first person that's ever been on a team that lost a game before. I would have gone even harder. But I would have suspended Jamal Murray for multiple games at minimum for the playoffs, maybe even more. But Bev needed to be longer. I'm with you.
I think both of them did something that was pretty outrageous.
You just can't do it.
Also, Patrick Beverley's got a way longer history of acting like a fool than Jamal Murray does, which I think needs to be taken into account as well. But that isn't to say that Murray doesn't deserve to be suspended. He got very lucky to just get a fine. I teased this going to break. An estimated 5% of Americans believe that chocolate milk comes from brown cows. I'm going to read that again. Get 100 people in a room. 5 of them think that chocolate milk comes from a brown cow. Now, are you polling 8-year-olds? I don't know. Like, what are these adults? Are these human beings that are functioning in society that get to vote in the election, and that are working at places where we're shopping and getting food? I don't know who these people are.
That's absolutely ludicrous.
But it got me to thinking, Danny, because that's pretty stupid. Like, what is the dumbest thing that you believed as a grown-up that people then had to tell you that's not a thing? Because it's really easy for me, and it comes up on the show from time to time. This is something that I remember you couldn't fathom.
I couldn't believe this one.
I never ate at the Cheesecake Factory, and I actively avoided the Cheesecake Factory because I hate cheesecake, and I thought it was just a building where they made cheesecakes in mass. I thought it was a factory with like conveyor belts where they just assembled
producing cheesecake
to ship them all over the country. And like people would be like, "You want to go to Cheesecake Factory?" And I'm absolutely not. Don't like cheesecake. Like, we can get something else. I'm like, I thought that meant they served other things while you were there for your Cheesecake Factory tour. I didn't really get it. And for a very, very long time, until, I don't know, it's probably been several years now.
Yeah.
I would guess it's been 15, 10 years, something like that. Because I went and ate at one, and I'm like, the menu's massive.
Yeah, it's incredible.
The food is great, and this is one of my probably top 10 restaurants. What in the heck was I thinking? So that was my dumbest thing that I was just so wrong about. Like these 5% of Americans who think chocolate milk comes from brown cows. What is Danny Rouillet's?
Just as a quick side, I would dream about going to a place that was just a factory for cheesecakes. Like that is a utopia for a lot of us. Mine, you guys all joned on when we were talking about this before the show. I still think it's a decent one. I was way too old to believe this, okay? But it never came up, and I never got corrected on it. So as a kid, when you watch Sesame Street or 3-2-1 Contact or any of the shows on PBS back in the day, they would say, brought to you by, and then they would give the name of the sponsor, like the Chubb Group, like a donation from the Paulson Foundation, whatever, right? I thought brought to you by was a word. So in other words, instead of saying brought to you by, I thought it was brought to you by. And so when I would say it in public, I never got corrected as it was something else. I thought it was a word.
Would you use it in the same way?
Yes. Like, in other words, I believe, like, hey, Ryan brought me lunch today. It was brought to you by Ryan. Like, I thought brought to you was it like of an active functioning word in our language until I was like a teenager.
Clary, thing that you believed for way too long.
Yeah, this was a pretty tough one. I mean, I was growing up and I always loved planes. So I'd see a plane fly over as little 10-year-old Ryan. And I thought my dad was a genius because I'd just look up there and be like, Dad, where is that plane going? And he'd be like, Chicago.
He just named the city.
He'd just name it. I'd be like, Dad, that's a pretty big plane. Where is that going? India. Just wherever. And so I always believed that up until I was probably like 6th grade, 7th grade.
And what was your logic? Like, how did you think he knew?
Just from the path. From the path that it was taking.
From the direction it was flying.
Yeah, the direction that it was flying.
It's going left
up.
across.
Yeah.
It's going from right to left across our windshield.
Yes.
So clearly it's going to California.
Exactly.
Okay.
Just simple as that. And so I always believed in that. Driving by Dulles Airport, Reagan, whatever it was, I always thought he knew where the plane was going.
Silly. Until how old?
I was probably like 6th grade, 7th grade. And then one day I just looked up and was like, how do you know this, Dad? And he's like, son, I don't. So that's how I figured out that
I've
he did.
never once known.
All right, Darius, give me yours real quick. 5% of Americans think that chocolate milk comes from a brown cow. The thing that you believed until you were way too old.
So I just recently found this out a couple weeks ago. There was a Instagram reel that I came across that let me know there was a Michael Jackson song where the famous lyric everybody thought it was "Mama say Mama Samu Makusa," which sounds like some kind of African chant or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it turns out that that's not what it said at all. I believe the line goes, "I'm gonna say it one more time. I'm not gonna stop." Is what the actual line was. But for all of my life, I'm going around doing this other
When you were
chant.
saying it out loud, that's what you were saying.
Yes, I'm saying Mama Samu Makusa. And I'm sure I'm not the only one.
You were not.
Instagram,
I mean,
yeah.
Well, if it was a
Billions of
viral
people.
clip online, then yeah, that's probably what people thought.
People have literally, for years, like posted translations of what that means in like whatever dialect. Again, not the words. And no one knew until like not that long ago.
Brian Geltzeiler covers the NBA for NBA TV. We'll dive into the NBA playoffs with him next on G&D on the Fan. Grant and Danny, welcome you back on the Fan. We all want our teams to make the best decisions for their future. Don't forget to do the same for yourself. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Kondori and Murad, will help. They'll guide you and your family to draft a will, set up a trust, create a medical power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys, KMLawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you. Get a discount, KMLawyers.com. You can watch us on YouTube via your smart TVs or on computers. You can listen on 106.7 The Fan, or right now for the next 3 hours in Richmond, AM 910, FM 1051. Take us with you on the Odyssey app. We will be giving away tickets to AEW Wrestling at the Eagle Bank Arena. They're coming to the DMV at Fairfax. We'll do that at 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz and at 5 o'clock before we talk about Barry Svrluga's column. He wants James Wood called up to the Nats. But right now, let's go to the hardwood, talk NBA playoff action with our buddy Brian Geltzeiler, NBA TV, Sirius XM NBA. Brian, it's great to have you on the show again. I want to start with Jamal Murray not being suspended after throwing the heat pack on the floor in the Nuggets-Wolves series. What did you think of the NBA's decision?
I think it was a very bad decision, and I understand the hesitancy of letting a suspension play a large role in deciding what is a vital and very important playoff series. And quite frankly, a second-round playoff series that may end up being what determines who makes the NBA Finals. With all that said, there has to be a punishment for behavior that is risky. And listen, throwing a heat pack at a ref, by the way, after you threw a towel first and didn't get it there, throwing a heat pack at a ref has to have a punishment where you have to sit out a game. You cannot do this and just give the guy a $100,000 fine. Giving a $100,000 fine to a player that, let's be frank about it, guys, it's making $40 million a year. Like, I mean, it's a drop in the bucket. You pull him from a playoff game. Does it hurt his team? It hurts his team in a huge way. Is it a deterrent and a lesson going forward for other players not to do that? It absolutely is, and that's my fear. And I'll say it right along with the Patrick Beverley suspension. The dude threw basketball twice into the stands at fans. 4 games? And this is not a first offender. This is a guy that's had issues multiple times throughout his career. You don't give him 10 games, even 15 games. It's the leagues got to be careful here. And I understand some of this is not wanting to butt heads with the Players Association and have this type of stuff go where it gets appealed and it ends up in court. I get it, but the league's on a slippery slope here. Something really bad's going to happen if they don't start punishing this stuff.
Well, Brian, right now, the Timberwolves look like a buzzsaw. I was stunned. Game 1, okay, maybe you sucker punched us in the mouth. We weren't quite ready for it, thinking from the Nuggets perspective. Game 2, they were more dominant, and Denver looked disjointed. You get the act out from Murray, etc. I mean, I hate to say the multiple-time reigning MVP and the defending champ Nuggets are dead, but it certainly feels that way, doesn't it?
It does. Listen, let's be careful. I get it's 2 road games coming up, but this is a championship caliber and championship quality team. We'll see what kind of fight they have left in them. But I think what was distressing about watching them in game 2 is that they lost their composure quickly with the fact that coming out with a massive level of effort did nothing against this team. And they got really frustrated. Listen, I think there's a couple things happening with the Nuggets here. Number one, their lack of depth is creeping up on them in a big way. Bruce Brown and Jeff Green were huge parts of that title team last year. They don't have that same quality of bench at all. I mean, keep in mind, Reggie Jackson's probably their best bench player. He was on their team last year and wasn't good enough to get minutes in the playoffs. That's how bad their bench is sunk. You combine that with the fact, guys, and I think people underrate how tiring it gets to play through into the finals one season before and then look to make that run 2 years in a row. And I think what you're seeing happen with the Nuggets is some long-term fatigue start to set in. And when that sets in and your legs get a little weary and a little tired because you've been doing this for a long, long time and did it last year for a long, long time, keep in mind what happens. You play into mid-June and you're off until mid-September, and that's it. 3 months after playing for 9 straight months, 3-4 days a week. So I think that's starting to wear on them. And then the other thing is this, and I haven't heard anybody talk about this, and I think it's really important to address. Listen, Nikola Jokic played last season, not this past season, the one before, in the best condition of his career. He had a really fun offseason, and God bless him. He won an NBA title. He should have a fun offseason. But he came back to camp this year a little bit doughy. He hasn't really shed that weight. And I got to tell you, he looked a little tired and worn down in his first 2 games against Minnesota, where they have 7-foot dudes that are banging on him and leaning on him. And I think it's becoming hard for Jokic right now. So it's all those things combined. I'd be surprised if Denver could get back in this series, let alone win it. I think Minnesota has that kind of look. The other thing to acknowledge here, which is important, the NBA changing rules and making this a prison ball type of thing in February, allowing so much more to go in terms of contact for the defense, a very big positive for the league, a very big positive for the Timberwolves. I don't love that they did it mid-year, not necessarily the fairest thing in the world to teams that didn't prepare for that, but I think that plays a big role here in Minnesota's success against Denver.
Brian Geltzeiler, NBA TV. Can you go more into the idea that they changed how they officiate midstream? Like, what evidence statistically is there of that? And can you educate me on that?
Well, I mean, without kind of getting into the weeds, just think about before the All-Star break, how many 60 and 70-point performances were happening in this league. Donovan Mitchell and Karl Towns and Damian Lillard. Think about how many happened after the All-Star break. How about none? Okay, it's the game, right? I mean, it really don't even have to get more into it than that. That's the bottom line. There just hasn't been any at all. And because, listen, I do think that the way the game was being played was becoming a little too all-star-ish. And I don't know. And then when you see what happens in the All-Star game where no one takes it seriously, I think that Adam Silver needed to return some of the physicality to the game. And I'll tell you, the fact that he did it mid-season is a testament to what urgency there was in taking care of it. And there has not been a meaningful change like this in the league mid-season for the last 20 years. If you remember, the Lakers were struggling. I believe it was right after they had won 3 titles in a row. They were struggling, and they ended up losing in the finals that year to Detroit. It was 2004, I believe. But 20 years ago in 2004, they changed midstream. David Stern made the decision. First round's no longer 5 games. It's now 7-game series. And they decided that in the middle of the year when the Lakers were without Shaq and below 500 for a short period of time early on that year. Stern said, you know what? I got to make sure that I get the Lakers even advancing some in the playoffs to have Shaq and Kobe there. And if there's a 5-game series and they can be knocked out early, that's not good for the league, not good for ratings, not good for revenue. He made that change. This is the most substantial rule change that they've made since that one in the last 20 years.
Brian Geltzeiler with the show on Grant and Danny. Brian, what did you make of Rick Carlisle saying small markets deserve love too, addressing the referee situation?
Yeah, I didn't love that. I mean, first of all, you're going to submit 78 calls in 2 games to the league. That number in and of itself, okay, completely and entirely discredits the bad calls. Because there were, listen, I thought that the illegal screen call in game 1 on Miles Turner was an illegal screen, but there was 20 of them through the course of that game that went uncalled. And I don't think that you reward the DiVincenzo flop. They got the kickball call wrong. Okay, that's not reviewable. Things happen. But I didn't see anything that was terribly egregious in last night's game. Like, I think Carlisle making this a big market, small market thing almost lets his guys off the hook for allowing a Knick team that didn't have Brunson for a quarter and a half and didn't have Anunoby for a full quarter to give up 131 points. Like, you're letting your team off the hook for that by making this an issue with the officials. And I think that Carlisle's got to look in the mirror a little bit. For as well as T.J. McConnell played in that game, and Andrew Nembhard did not give them much. He does what he can do guarding Brunson and guards him 94 feet. McConnell does the same thing. Dude had 9 assists in the first half. He plays 22 minutes. He doesn't get off the bench the last 7 minutes. I think Carlisle had made some mistakes. The other thing is this. When you get a situation, Anunoby did a great job for 1 3/4 games guarding Pascal Siakam. When Anunoby leaves that game, everything's got to run through Siakam. And it wasn't really working that way. I think the distressing thing for Carlisle to look up today is you won the tempo war because Indiana likes to play fast and still lost the game. That's not a good thing. With all that said, if Anunoby is out for the rest of the series, from the looks of that injury, he's likely to be, that's a big-time equalizer for the Indiana Pacers because OG Anunoby, short of Jalen Brunson, has been the Knicks' most important player in these playoffs.
Brian Geltzeiler is with us here on G&D. Let's talk about tonight's games. Two of them, 7 o'clock tip, Cleveland-Boston game 2. Celtics look to go up 2-0. And then the 9:30 East time games, the one I'm excited for, the Mavs, the 5 seed, the 1 seed Oklahoma City Thunder trying to protect home court and go up 2-0 in that series. I guess let's start with the nightcap. What do you expect in game 2, Mavericks Thunder?
I expect a much more competitive Dallas team. I expect Dallas to guard much better, to rebound better. Dallas is like this. This is the 5th straight playoff series that they've been in that they've lost game 1. It takes Jason Kidd a little bit of time to feel out an opponent. And, keep one thing in mind, guys. You can scout a team during the regular season, but coaches aren't showing all of their really good stuff until the playoffs. So Jason Kidd's staff is a really well-prepared staff. They do a great job with X's and O's. I think it takes a game for the Mavericks to kind of look at what the other team's bringing that's been different than the regular season and go from there. I think Dallas is a bigger team. I think they have an advantage on the glass, and I think you're going to see them exploit that more. The one concern I have for the Mavericks is obviously Luka Doncic is not completely and entirely healthy. But I do think that kind of, forces them to use him a little bit differently and maybe a little bit less on the perimeter, a little bit more inside, a little bit more mid-post looks, elbow looks, that kind of thing, and running that stuff through Luka so it's a little more strength and a little less agility for him to kind of try to save the knee a little bit. So I think we're going to see a really good performance out of Dallas tonight. I'd be surprised if we didn't. The other series, listen, Cleveland is disconnected. Boston's much better. I don't know that Cleveland necessarily guards well enough at certain points in time. Mitchell and Garland are trying to fit in together. I give them credit. It's a very, very clumsy fit. Without Jared Allen, it becomes a little bit harder. I think this is a series that, to me, Boston, I'd be surprised if it goes 6. I think Boston wins it in 4 or 5. This is a series for Boston, and it's really important. It's probably the last series they will play in these playoffs where Porzingis' absence will not have a big impact. When they get deeper in a conference final, whether that's New York or Indiana, Porzingis' absence will have a big impact. And definitely in the NBA Finals, whoever they get, whether it's any of these 4 teams, not having Porzingis will hurt them a lot.
Brian, we're here in D.C. The Wizards are actually finally trying to rebuild instead of doing whatever that was, building from the middle or not building from the middle or trying to get the play-in series, whatever. They've taken a huge step back. They're in the lottery here this weekend with a great chance to win it or, finish in the top 3 or 4. What do you make a kind of State of the Union here, and can you see a path forward?
Well, there's a path forward. It's just, the problem is this. The Wizards spend so much time in the middle trying to move forward that their draft decisions weren't necessarily the best. All of the decisions were now decisions to try to make an incremental move upward. And let's face it, none of them work, guys. So now they took the painful step and did what they needed to do and broke this thing down. It absolutely had to happen. And Michael Winger is going to do a good job here. He knows what he's doing. I really like the Koulibaly pick. I liked what we saw out of him. He's young, he's raw, but he'll get better. But those are the kinds of picks the Wizards need to make. What's interesting to me is to see what happens with Kyle Kuzma. Because if he continues, listen, it got to be a little bit of a joke under Wes Unseld Jr. last year. And I'm not criticizing Wes. He was in a brutally tough spot. I actually like the demeanor and the attitude of the team better under Brian Keefe. So I think they can certainly make a step or two forward. But Kuzma's an interesting guy to watch because if he has the potential to play on a borderline all-star level. And if he's able to do that, he all of a sudden that his salary becomes a very interesting trade chip. And it's a very movable salary. They did a smart thing re-upping him because the thing is to keep him into the contract a little bit. They'll have an opportunity to get value for him, and that's really the only guy that they do have an opportunity to get value for. But listen, they're suffering right now for picks like Johnny Davis, who's a guy that's not going to add anything. I like Kispert, but he was a now pick. He was not a big future pick. He was a guy, hey, we need some shooting. Corey Kispert's there. Let's grab him. But you're not building – it's not a pillar of building a program. And really the only one they have that you can consider anywhere close to that right now is Koulibaly. But that's okay. You're going to have to get there in this draft. This is a tough draft because I don't know that there's any of these building block guys there. But you're going to need to get guys that are going to be viable rotation players for the long term, and that's got to be the thing. For the Wizards right now, add good players. Don't worry about swinging for the fences. This is an important draft for the Wizards in this respect. Okay, I liken it to a baseball hitter. Don't take a pitch on the low outside pitch and try to jack it into the left field seats. Okay, go with the pitch and hit a line drive to right field. If the player that's there for you isn't necessarily a guy that you think has all NBA potential, but you think can be on your team for 10 to 12 years and be a top 6, top 7 rotation guy, good, take him. You need that. Guys, in the words of Judge Smales from the movie Caddyshack, the world needs ditch diggers too.
Brian, always love the energy, the information. Thanks for hopping aboard. Enjoy these playoffs.
I certainly will, guys. It's always my pleasure. Love being on with you. Reach out anytime.
Thank you, buddy.
Well, there's Brian Geltzeiler, NBA TV, Sirius XM NBA. It's right about a couple things. Number one, they did play a lot better after the coaching change. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And number two, we need to stop looking at this draft and being so bummed about the lack of a superstar. Get players that help. That's the point of the process. You can't change that they waited too long to do this, and that if they did it a year ago, they might have gotten Victor Wembanyama. Go get, as he put it, your ditch diggers. Go get your blue collar guys that are going to help fill out this roster. They got to start doing that right away. By the way, Darius, we're getting a lot of people that are telling us you weren't wrong after all. Apparently, the words to the song were the words to the song.
Yeah, it looks like I've been duped by an Instagram reel. Wouldn't be the first time that's happened to anyone in the history of the internet, but yeah.
Leave it to social media Instagram reels to be wrong.
To ruin it.
I'm getting a lot. I don't know if you are too, but I'm a lot of tweets, a lot of even comments on the YouTube chat where people are going, "Nah, Darius is right." So what were the words that you thought it was?
Mama say Mama Samu Makusa or something of that sort. Yeah.
This is from Thriller. This is from "Wanna Be Starting Something" on Michael Jackson's album decades ago. Yeah, the song is called "Wanna Be Starting Something."
But are you with us now?
I guess I am. I mean, I went my whole life thinking it was this one thing, and then I saw the same thing Darius saw, and I'm going, I was wrong. Turns out we were right the whole time.
We need to not ever believe the internet. I think that's the learning lesson here.
Yep.
Who cares what the internet says? It's not real.
Yeah, this one stings a little bit.
Let's go around the NFL, including a trade of a wide receiver who's been a team captain recently to lead things off. That's next on G&D here on The Fan. 3:45 on Grant and Danny, our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. 4 o'clock, we're giving away those AEW tickets ahead of the Blitz. And at 5 o'clock, we got one more pair of AEW tickets for you. Eagle Bank Arena. They'll be performing in Fairfax, coming to the DMV. And then Barry Svrluga's on the show. He wrote a column yesterday saying he wants the Nats to call up James Wood. We'll talk to him about that. But let's go around the NFL. Some news and notes from the National Football League. Busy last 24 hours with some transactions for us to dive into. We start with the Texans making a trade today, Danny, for former Rams wide receiver Ben Skowronek. He was a 7th-round pick back in 2021. Traded with a 7th-rounder for a 6th-round pick and a bit of a pick swap here. He's played in 45 career games with the Rams, about 60 career catches, almost 600 yards for him. Joins a receiver room in Houston that's outstanding. They have done such a good job surrounding their young quarterback, C.J. Stroud, with weapons, Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, Noah Brown, John Mechie, Robert Woods, and now Skowronek, all competing for time at wide receiver. Remember, they went out and got Joe Mixon to go with Dameon Pierce in the backfield. At tight end, they still have Dalton Schultz. They drafted and just signed today Cade Stover, the 4th-round pick that they made at tight end in the draft out of Ohio State. C.J. Stroud, not only one of the best young passers in the league, they've got an exciting young coaching staff. Remember, on the offensive side, Bobby Slowick decided not to leave as a head coach. He stayed there to call plays. But seems like D'Amico Ryans might be a home run hire as a defensive coordinator from San Francisco turned head man. And they got a lot of weapons around their kid QB.
Skowronek's huge. He's a guy that when he was on the field, I'm blanking on the name of the Rams tight end, but they always looked interchangeable to me. Not Everett. I'm trying that's gonna kill me.
Tyler Higbee?
Maybe Higbee. Yeah. So like when they'd line up in formation, they would, Sean McVay loves having everybody go in motion, and one guy lines up one place.
Skowronek lined up as a fullback and led through the line of scrimmage a couple times.
You can tell them apart by their numbers. That's about it. I mean, he is a big body dude, 6'3", 225. And maybe even plays bigger than that. So never really caught on for huge numbers there, but it's just the nice part of depth there that's going to change teams and go to Houston.
Dre Greenlaw, Dateline San Francisco, 49ers linebacker, working his way back from a torn Achilles. What a tragic injury that was. People forget. Super Bowl, they lose to the Chiefs. I think it was early in that game, if memory serves. He's coming off of the sideline. Their defense is like hopping around, getting ready to go run out to play in the Super Bowl, and his leg completely gives on him. Achilles exploded, ruptured. He's down on the ground, writhing in pain. In fact, the video and the mic'd up audio that came out after that injury, after the game, was some of the saddest sports
just awful
stuff I've seen, where his teammates are just beside themselves and can't kind of snap out of it, and they're trying to move on. But it's one thing you get hurt in the middle of a play, in the middle of a game.
Right. That ain't good either, but like that?
Super Bowl, running from the sideline out to the huddle, and he ruptured his Achilles. He had 120 tackles and 5 tackles for loss for the 49ers last season. They went out and they signed Devondre Campbell to help replace him in case he's not ready. So he is saying he expects to play a bunch this year, but they don't know if he's going to be ready for week 1. Could still miss some time, I would imagine. He would. It's going to sap some of that explosiveness, at least for the early part of the season. But the 49ers are still locked and loaded, man. That is a really good roster. They have some of the best odds in the NFC to get back to the Super Bowl.
Rightfully so. I mean, you can see how they're built, too. And there's a little bit of that here in Washington now. I wonder if there's some sort of correlation. But they didn't skate around the linebacker position. They invested in it, including Greenlaw, who was just a bad dude. Again, that was just such a heartbreaking moment for a guy trying to live out his dream, playing the Super Bowl. He was excited to go take the football field, and that resulted in injury. Wasn't anything stupid. It wasn't like a shenanigan. It wasn't like a dumb celebration injury like that kicker that hurt himself one time. This was like, yay, let's go play football, and that hurt him.
They also might have the best linebacker in the league, and Fred Warner was just a beast. Fred Warner from BYU
college.
I was looking for BYU for Fred Warner. He was a 3rd-round pick, by the way. Nice find for San Francisco. My favorite thing they did this offseason, they didn't make a lot of moves. They made a few. Ricky Pearsall, their 1st-round pick, University of Florida. That guy who started at Arizona State with Jayden Daniels, by the way, is a stud. And I don't think there's a fit I like more coming out of the draft than Pearsall, who's a technician as a route runner, awesome blocker in the run game, really advanced receiver with Kyle Shanahan. Might take a couple seasons because they still have Debo right now. They still have Brandon Ayuk. He's not going to like dominate in targets, but I think he's going to be really, really good for them.
He's gonna catch some big passes. It'll be that third down in a division game or something where he comes up big a couple different times for sure.
Bud Dupree may end up finding a home by the end of the week. He's meeting again with the LA Chargers. 9-year career, former Steeler. I think of him, I think of the Steelers.
Me too.
He went to the Titans after that. He was in Atlanta last year, which people forget about. He actually tied for the team lead in sacks. The Falcons could not get to the quarterback.
I was going to say a dubious honor there.
Him and Calais Campbell both had, I think, 5.5 to lead the team. It's almost like the Falcons need a top 10 pick so they can get an edge rusher. If only they were lucky enough to have like the 8th pick in the country and get the best edge.
And you could take probably the best edge there, couldn't you?
Definitely, yeah. No doubt.
You could do that.
Maybe they'll luck out and a defensive end will fall into their lap and they can actually get to the quarterback for the first time in a few years. But he's entering his 10th season looking for sack number 54 in his career. Jim Harbaugh, it's been a wild offseason for the Chargers. Like they are completely remaking that roster in his image. They got rid of all their wide receivers, and then they drafted Ladd McConkey out of Georgia. So it's him, Quentin Johnston, the first rounder last year, who was terrible.
Bitterly disappointing.
Out of TCU. They still have Josh Palmer as a holdover, as a former third-round pick, big guy. They've got some good size at receiver. But they went and signed J.K. Dobbins from the Ravens. In fact, they brought over their new GM, Joe Ortiz, from the Ravens, their new offensive coordinator, Greg Roman, used to be with the Ravens. I think Jim Harbaugh is familiar with some guys based on John Harbaugh, and they're kind of getting the band together. But he wants to run the football. Dobbins, Gus Edwards. Where did he play before? Oh, wait. The Ravens. They're going to pound the football, and Justin Herbert is going to have more balance, I guess.
I suppose. I mean, you had to change up the mojo there somehow. I mean, to me, you do have that Ferrari that they're going to just drive around slow in reverse in the cul-de-sac by handing it off a million times to Gus Edwards. But what do I know? They're going to be more physical, right? That's the Harbaugh way. You do it this one way. You hire Jim Harbaugh. Do not be surprised when Jim Harbaugh shows up. So, maybe they'll hit some play action stuff with Herbert. I'm not sure he's going to throw too. I like McConkey an awful lot. I don't know if I'm ready to anoint him as my number one. Certainly Johnson didn't look like the part.
McConkey.
He looks good, but are you ready to go, yeah, that's a 1,000-yard receiver in your number one? I don't know. Maybe.
With enough targets, I guess.
Yeah.
But no, I get what you're saying, and I co-sign. I mean, he's not ready to be the guy in an offense right away. But if they're not throwing it that much, I guess
it's fine.
What are you going to do? The Giants signed wide receiver Allen Robinson. I think he's washed at this point.
I'm sure of it now.
It happened very quickly. He went to the Rams. I thought it was going to be a great find for LA 2 seasons ago. Didn't really do much. He was on the Steelers last year. Super disappointing. Caught 34 balls for 280 yards. Didn't score a touchdown at 8.2 yards per catch, which is pretty gross. Almost like a bad number for a tight end. He ran 400 routes, second only to George Pickens with the Steelers, and averaged barely over 0.1 TPRR last season. So the production just wasn't there. I got no problem with the Giants trying to kick the tires. This is what they should be doing. They've been so devoid of talent and performance at wide receiver. Give them a shot. I just don't expect much. They drafted Malik Neighbors, top 10. Awesome pick. Best receiver they've had since Odell Beckham Jr. Darius Slayton, Wan'Dale Robinson, Jalen Hyatt, Isaiah McKenzie, all still there.
I don't know if I've ever been wrong about anything as much as I was wrong about Allen Robinson thriving with his new team and organization. I thought when he went to the Rams, we were going to see ridiculous output. He'd been saddled his whole life with young Justin Fields, who was probably the best quarterback he played with, just in terms of overall football player. Mitch Trubisky, Blake Bortles, still put up awesome numbers. We sleep on the fact he had a 1,400-yard and 14 touchdown season early in his career. His mediocre years where he would play the full year was like 1,100 yards, 7 touchdowns, just an excellent wide receiver. I was like, you watch what happens. He's going to go to that genius Sean McVay, and Sean's going to concoct all sorts of routes. Oh my God, why isn't he involved at all? Nothing. So yeah, pretty sure he's washed.
One more wide receiver note, Zay Jones. I think Zay Jones is pretty good. Apparently I'm in the minority. He's on my dynasty team still.
Okay.
Like I can't quit this
him.
guy. I'm a big Zay Jones believer. People sleep 80 catches for 800 yards 2 seasons ago, and then this past year played in only 9 games. The Jaguars cut him. He's visiting the Chiefs. And again, take this for what it's worth, because I'm Mr. Zay Jones. If he goes to the Chiefs, I think he's going to be this year's Rashee Rice for them. I think he'll be their top wide receiver. I'm not as high on their speedy prospect that they drafted, Xavier Worthy, as everybody else. I think it's going to take some time. He's kind of going to be a one-trick pony down the field, stretching out the defense. But I could see Zay Jones being a volume, targeted 75, 80 catch guy with the Chiefs. He is not signed there. He's meeting with them today, but I think it makes sense both ways. Rashee Rice got in trouble again this week.
Mm-hmm.
He had the hit and run charges. I think there were like 6 or 8 felonies or whatever it was. Then he got in trouble for an alleged assault this week. The Chiefs are clearly expecting that he's going to miss a considerable amount of time. Why else would you be meeting with Zay Jones and paying him decent money to come in there? So no Rashee Rice beginning of the year, maybe for over half the season at this point. 29 years old, Zay Jones. Bring him in with Hollywood Brown, Xavier Worthy. That's a much better receiver room for Patrick Mahomes than they had last year. And I think it's important to do that because Travis Kelce, even though they just extended him for services already rendered, he's going to run into a wall at some point. He gets banged up. He's a big target. He takes on a lot of contact. He can't keep being Travis Kelce at the same level. In fact, in the regular season last year,
He wasn't.
He cooled off a bit and just wasn't the same guy. And then he got to be Travis Kelce again in the playoffs. And maybe they're banking on that too.
Yeah.
Like he's going to be okay to good in the regular year. And he can be exceptional in the playoffs, but he doesn't have 17 games of that anymore, all fall and winter long.
And the guys they thought would sort of ascend and step up into major roles, in the post Tyreek Hill era, whether it's Justin Ross or Sky Moore, Justin Watson, Kadarius Toney, none of those things have happened, right? So this is one of those you're going to throw numbers at the problem, and maybe a couple of guys emerge to be targets for Mahomes.
There you go. Around the NFL we go on Grant and Danny. One story I didn't crowbar in, but that I'm interested in. Albert Breer suggested in his write-up this week that it looks like Elliott Wolf is going to get the GM job for the Patriots. He's been their acting general manager throughout the offseason. It seems like they just kind of took the air out of the ball. Like they knew maybe it wouldn't go over that well, or they wanted to do a larger search. Maybe they had to from a standpoint of kind of the Rooney Rule or whatever else. I'm not really sure, but it was Wolf all along. It felt to me very Wizards Tommy Shepard-y, where it was like, Tommy Shepard's the acting GM. We're going to do our search right after the draft. And then the search was, hey, do you want to interview? Hey, do you want to interview? And it's going to be him anyway. It's just funny to me how quickly the Patriots have become just like everybody else, where for a long time,
everything they did was a genius
They were the
move.
beacon
Yeah.
on the hill. They were the team where it was like, if only we could be like New England, we could maybe have a chance. And now they're just incompetent and do stupid things all the time, just like all the other teams have been doing forever. It happens very quickly.
Yeah. You're one of us again. You're just with the regular unwashed masses. Please deal with decades of losing. And thank you. By the way, great unintentional take the air out of the football reference talking about the Patriots. Tip of the cap.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Didn't even think about that.
I know.
Look at me.
But you nailed it.
I really give you the credit. You're the one that noticed.
You nailed the dismount.
You have the best references, Danny. I always forget that movie. Like Last Day on Earth. Remember Jonah Hill was like, I love your references, man. You have the best references, brother.
Which one was that? Was that it's not End of Days.
It's
That's a
Michael
Schwarzenegger movie.
Cera,
Yeah, the
Jonah Hill.
what's that
James
called?
Franco.
I know exactly what you're talking about. It's a Party at Franco's
End
house.
of the Earth, End of the World.
Not End of Days. Oh, Last Day on Earth. When Channing Tatum is outside with Danny McBride.
I love your references,
I
man.
love your references.
You have the best references, bro. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play is next. Double play coming your way on G&D, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Your chance to win tickets to see AEW at Eagle Bank Arena coming up in 15 minutes.
So I've been doing this lately a little bit where when I got to go take my oldest son to his soccer practice, he practices a few different days a week, and he's on this like slightly more competitive team now, and he's doing great, yada, yada, yada. When we come home, I'll like make these suggestions. Like, hey, buddy, you want to go get some frozen yogurt? He's like, no. I'm like, are you sure you don't want to go get frozen yogurt? Because you know why? I want frozen yogurt. I'm in a terrible habit. I do this now maybe once or twice a week where like we're like ringing the Pavlov's bell here, where like I see some soccer and I just get that little taste in my mouth, and it's a little bit of frozen yogurt, but it's really toppings. It's a bunch of Heath Bar Crunch. It's a bunch of M&Ms. It's a bunch of other, maybe some ground up Kit Kats, maybe some Oreos. I don't even know. I get huge amounts, like $20-some worth of frozen yogurt. But again, it's probably like $4 of frozen yogurt and like $17 of toppings. I've been doing this all the time, and it's really, really bad.
Stick aside, you've got to be within 50 cents or you got to do a year in prison. What's the most you've been charged for your cup of
my portion,
yogurt?
Not his, because they're always combined together.
Just yours.
The most? $18.
Do you really think it's that much?
Yes.
I mean, that's preposterous.
Yes.
What are you doing?
I don't know. It's bad.
That's so bad.
It's so bad.
Also, you're not really a sweet tooth, are you?
Well, since I've like basically now that like I try to diet all the time. If I don't, as you know, like it's one of the themes of the show. If I'm not 100% perfect all the time, I balloon up into a giant orc.
Yeah.
Like a huge fatty. Like I go on vacation. I'm like, here's regular bread, 16 pounds.
And it's not a diet anymore as much as like you eat well, I'd say 80% of the time.
Right. And then the 20% undoes the 80 and I stay dissatisfied with my appearance. But anyway, the point is
still eat well about 80% of the time.
Yes, I do. I agree with you. Yeah. It's I don't normally care, or I didn't used to care, but now I do. Now that I deprive myself every second of every day of what I want to eat.
But this is why I can't do the 80-20 thing.
Right.
The reason I can't do the 80-20 thing is that 20% of the time I'm trying to make up for lost time. Yep. And so I'm getting
that's how you get to $18
ice cream. Like I totally get it. I can't just eat a cookie. I've got to eat 7, 8, 9 cookies because I know I'm not going to get cookies.
When's your next cookie?
Another week or two, because I'm going to be doing my 80% good thing. So it's got to be 100.
But my poor little 10-year-old's like, no, I just want to go home. It's kind of late. I'm like, but the ice cream place doesn't close for another 20 minutes. We should probably stop by.
So how often do you guys go?
Every week now.
It's just a staple.
Yeah.
I find myself occasionally doing that too, where I'll say to the kids, hey, do you want to go do this? Or do you want to go get, this food or whatever it is? Because it's what I want. And I'm like, this is terrible.
It's so bad.
I am quite literally just trying to pawn my want off on them. And like, I'll say to them, just making something up, but I'm like, you guys want to get pizza tonight? And Reagan's like, no, I don't want pizza. And I'm like, you sure?
How sure are you?
I'm like, you really don't want it? You don't want any pizza? She's like, no.
It would make your dad so happy.
She's like, we'll just eat at home. Mom can make us something. And I'm like, but I was going to get you pizza. She's like, I don't need pizza.
Don't you?
But just so you know, I would get you pizza. Like so much of that.
Like just forcing it. Like it's hard enough to get kids to eat well as it is. And then me, like after he's like done everything correct, he's going to school, he's come home, he's like done his homework, he's gone to this like competitive soccer thing. And I'm like, why don't you get some ice cream with some gummy worms and Frosted Flakes? Like that's what I'm doing to him. It's terrible because I'm scratching my own itch.
Brutal. I get it. It is time for my double play. There's been a lot of debate about Tom Brady's roast and when he approached Jeff Ross and said, cut that bleep out, whether he was actually upset or not. So for those of you not up on this story, Tom Brady gets roasted on Netflix. We talked a lot about it earlier in the week. It was fantastic and hilarious, and you should go back and watch it.
Awesome.
The most synonymous comedian with roasting over the years is Jeff Ross, who kind of kicked off the night. Jeff Ross told the first of what was several eventual stories, or jokes, I should say, about Robert Kraft and his past, I will say, as a guy that likes to get a massage. I think we could say that. Tom Brady did not like that joke, and he walked up to Jeff Ross, and he was like, cut that out. I thought it was just Brady doing shtick. I thought everyone was way over the top in saying, Tom Brady got upset. You can't get roasted and get upset, bro. Leave Jeff Ross alone, man. You invited him. I thought a lot of people just needed to shut up and Tom Brady was doing a bit and he didn't really care. Comedian Andrew Schultz, who was part of the roast, who had a funny set later in the night, actually thinks Tom Brady was dead serious. I don't know what show this is. It's just 3 guys sitting on a couch interviewing him, one of 5 million podcasts in America. So forgive me. But Andrew Schultz was on this show, and this is what he had to say.
When Tom checked Jeff Ross, I think that was 100% real.
Oh, yeah. Oh, really? 100%.
Like, so
I think it got cut from the broadcast.
I'll tell y'all something. Because the reason why I think it's real is because they told us no jokes about happy endings with Bob Kraft. Because I had a Bob Kraft tag.
Oh.
I had that joke about Randy Moss. I was like, Randy Moss, you made sure on Super Bowl Sunday is the only people celebrating a happy ending with a priest.
Oh, yeah.
And then the tag was, and of course, Bob Kraft.
Yeah.
And they were like, Tom asked us not to do anything with the massage show. But I was like, all right, cool. Like, the guy's coming here for this thing. Like, whatever. He's not getting roasted. He's sitting in stands. Like, all right. And then Jeff did it. And then Tom walks up and he goes, yo, cut that out. Or don't do that again.
Yeah. So we had to dump out of a couple things. I didn't realize it was all in there with Andrew Schultz. But the point is, he thought it was real because Tom walks up and says, cut that out.
Mm-hmm.
And his point is, they told me point blank, don't make a joke about Robert Kraft. So I kind of have operated all along saying Tom Brady is absolutely fine with all the jokes being made and everyone's making a big deal about nothing. Maybe he did really get upset.
So I don't think he was upset. Like, I think there's a difference between being upset and saying, hey, we agreed not to do that. Right? Like, I don't think he's like, stop, like, and like angry at Jeff Ross and now holds a grudge. I do think, though, that was off limits for whatever reason, which I think is bogus, to be honest with you. Like, to me, like, sorry, there's subject matter here. Like, I don't care how rich you are. I don't care how billionaire your billionaire is. You did something ridiculous that, well, a lot of people get in trouble for. So, yeah, it should be lampooned. But put that aside for a second. I do think that it was one of those things that they all probably agreed to or were told. And that's low. That's like I don't know what it's like. That's bait in the water for a comedian to say, like, don't do that. I'm going to want to do that real bad now. I'm going to want to do it worse.
Totally.
And if you're Jeff Ross, you do not care.
Well, especially if they took that out of what got posted to Netflix after the live running. It tells you that Tom Brady didn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
That's number one. Number two, you know what else they took out? Apparently they took out Kim Kardashian getting booed. They edited the part where she got booed and Kevin Hart kind of had to say, hey, everyone, leave her alone. That was gone. It just kind of picks up with her on stage.
With her, like, telling jokes like it's normal.
Exactly, which is kind of funny. We are blitzing next. We're giving away those tickets to AEW Wrestling. It's Grant and Danny on the Fan. Be the 10th caller right now at 800-636-1067. And you're going to win a pair of tickets to AEW Wrestling as they present Dynamite and Rampage Wednesday, June 19th at Eagle Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale, and for tickets and more event information, you should go to thefandc.com/events. Your last chance today to win AEW tickets comes your way in 1 hour at 5 o'clock when we're joined by Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post. He wrote a column suggesting the Nats should call up James Wood. We all want our teams to make the best decisions for their future. Don't forget to do the same for yourself. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Murad, will help you do that. They're going to guide you and your family by drafting a will, setting up a trust, creating a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them Grant and Danny sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Let's get to the Beltway Blitz, the Wizards in the NBA playoffs, the Commanders coming up, but we start on the diamond. Bobby Blanco of MASNsports.com. Bobby, the Nats lost last night in 12 innings, but they came back from down 2 in the 9th. They came back from down 2 in the 11th and nearly swept the Birds in a 2-game series. What a fun couple days at Nats Park.
Yeah, it really was. And, coming into the week, it was kind of a measuring stick, right? I mean, these two teams are so easily compared because of how close they are, each going under their respective rebuilds over the past, couple of years. And obviously the Orioles a little ahead of the Nationals in that retrospect, and the Nats trying to catch up to them and be where they have been. The shutout Tuesday night was very impressive behind Trevor Williams and the A bullpen. That's one of the best offenses in baseball, the highest scoring offense in the American League. So that was a very impressive pitching performance by the Nats. And then last night, the back and forth. I mean, I think the guys, could take that loss knowing that, hey, we can compete with these guys. We can beat them, obviously. But they got to be a little frustrated, too, in that they had a chance to win multiple times in the bottom of the 9th, even in the 10th, and then the 11th and 12th, putting some rallies together. They had some not the best at-bats in some of those situations, but, I mean, they have to be proud with the way that they fought against one of the better teams in baseball.
You mentioned the pitching. Again, it's everybody takes a turn, and then like Patrick Corbin goes, but then everyone takes a turn again, turning in another great outing. It's been remarkable. What do you think is going on here? And B, are we, and I'm thinking of, I'm not just Grant and I, but everybody else watching this team, are we underestimating maybe the impact that Sean Doolittle is having with this young staff?
Yeah, no, fans should definitely not underestimate what Do is doing with this staff. He has been and a lot of the guys have pointed to him, when asked about like what's different this year. And it'll take Mitchell Parker, for example. I mean, he was one of the top pitching prospects in this system. A couple of years ago, he was second in the system in strikeouts, only to Cade Cavalli, the year that Cade Cavalli was pitcher of the year in the minor leagues, the Nats minor league system. But his walks were up. And, that was something they really harped on him this offseason and in spring training. You've got to throw in the zone. You've got to pitch to contact. You can't just rely on missed bats the entire time. And Sean Doolittle, of course, we know who is, a left-handed pitcher working with Parker in his couple of starts. He didn't issue a walk within his first handful of major league starts. He's issued a couple over the past couple, but only one last night against, the Birds swing the bat, but they're also very patient at the plate for how young they are. Adley Rutschman, Gunnar Henderson, some of the best eyes of the strike zone in the sport. So only issuing one walk is a huge thing. And I think Sean Doolittle has a huge impact on this, especially with the young lefty Parker, because there's just so many different ways that, he can kind of mentor him and coach him up. And same with Mackenzie Gore. But Doolittle has played a huge role in this pitching staff's kind of resurgence right here. And the results have been fantastic. Hopefully they can keep riding it.
Nats off today, and then a Friday night game and 2-day games this weekend at Fenway Park in Boston against the Red Sox. Kind of fun. A rare trip to a historic ballpark for the Nationals this weekend.
Yeah, I'm heading up tomorrow morning to join them for the weekend, covering them all weekend long. I went to Fenway for the first time when I was little and don't really remember it, so I'm excited to see them play there and see that ballpark. The Red Sox are a team that are kind of similar to the Nationals right now. They're just above 500, so it should be an even matchup for the Nats. They're in the middle of this like kind of odd 14-game stretch of playing All-American League teams. So they come to a close next week against the White Sox. So you win 2 of 3 this weekend against a Boston team that's pretty even to you. That's really good. And then you go to Chicago to face the White Sox, who are one of the worst teams in baseball. You're looking at a pretty strong start to your road trip before you head to Philadelphia next weekend facing the division leaders.
Latest on Lane Thomas and Josiah Gray.
Yeah, we saw Lane take live batting practice this week at Nats Park, which was good to see. He had some good swings in there as well. They're kind of slowing him along, just trying to get that MCL. It's hard to put a time frame on how that MCL is healing because it's just a strain. Luckily, it wasn't anything more serious. But, he's not just hitting off a tee anymore, taking live batting practice, taking some live tosses on the field, which was a good sign for Lane. And then Josiah Gray threw another bullpen on Tuesday as well. Only 35 pitches, all fastballs. He's getting his velocity up each time, which is a good sign, but has not thrown any off-speed stuff yet. So that next step probably will come this weekend in Boston, getting that pitch count up a little higher, maybe mixing in some of his off-speed stuff, not just all fastballs, before hopefully starting a rehab assignment within the next week or so.
Love it. Good info, Bobby. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, be good, guys. Thank you.
See you, bro.
Let's keep the blitz moving. Let's start with the Wiz, then some NBA playoffs with our buddy, the voice of Wizards basketball, Dave Johnson. Dave, Sunday's a big day for the organization. They're going to send Bilal Coulibaly out to be their rep at the NBA draft lottery. Set the table for us and just how significant this could be to the rebuild.
Well, we'll know that in 2 or 3 years. I always tell the story about the 2013 draft class photo that's in the Brooklyn Arena that, there's 14 players from the lottery picks. And, in a few years, they're really not relevant in the league, that particular draft class. So what I'm saying is you don't know how good a draft class is until the 3 or 4 years. All the talk is this is not a good draft class. Well, we'll find that out once they're drafted, once they get a chance to see what they're about and to see what these players are about. And also, I just think there's more of a mystery now with the draft because there's international players. Let's face it, this time last year, did we know much about Bilal Coulibaly? All the focus was on Victor Wembanyama, and Coulibaly is proven to be someone that it was the exact pick that the Wizards should have selected because they were able to ease him into NBA life. And we've only scratched the surface with Bilal Coulibaly. So it'll be intriguing. The Wizards right now, if it stands to the percentages, would have the second overall pick. But as we know, it never seems to work that way. Somehow the Orlando Magic will probably get the first overall pick because it seems like they've had it, and they were in the playoffs, and that doesn't make sense.
No, it seems like they've had it every other year. Dave, what do they need at this point? I mean, to me, I'm in a stockpiling assets mode, shuffle up and deal here over the next couple of years to see what shakes out. But in terms of being more competitive in the near term and then maybe down the line, what should we be hoping for here? What do they need?
Well, that's a tough question, and not to use the old, which is, by the way, and it's true, teams that I've been in the war room or whatever you want to call it, where they're drafting, they really do draft what they consider the best player available. And it's not by position. And you'll hear general managers say that, and of course everybody rolls their eyes, and that's the oldest cliche. I think they obviously need rebounding, and I say that because this would have a team. I'll say they could have won 10 more games last year if it was more competitive on the boards, and it did get more competitive on the boards when Marvin Bagley and Rashawn Holmes became a part of the team. But then they also dealt with some injuries. So I think really for Wizards fans, what they need to know is it is still a blank canvas. That doesn't mean they didn't make progress this past year as they determine who they will keep. But to your point, it is about stockpiling assets because it's so early in the process. So, and to the point where I'll give you an example. We didn't know much about Jared Butler, and then all of a sudden down the stretch, I want to say we didn't know much. Of course, we knew about his college history, but he was a guy that had to fight his way onto the Wizards roster. And now you realize, wait a minute, he's an NBA point guard. So then does that impact what the Wizards decide to do with Tyus Jones? Is Jared Butler going to be the backup point guard next year with Jordan Poole? And that, let's face it, that was a successful experiment when he shifted to the point and he was the starter. So I'm just throwing out an example of these are all the questions, permutations, which I don't even know if I use that word right. I haven't used it in so long, that the Wizards front office has to be going through right now. It really is. It's a blank canvas. We went through a number of players last year. When I say went through, got to see players that say, well, wait a minute, Justin Champagnie, there's a place for him somewhere in the league. Or it was a discovery season. But what are the thoughts of the people that matter the most? Michael Winger and Will Dawkins. What did they discover? Who is going to still be on this roster next year? And again, what happens once the Wizards hit free agency come July? So it's hard to answer questions with any certainty. In fact, to answer any question with certainty with the Wizards right now, I would not be telling the truth.
Understood. Dave Johnson is with us, voice of Wizards basketball. We'll enjoy the weekend. Hopefully they get a good pick, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Yes, and we'll talk about that new pick 3 years from now, because, again, that's look at Denny Avdia. Look at where he is right now. If we judged him after 1 year, you wouldn't have thought, well, wait a minute, he's not that high, but look where he is now. And thanks so much, guys.
Appreciate you, buddy. By good pick, I want number 1, just to be clear. If we could just dial that up. Let's talk some football. Kevin Sheehan of the Kevin Sheehan Show joins us right now over on the Team 980. Kevin, lot of ground we can cover, but what do you make of how much people seem to care if Jayden Daniels is going to wear number 5 and if Tressway is going to give up his jersey?
Is that, by the way, is that going to happen? It's going to happen, right?
I think so. I mean, do you really think if they went to Tress, he would say no? I think it's Jayden clearly wants it based on what I saw in the Keyshawn Johnson interview.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a big deal. I mean, we see this all the time. I mean, I think the one thing is that Tressway's been, the player that's got the longest tenure. He's been arguably the best player on the team for the last 10 years. And if he doesn't want to give it up, I don't think the team should force him to give it up.
Agreed.
But that's, something that I think he's a good guy, and, it wouldn't surprise me if he decides to do it.
Assuming health is not a factor here, Kevin, how should we feel if we're told before the season starts or whatever, Marcus Mariota is going to keep this seat warm, or whatever the phraseology they use? Jayden Daniels is our guy long-term, but we want him to see a little bit before we go. Let's say the point is he's not starting week 1, maybe not even week 2. Should we feel alarmed? Should we feel upset? Should we feel lied to? Or should we feel fine with it?
I actually have talked a lot about this the last few days. I think there would be at least a reason to be a tad concerned if he doesn't start week 1. And the reasons being that, it's not that they drafted him because he was, ready to start right away, even though we were told throughout the draft process that he and Caleb Williams were the most pro-ready quarterbacks. I hope they drafted him because they thought he would be the best quarterback over, a 10+ year career. But he's played a lot of college football. He's 23 going on 24. He played in a pro offense. He's coming to a team that doesn't have any expectations this year of being a playoff contender. There's no Hall of Famer sitting in front of the 26th player in Jordan Love. There's no Alex Smith, on a really good team sitting in front of Patrick Mahomes. I went through the list of just the guys that have been picked number 2 overall since RG3. They've all started week 1 with the exception of Mitch Trubisky. There are like 6 of them. I think if he isn't ready to start week 1, not that I would bail, after week 1 or week 2 on Jayden Daniels, because I'm a big fan and I'm glad they drafted him. But I think there would be reason to think that, he wasn't exactly what they thought he would be right away. And maybe, just a tiny reason to be concerned.
Washington didn't retain Eric Stokes. The director of player personnel's contract was up. First kind of major front office move that Adam Peters has made in terms of not bringing back someone from the previous regime. What else would you like to see him do, or do you think could be done in that front office?
Boy, I don't know the answer to that because we're just learning about Adam Peters. And, it's very typical for a new general manager to come in, or in the case, 4 years ago, Ron Rivera coming in as head coach and general manager, to keep a lot of people in place to get you through that first draft cycle, like Kyle Smith was kept in place during that first year. And then the changes come. But I don't have a good answer for you. I don't know what he's looking for. I don't know stylistically what kind of general manager he'll be. What we've learned is that there's a certain type of player that they like. He and Dan Quinn are, have this aligned vision on. But I don't know what the front office should look like. They've got experience already in Lance Newmark. And just because there are people out there that they may want, it doesn't mean that they'll be available. I think putting together scouting departments and front offices sometimes are, you just get down to second and third choices to fill out the staff.
Their offseason makes a lot more sense to me if you believe that Jahan Dotson's going to be good this year. Like if they walked in and said, no, this was a Sam Howell problem, a Bieniemy problem, and maybe everything under the sun, he's going to break out, or he'll have the year we thought he was going to have last year, maybe this year, then I could sort of see what they were thinking in terms of wide receiver. If you're like me and not necessarily a buyer, then you're concerned. Where are you at on Dotson?
I've liked Dotson. I liked the pick at the time. I mean, I wasn't sure how the trade back would look, in a few years. It doesn't look as great as everybody thought it did in the moment, but I think he's really talented. I think last year was an incredibly dysfunctional year, starting with a lame duck head coach who brought in an offensive coordinator who nobody in the league wanted. And I think last year was kind of doomed before it started in hindsight. And there were players that suffered, a lot of players on offense in particular, and the defense was worse than the offense was. I'm a believer in Jahan Dotson. I'm really curious, Danny, though, to know who they like and who they don't of the players that are on the roster that played a lot. And Dotson's one of those guys that I'm really curious to know what they think of him. I'm curious to know what they think of Emmanuel Forbes and Jamin Davis and Quan Martin. And we probably won't start to learn, how they feel about these guys until training camp at the earliest.
Kevin, I want to see if you're feeling the same thing as we are. Danny and I have been talking about this. So it'll be a long-winded way of asking this, but just see where you're at the end of it. When Griffin was drafted, and I know it was a different thing, but it's a Heisman Trophy winner at number 2 overall, different State of the Union for the fan base. But it was unbelievable if you remember the hype and just the excitement and chanting his name at the start of every practice. And I did an overnight show the night of the draft. We got calls from, I think it was like 36 states over 6 hours, me and Pete Medhurst. Even back to maybe the late Dwayne Haskins, right? The hype and the excitement. Do you feel that same palpable buzz? Like, I feel like there is not enough energy and excitement for Daniels, and I don't know why. He was the best player in the country, won the Heisman, 50 touchdowns, 4 picks, and I don't know, maybe it's just anecdotal to us, but we don't really feel that energy or that excitement, and maybe it's just that there's more damage done to the org than we thought, but where are you at on this?
I think you just nailed it. I mean, the fan base, if you really look hard into the numbers from 2012 to where it was, when Dan sold the team, it essentially had evaporated by 2/3. If you look at attendance, you look at TV numbers, you look at merchandise sales, you add it all up, 2/3 of what was an incredibly passionate fan base had disappeared. And getting that back isn't as easy as just Dan selling the team. I think it would have been that easy years ago, but there's a lot of complicating factors. The name is a big part of that. And, there's a lot of people out there, that don't feel as attached to it as they once did. It's going to be interesting to see, what happens this year with a new staff and with a quarterback, because I'm actually excited about the quarterback, but I kind of feel the same way you do, but I have felt that way for the last several years. That
Agreed, but I just thought, like, remember Liz Clark wrote a column, Kev, where she basically said, this is years ago, but she talked to some marketing rep, and they're like, the ways to reinvigorate your fan base are a new coach and a new quarterback. And like they have both now. And the dream is a new GM. And the dream is
like
new
everything
owners.
that we've ever wanted is here.
And it's kind of like, hey, let's talk Jayden Daniels. And like two guys are like, yeah, I'm excited. It's just weird.
Well, I think there are more than did you just say two guys?
Well, I'm
there are
referencing like the phones occasionally, but my point is it is not what I think it should feel like after you draft the Heisman Trophy winner.
The fan base disappeared, and it's not as easy as just new owner, new GM, new head coach, new quarterback. There are a lot of factors, and the name and the brand is a big part of that, especially for some of the highest revenue generating long-time customers, season ticket holders that they had. I did something on the show yesterday. I think it's time for Josh Harris to at least update everybody on where that is. If it's going to stay, tell us and tell us why.
Always great, Kevin. Really appreciate it, buddy.
All right, guys. Thanks.
There's Kevin Sheehan. Check him out. The Kevin Sheehan Show. Joining us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. I want to double click on that with our listeners next. The idea of the excitement level, the buzz for Jayden Daniels. It's not very often you draft the Heisman Trophy winner number 2 with his skill set. It's basically twice ever in this organization's history. And the first time, the entire town was a buzz and on fire for months and months and months. Let's get into that next on The Fan.
from 2012 to where it was, when Dan sold the team, it essentially had evaporated by 2/3. If you look at attendance, you look at TV numbers, you look at merchandise sales, you add it all up, 2/3 of what was an incredibly passionate fan base had disappeared. And getting that back isn't as easy as I think it would have been that easy years ago, but there's a lot of complicating factors. The name is a big part of that. And, there's a lot of people out there, that don't feel as attached to it as they once did. It's going to be interesting to see, what happens this year with a new staff and with a quarterback, because I'm actually excited about the quarterback, but I kind of feel the same way you do, but I have felt that way for the last several years.
That was Kevin Sheehan, as heard on our Beltway Blitz just a few minutes ago, right here on Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back. In a half hour at 5 o'clock, we're giving away tickets to go see AEW when it comes to Fairfax in the DMV. At that time, at 5, after those tickets are given out, we've got Barry Svrluga stopping through the Post. He wrote a column yesterday that caught our attention. He wants James Wood called to the big leagues to help the Washington Nationals. We'll ask him about that. Plus, he also mentioned this week that he thinks Ted Leontis is going to make another attempt to buy the Nationals.
Yep.
Which was not lost on me. So I want to dive deeper into that with him as well, coming up in about a half hour. But Kevin was responding to a question I had, which was, where is the buzz on Jayden Daniels? You and I, Danny, have just kind of been discussing this behind the scenes. And maybe it's not fair to compare it to Robert Griffin, which was 12 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But it is the same team. It is the same town. It was a number 2 pick and a Heisman Trophy winner. It's a quarterback at the top of the draft board. I mean, I really doesn't need to much more than that to be said, I don't think. Generally speaking, this is the ultimate shot in the arm, and it leads to immense and unbelievable excitement. You look at Chicago Bears fans and jerseys flying off the shelves for Caleb Williams already. I don't know what it's like in New England or Atlanta where Penix is going to sit, or McCarthy in Minnesota. But it has not quite met maybe the expectation for you and I. I think a lot of that is what Kevin was referencing. I think the fan base has decayed over the years, and it's just going to take a lot of good work from this ownership group to build it back up. I also wonder, though, and just spitballing out loud here, everyone got so excited and so into Robert Griffin, and then it, not his own doing per se. I mean, he got hurt, but it didn't work out.
No.
Clearly, it was a letdown. So do you have another one of those in you? Like, they drafted Dwayne Haskins in the first half of the first round. Not the same thing as number 2 Heisman Trophy like Griffin and Daniels. Daniels is a way better prospect. But that was a gigantic...
Yeah, still a big pedigree. I mean, 50 touchdowns at Ohio State at the Big Ten.
And there was plenty of the fan base that was excited, and plenty of the fan base that rallied around him and, kind of every step of the way supported everything he did. And eventually you had to kind of come to terms with that not working out and being a disaster in a lot of ways. And I don't want to dive into that again. I always say this, but it's so sad what happened to him, and I can't believe it.
Possible to fathom.
Having said that, maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's like, I'm not doing this again. I've tried to sit down in seats multiple times. You pulled the chair out. I'll wait until this guy's good. I don't know if that's part of it, but maybe it is.
Well, let me parse this up even further. I think there's also 2 categories here. Excitement, which is what you're talking about. And then that general buzz, good, bad, or indifferent. I screamed to anybody who would listen, in again, Haskins' rookie year, during, post-draft, OTAs, training camp. I'm going, nobody seems to care whether you think he's going to be good or bad. And everybody would immediately point to, well, he was Dan Snyder's pick. A first-round quarterback just came to town. We had just gone through so much Alex Smith broken leg and Case Keenum and garbage, retread nonsense. They drafted a first-round quarterback who threw 50 touchdowns at Ohio State with a cannon front arm. And nobody cared. I mean, I understand behind the scenes Dan Snyder pulled the strings, and I don't think everyone knew that the first day, but by training camp, everyone had, I guess, kind of a general idea. But even still, I'll tell you this, I'd have made that pick. I'll take a shot middle of the first round on a quarterback that threw for 50 touchdowns at Ohio State. And if I'm wrong, so be it. But no one even cared then. I'm talking less about the excitement, because there are folks who, part and parcel, no matter what Washington does, they're in, they're excited, They got their jersey. They got their season ticket. They're going to drive by FedEx Field just to see how the stadium is doing in the offseason and have their coffee and bagel, from G5, whatever the parking lot is. But for the rank and file, I really believe this fan base got broken. And I think we underestimated some of the different breaking points. For me, it was basically the end of Griffin/Shanahan, where I went, it'll never work. It can't. The adult that was brought here to fix it not only couldn't, the quarterback that we were, gifted from the heavens, the lightning bolt that struck, is in a hospital room somewhere trying to fix 19,000 ligaments in his knee, and it's never going to work. That ending was so bad, I went, there's no chance. Now it's like, hey, everything we want, all the boxes have been checked, but I think there's a huge degree of you need to show me for an extended period of time before I commit any kind of feelings to you.
I go back to, it's probably been right around pandemic or a little before the pandemic time. Liz Clark wrote this story I got to find in the Washington Post. And it was about the broken fan base and the lack of energy and attendance being down and nobody buying merch and everybody kind of not caring about the team. And she talked to these marketing experts, and they basically said you only got a couple paths. If you're a team and the fan base is checking out and the energy doesn't exist or whatever. And I bring this up because the paths were fire and hire a new coach that invigorates the fan base, like make a splashy head coach hire, or go get a franchise quarterback. Like go get a quarterback, and it wasn't written this way, but trade for a superstar or draft a guy at the top of the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And they've done both of those things. Now, I'm not saying Dan Quinn as a hire was the most excitable, amazing hire ever, but the guy's coached in a Super Bowl. He's immensely likable. I think, a lot of fans, we're going to love whoever it is because, they'll just high five and it's a new coach. But I do think Dan Quinn, whatever you think of the hire, like is a really easy guy. Put some slogans on a T-shirt and get excited about it. Like, he moves the needle in that way. And you got a quarterback at number 2 overall who was the most electrifying player in the entire sport at the college or NFL level this past year. It was like Daniels and then Lamar Jackson probably in terms of you're turning on football, who's making the most incredible, crazy, awesome plays. But it just doesn't feel like the needle's moved as much as we anticipated. Like we're a week and a half, 2 weeks removed from the draft or whatever. And it's kind of like nothing happened. It's strange. Dylan just hit me up. I'm at Grant H. Paulson, Twitter and Instagram. Danny's at Funny Danny. He said, I think PTSD from RG3 is the fan base hesitant. Also the 50-50 with May. Daniels was my choice, but there wasn't a clear-cut number 2 in the draft. There wasn't a top 2. It was the top 3 quarterbacks this year.
That may have something to do with it.
So I'll get to the draft thing in a second. I do think the Griffin thing's real, maybe.
100%.
Where it's like, you guys are telling me that this amazing number 2 pick, dual threat Heisman Trophy winner is the next great quarterback in the league, but you told me Haskins was going to be awesome. I'm not saying you and I, but just the media.
You were sold to this. Yeah, of course.
Fans that
as
are
a fan, sure.
The local media people that are writing about why Daniels is the right guy, whatever. Like, this is the game. This is the job. Like, I'm not saying anyone's lying, but like we were making the case for why Haskins might be the answer, why Griffin might be the answer, why Sam Howell was the answer a year ago, why Taylor Heineke is a top quarterback in the league, like all this stuff. And so at some point you just kind of go, I'm tired of being sold on this stuff. I'm just going to wait and see. That might be part of it. And some of it could have been the draft. I still find that strange because, like, I really liked Drake May. Everybody knows that. I preferred Drake May. It doesn't change at all. They picked the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback at 2 who has a chance to be an MVP caliber player if he reaches his potential. So who cares if they took the guy you wanted or they didn't? You bet on and hope on the ceiling, and you got a chance to have a star at quarterback. Let's go to JB in Alexandria on G&D. What do you think, JB?
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
Good, buddy.
So I love the Daniels pick. I love it. And before I dive further into that, I absolutely understand the hesitation from the fan base. Changing owners, coaches, team names a couple of times in the past few years. There's definitely an aspect of broken trust. So I 100% I understand and I believe them when it comes to, show me before I commit again. And I think that's totally appropriate. But when you go and pick a quarterback who's a Heisman Trophy winner who had to face SEC defenses on that road to his journey, I have a lot of faith in that, which is why I'm now a season ticket holder. Very proud to say, with my wife and 2-year-old.
When did you get your season tickets?
I emailed them a couple of times around the November, December timeframe, and I wasn't getting a lot of responses. So once the season finally ended, I had called the Commanders and I got a sales rep from them. And we got.
But my question is, did you do it before or after they drafted Daniels?
So it sounds like before.
I did it before they drafted Daniels.
Yeah, I'm curious. Thanks, you for the call, bud. Like, I wonder if they've got a big uptick in ticket sales, merchandise sales. Obviously, you can't
because there was a bump year one as soon as
yet.
Snyder was gone. People started buying tickets.
Yeah,
that happened.
You're supposed to get like a massive inundation of juice from the pick, and maybe they are getting that, and we just haven't seen it necessarily in our little corner,
our little bubble.
The fan base. 800-636-1067 is the number. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Zaz post Daniels pick, or does it seem like, for whatever reason, and the fan base is kind of sleepy, considering they just took a Heisman Trophy winner, number 2 overall? And why is that? 800-636-1067. I mean, all we've ever wanted is a new owner, a new GM, a real structure, a head coach that might know what he's doing, and a quarterback. And it's very possible they have all those things in one fell swoop, and you just don't feel it. I do think there's a big part of the name change just sapped this team in a way that none of us really want to talk about, but it just is a real thing.
Absolutely.
And additionally, I think just years and years of not being good have worn and chipped away. This new ownership group's got work to do, clearly. Let's go to Jimmy in Columbia on Grant and Danny. You're on the Fan. How are you?
Hey, thanks, guys. Yeah, Kevin was right. I mean, this fan base, this is not a bad loss we're trying to get over. I mean, we are in the trauma center on life support after decades of abuse, and most of us didn't make it. And not to sound dramatic, but that's kind of what's going on. And for us who are still here, someone like me, yeah, that is correct what you say, that once Dan left, I was left with a stadium that can barely stand and a team that's called the Commanders with a uniform I don't recognize. And so I'm optimistic about what's happened in the offseason. I want those things. But what I see on the field, again, yeah, with name and uniform, even though it's not news, it is still impacting me and other fans, I think.
So let me ask you this really quickly. I think it's a smart call. What's your level of giddiness for the Jayden Daniels pick, 1 to 10?
Can you repeat that one more time? The level of what?
Your level of giddiness, like your level of excitement that they just drafted. Forget Daniels specifically, but the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback at 2.
If RG3 was a 10, Daniels is a 4.
I mean, see, that is my whole point. Like, Daniels is actually a better prospect than Griffin was. People get that, right? Robert Griffin did an amazing thing at Baylor and had tools. Like, he might have had a stronger arm, definitely a comparable arm. Daniels is a better prospect coming out than Robert Griffin was. And that's kind of, I'm so glad he answered it that way. Like, if Griffin was a 10, write that down. That's the topic I want to do tomorrow. If your excitement for Griffin was a 10, what are you for Daniels?
Yeah.
And I don't think it's anything that Adam Peters or this ownership group or Jayden Daniels can help. I just think that there's been a lot of crap that people have dealt with since Griffin, and they can't ever get there again. They can't love the same way. Chudy's in Gainesville. What's up, Chudy?
Hey, dude.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah. So there are 2 things. One, I think when Alex Smith got hurt, when the team was going on a somewhat run and it got people excited, I think that really killed a lot of, I think that just, took the rug right out of a lot of people saying, oh, well, hope is gone. But I also think that the most important thing is that whether people want to admit it or not, I think Dan's last act of, messing with the fans, which was choosing the name Commanders, also had people say, you know what, we can't deal with this, because people are at least promised, like, okay, if we can't have the wins and if we can't have anything else, at least we can have a hand in choosing our new identity. And that didn't happen. And I think that rubbed people the wrong way. So I think a rebrand has to happen. But as for Jayden, I am cautiously optimistic. I'm at a 6. I remember when RG3 was picked, and I was hyped. I didn't feel it this way. So that's all I got to say.
It's a great call,
Thanks,
buddy. Yeah, again, there's a lot of deposits in the bank since Griffin. I mean, this team has won 9
You
games.
mean withdrawals from the bank?
Well, deposits in the bad bank. Yeah. They've won 9 games 1 time in the last 11 years. 2 times in the last 16 years.
They haven't won a playoff game since I was a junior in high school in 2005.
And think of all the water under that bridge. Think of all the bad. Think of all the hype, the promise, what was sold, and then the rug getting pulled time after time after time after time. I wouldn't expect people to feel the same way.
Let's go to Liam, who's in Bethesda. From Bethesda. What's up, buddy?
First time caller here.
Oh, you get 2 sound
double
clips
things. That's awesome.
Played for you.
Hold on one sec.
You're making Darius work a little overtime.
Hold on one sec. It's coming. Wait.
I appreciate you guys taking my call. My thoughts are this. I'm very excited about the Daniels pick, and I think that the fan base should be as well. And my concern isn't so much that the attitude right now isn't as hype as it should be, but I'm worried about like week 3, week 4. I've watched this fan base get really high on players and then jump ship really quickly. I think we've seen that happen with Heineke, with Howell. I mean, we can go back to name a number of names, Wentz, everybody else with the quarterback
In fairness,
position.
none of those guys were good or played well enough. But yes, I think they were hopeful.
Completely agreed.
Yeah. But then they saw, they're like, oh, this guy might be good.
A young quarterback.
And then they saw the guy wasn't good and they jumped ships. I don't necessarily blame them, but continue.
I just worry about a young quarterback without an O-line I think we could beef up there for sure. And I worry, a new guy coming into the league, he's got all the stats and everything, but is he going to come in ready to lead a franchise? And I worry about the fan base not rallying behind him, 4 weeks, 5 weeks into the season.
Me too. 100%. I'm with you. Like early failure, I think people are just going to do the DC thing. Well, we'll kind of check out. We kind of, it's same old. It's another rug pull. This is a long climb that this ownership group's embarking on. When they walked in, they were like, oh, we think there's some damage. I don't think they realized the full scope of how broken all of this is. Everything from the business ops to the facilities, to the stadium conversations, to the actual talent on the roster. Everything under the sun is 31st or 32nd out of 32 in the NFL at this point. And they're climbing out of that hole. They're doing everything they can to this point. There's only so much you can do each day. It's getting better, but I think this fan base is going to take longer than maybe I anticipated to sort of come roaring back in the sense of the excitement and kind of that energy. Again, think about this. Dan Snyder doesn't own the damn team anymore. Like that, we had thousands of people at breweries and at the bullpen going crazy over that. Like everything we've ever wanted, every box that we could possibly want checked has been checked. And it feels like people are going, yeah, I'm a 4. Like I'm not criticizing anybody, just how it feels.
Do you guys agree with the premise that the energy's lacking a bit after taking Jayden Daniels too? And why is that? 800-636-1067. We continue to have this conversation next hour. We're also going to be joined by our buddy Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post. Wrote a great piece about the possibility of Ted Leonsis buying the Nationals. That's back in the news, but also James Wood. Does he need to be called up? Barry thinks so. You're listening to The Fan. We all want our teams to make the best decisions for the future. Don't forget to do the same for yourself. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Kandori and Murad, can help. They're going to guide you and your family by drafting a will, setting up a trust, creating a medical power of attorney. Whatever you need, they can do it. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Tell them G&D sent you. Score yourself a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We love our guys, Kandori and Murad. Huge DC sports fans. Local guys done very well. They went to Lake Braddock High School, George Mason University, went out to a Caps game with them. They travel to see all the local teams on the road. Big fans of theirs, and they are very good to the show. So take good care of them. Let's get to the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit BetQL.com. Our buddy, Barry Svrluga, tremendous columnist for the Washington Post. Always very thought-provoking, and it just has good information, well-sourced in town. He wrote a piece about the Nationals that dropped yesterday. These Nats are pretty fun. They would be more fun with James Wood. They're 500. They've got a slugger who was their best player at spring training, who's been the best player in AAA and one of the best players in the minor leagues this year. And Barry's ready to see him in the show, and he joins us now on the show. All right, so Barry, I like that you presented some reasons why maybe they haven't called him up, but you tell me what you think about this. My point on that is teams can always find a reason. You know, I could go through Mookie Betts' stat line this year, and I could give you things he's got to do better, right? That's baseball. It feels like if they called up James Wood right now, baseball would happen. Like, he'd have some good games, he'd have some bad games, but I bet he'd be better than some of the guys on the team.
Well, that's the biggest discrepancy for me, Grant. And I think we should go over some of the reasons why not at some point, because I think internally, at least, they're legitimate, and it gave me pause for thought. But you're talking about a team that, you know, is this a playoff team in 4 months? Probably not. Is it 500 in 4 months? You know, they'd be doing a heck of a job if they were able to sustain it. But right now, they're running out. You know, Joey Meneses, who is slugging about 240 and doesn't have a homer, and he's hitting in the middle of the order. Joey Gallo, they're probably going to bring back and put in the lineup someplace. He, in the same game that James Wood hit 2 homers in yesterday at AAA, went 0 for 4 with 3 Ks. Feels like we've seen that movie. I know Eddie Rosario's run into a couple in the last couple days or last few games. But he's still hitting 200 and slugging 580 or something, 580 OPS. There's a place for your most coveted prospect, and also your most exciting dynamic prospect. I mean, I think if you put him in the lineup as it's constituted right now, he's their second best player behind CJ Abrams from an all-around standpoint. He's dynamic. He has a chance to just crush a baseball every time he's up there. That doesn't mean there won't be nights when he'll go 0 for 4 with 3 punch-outs. But man, I mean, there's another reason to buy a ticket and turn on the TV if he's in the majors.
So what's the best argument for waiting? I think you touched on it. I mean, I remember Mike Trout, I think, got called up and then sent back down when he struggled initially as a 19-year-old. You mentioned Jackson Holliday, Barry. I mean, to me, this feels like if I'm channeling Mike Rizzo, they want him up and then they want him to stay up and never have it, kind of get yo-yoed. But is that good enough for you?
You know, it really got me thinking, Danny, and I do think there is something to not damaging a guy. And you know, I think we're going to have this discussion with Jayden Daniels going all the way into training camp, right? Like, is the situation right? And I think there's a little bit of that for James Wood. Like, is this situation okay for him to handle everything that's going to come at him, which is a lot more velocity, a lot better pitching? Those are reasonable questions to ask, particularly in a world where Jackson Holliday, who's a more highly touted, if younger prospect than James Wood, was nothing but ready to come up for the Orioles, a situation where he wouldn't have to carry as much burden that James Wood would have to in the Nationals lineup. And he promptly went 2 for 34 with 18 punch-outs and had to be sent back down. Like, I get the idea that you want to protect a guy from a game that is very, very, very difficult. And it is a different situation than when they brought up Bryce Harper at 19 and the lineup included Ryan Zimmerman and Adam LaRoche and Jason Wirth and was fully formed. It's different when they called up Juan Soto at 19 and Anthony Rendon and Trey Turner and the aforementioned people were around him. This team doesn't have that structure, that Wood would be entering with. But at some point, you got to see whether he sinks or swims. And I think in a sport where there's a lot of sinking, even for the best swimmers, you got to learn how to do that part of the grind as well. So I get all the reasons. I'm just, as I said in the column, I'm the guy over here drumming my fingers on the table and bouncing my knee because I want to see him tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm the Spanky from Little Rascals meme, where I'm just kind of tapping the table going, whenever you guys are ready. I'm ready for sure. I don't have a vote in this, obviously. Barry Svrluga of The Post on Grant and Danny, always terrific on all things DC sports, but love his Nats content. He's written a couple of really good perspective pieces over the last week, including that it might be time to extend CJ Abrams, which I want to get into. Specific to why Wood's not in the big leagues, the one thing I have heard from a lot of the people I talked to with the team is basically they want him to get more work left on left and against guys that are just kind of, throwing stuff up toward the plate. You're not going to get a lot of that in the minors. I mean, the evidence is proofs in the pudding. I think he's got sub 30 at bats right now. Not every team has those guys at AAA. Like, you're in the big leagues. You're not really a prospect if you're doing that necessarily. It was important in the minor league, so that's all part of it. But I was sitting at the ballpark last night. I know you were there, and I was watching the game. And CJ Abrams, I don't want to say it was his last 3 at bats. Brandon Hyde went out and got a lefty to face him. And James Wood's going to live that life. And maybe he's not ready for that smoke. I don't know. But I guess my point is he ever going to get ready in AAA? What AAA team is playing matchups with lefties against James Wood? I don't know. Tag, you're it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think that's all true. And it did jump out when it was pointed out to me when I was checking around. Look, his OPS against lefties in the minors in a limited sample size is 600, and it's after the homers yesterday, it's probably over 1,000 against righties. The other thing that happened after I wrote this piece is the great Ken Rosenthal, who's now with The Athletic, wrote a piece about why a number of guys, it's not just Jackson Holliday, but Jordan Walker with the Cardinals, Wyatt Langford with the Rangers.
I saw this. This was great.
Rosenthal talked to JD Martinez, who signed late and was trying to get ready at AAA to come up with the Mets. And he said, I just couldn't see the velo down there. That was just never exposed to the kind of pitching that I'm going to see at the major league level. It doesn't exist in AAA. In fact, I would argue, and I don't think Kenny got into this in his piece, but you're likely to more see elite velocity at AA, where the young guys who are really on the rise are usually stashed, not the slot ballers that are left in AAA. So there's an argument that exactly what you're saying, Grant, that he's not going to see it until he sees it, and he's going to see it at the major league level. And I love the fact that Brandon Hyde, now, there's not a lot to fear throughout the Nationals order right now. You've got Abrams and Louis Garcia Jr., who are hitting well back to back, and after that, there's not a lot of fear there. So you can pick on CJ Abrams a little bit, but he got that game tying single off the lefty when they were playing matchups in a situation where a year ago, I'm not sure that happens. And so they're at a place where some of their development has been and will be at the major league level. Again, it's not the 2012 team or the 2017 team when Harper and Soto were called up to be part of an engine that was already humming. These guys that are coming up have to make the engine hum. And at some point, they're going to have to learn at the major league level.
So, Barry, I didn't buy this. All right. I was actually talking to a Nats fan walking my kid home from after I walked my kid to school. We were walking back, and we were talking about this morning. Here was his point. Again, I don't buy this, but I thought it was interesting. I want your take. His point was they're playing really well right now. You do this when they're not playing well, when everybody's kind of ho-humming and bored and it's dog days and, some of the kids are in school, some are not. This group, as it's constructed, is punching above their weight class and doing some fun things. Maybe you wait a week or two more or a couple of weeks more, and then that's the next selling point. That's the next carrot. I thought it was interesting.
It's an interesting thought, and I'm going to leave it on the table on the store shelf as well, and not buy it, because it's, to me, Danny, I think bringing up a better player, and I don't think you can argue that James Wood won't be a better player than some of the guys they're running out there right now, is akin to like strengthening a strength. Like if a team's got a really good bullpen, they go out and add another bullpen arm at the trade deadline because you can never have too many. Like, that's great. I think what they're doing right now is unbelievably admirable. And, to say that about a 500 team reflects what we've been through over the last few years watching this group, and also maybe what the expectations were. But I also think like this new core, it's so important to go into this offseason having, and I know we're a long way from the offseason, but having identified these guys we absolutely know are our core. We've given our fan base a little bit of a taste of that, and we've got it with Abrams. We've got it from Mackenzie Gore with some blips, of course. We're getting it a little bit more from Mitchell Parker, an unexpected source. The more of those people you expose the fan base to, the more they're going to get excited about what's ahead, and the more clear, or the clearer your holes are and objectives are for the offseason. Now, this is all like, am I like really, really seriously stopping my feet saying it's an egregious mistake that they haven't called up James Wood? No, not at all. It's my preference. I do see the other side arguments, but man, that lineup will look a little bit different once he's inserted into it.
Certainly will. All right. Two other things I want to hit on with the Nats with Barry Svrluga, and I want to wind the conversation down with actually a take from him, Danny, on our Jayden Daniels combo we've been having. But you mentioned C.J. Abrams and the possibility of an extension. Why am I wrong if I say, if not Abrams, then just tell me you can't do this? That you're not going to get it done. I know they got Keibert Ruiz locked up, but that was like the most team-friendly contract in the history of contracts right after he left Boris. And he may end up, struggling. I know right now it's a struggle. My point is, even if he's not any better than he is over the last 2 seasons, that's a fine contract. But with a star, you haven't been able to do it, and it's always been Boris guys for the most part, Trey Turner notwithstanding. But to me, Abrams screams, this is something that they should be able to get done. Let's figure this out. Where am I wrong there?
Yeah, the only way you're wrong, and I think you're way more right than wrong, but the only way you're wrong is it takes 2 to tango in these situations, and there's I have a little hesitation, and this is not in a bad way, it's actually in a good way, that C.J. Abrams might be a bet on himself guy. Like, he's got that edge. He thinks he's going to be great, and that's not. It's almost, again, in a Jayden Daniels way, what we're learning about him, like he is putting in the work. I had in that column a story with Davey Martinez and Mike Rizzo sat down with Abrams and Louis Garcia last year and said, guys, we think we have the middle infield of the future here, but you've got to get a professional, repeatable approach in your preparation, because that's what it takes to be a pro. Garcia kind of like looked around and like fell off the chair and was sent to the minors, and CJ upped his game, and he wants to be great. So I just say that as a way of like, there are guys who won't sign an extension almost on any terms, because why would they allow one team to determine their market when they could allow 30 to determine their market? Max Scherzer fits into that category. But the flip side of that is, I think that there are elements here that could work. If you talk about the extensions that the Nationals have signed to players before they reach free agency, Ryan Zimmerman did it twice. His agent was Brody Van Wagenen of CAA Sports, longtime of CAA Sports, left there to go be the general manager of the New York Mets, now is the COO of Rock Nation Sports. Who does Rock Nation Sports have as a client? They have CJ Abrams as a client. So very long-winded way of saying Mike Rizzo has worked out free agency extensions with the very agent that represents Abrams. They made really good progress in discussions at spring training. Abrams said, I'm not going to do it now. He's going to be coming off a much better platform year this year, it looks like. It'll be really interesting to follow over this coming winter.
Barry, are the Nats going to be for sale again anytime soon? And is the buyer's last name rhyme with Meonsis?
So I think they will be, and I'm sure we've talked about this before. Mark Lerner told our beat writer Andrew Golden in spring training that the team was not going to be for sale. That they were, it was a very brief exchange, but they're excited about owning it again. I think the very easy translation is we didn't get our price. And I think you can connect some dots here, and they've been connected for me by people around town, that David Rubenstein's buying of the Orioles kind of immediately removes the litigious nature of the relationship between the Nationals and the Orioles. He has said he's not going to drag the Masson thing through courts anymore. It's not worth it. It's not worth it for either fan base. So I don't know how Masson will get resolved, but it seems like people smarter than me will in fact resolve it. And that brings Ted Leonsis back into play. I think that now that his hockey and basketball teams are fully established, that they're going to be in the district, he's kind of re-engaged I would like to own the teams that are in the district, and I would like to have programming for my Monumental Sports Network, which he's just put a ton of money into the studios and the production and stuff down at Cap One Arena. I'd love to have programming for that over the summer. I'd be shocked if Ted didn't come back with a bid after the season at some point.
Barry Svrluga on Grant and Danny. All right, I'm going to throw you a Trevor Williams changeup, which as of this year is actually saying
it's all of a sudden elite.
It's a good thing.
Yeah, it made my knees buckle. So
18% of the time, I throw you that Trevor Williams changeup, I guess, is what his usage is. Jayden Daniels, our perception, and I just want to know if in your circles it's similar. What are we basing this on? I don't know if
it's anecdotal.
Energy, call volume, yeah, exactly. It doesn't seem like there's a ton of juice post Jayden Daniels in the way that I think there should be. And I don't know what to base it on. Like, it's not fair to go full Griffin here, but he was the number 2 pick, Heisman Trophy winner. The fan base was abuzz. I know that things have changed irreparably since then, but we just don't feel the energy that we thought we would. Do you agree with that at all?
It's super funny because I hadn't considered that question at all, really. And I'm not as big an off-season football guy as a lot of you guys are. Like, I mean, I'll get into the draft but it's not, just cranking through it for 11 months of the year is not my thing. I like to turn my attention to the sports that are actually being played. But I was on with JP on B. Mitch and Finley Monday, and he asked basically the same question. Is there the appropriate amount of buzz before this kid puts on the uniform for the first time at rookie minicamp? And I was kind of like, I think so. But it did get me thinking that, we're still not over the absolute beatdown that this fan base took for a quarter of a century, and that buying in, I think if you're feeling that, and if I think about it more, I think that's a reasonable take that the Heisman Trophy winner is going to be supposed to be the franchise savior at the most important position, and we're not really talking about it that much. It's got to be the absolute fatigue that Dan Snyder put this franchise through it hasn't been reshaped by Josh Harris yet, because this is really his first offseason. And it's not a layup that Josh Harris is going to make every right decision, because I don't know. I don't know how many rings he has in the NBA and cups he's hoisted in the NHL, but I think if I add it up on my fingers, it's 0.
Mm-hmm.
That winning people over so that it's a complete, immersive, emotional experience most of the year is going to be a hard job. And that's not Harris's fault. It's just the wear and tear on the tires, man. It's got to be real.
Very great as always, buddy. Appreciate the time.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me.
You got it. Check him out. Washington Post does a great job. Barry Svrluga writes about all the teams in town, but the Abrams and the Wood pieces really caught my attention this week. Good to get him back on the show. You just heard Barry's thoughts. We got a couple of lines open at 800-636-1067. We're trying to drill down on, do you agree with the idea that the energy is a bit lacking for Jayden Daniels post pick? But B, why is that? G&D on the Fan.
we're still not over the absolute beatdown that this fan base took for a quarter of a century, and that buying in, I think if you're feeling that, and if I think about it more, I think that's a reasonable take that the Heisman Trophy winner is going to be supposed to be the franchise savior at the most important position, and we're not really talking about it that much. It's got to be the absolute fatigue that Dan Snyder put this franchise through it hasn't been reshaped by Josh Harris yet, because this is really his first offseason. And, it's not a layup that Josh Harris is going to make every right decision, because I don't know. I don't know how many rings he has in the NBA and cups he's hoisted in the NHL, but I think if I add it up on my fingers, it's 0. That winning people over so that it's a complete, immersive, emotional experience most of the year is going to be a hard job. And that's not Harris's fault. It's just the wear and tear on the tires, man. It's got to be real.
I'm with Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post. That was his voice. He was just on the show. I think the lack of energy about Jayden Daniels has nothing to do with Jayden Daniels. I don't think it really has anything to do with a lack of belief in the prospect or somebody wanted J.J. McCarthy or anything like that. I think it's a few things. Generally, it's never one thing, right? When you're talking about a complicated situation. But I think among them I do believe there are people that feel like they got burned buying in on Griffin, and it's like a scorned lover or something. I just don't have the same energy after the first or second or third date to feel like I'm going to end up happy, right? Like, I've been through this.
Yeah, I'm not doing both feet in yet.
I've been smitten. I've gotten engaged. I've gotten married. I've been divorced multiple times. I'm not doing that again. Okay? That's how Darius is looking at me like, I'm not talking about myself. This is a hypothetical human being, Darius. It's like, wow, I never knew that about you.
He works on the Grant Nanny show.
Exactly. The point is, you have loved and lost, and you're like, I'm not doing this. Prove that you're good. So that's part of it. But I just think that we're not starting from the same apex or ceiling as a fan base. We're all going, I know what it felt like with Griffin. That was 12 years ago. A lot of those people are gone. Some aren't watching football anymore. Others are now fans of the Browns. Like, I don't know. A dude came up to me, by the way. I think I told this story a few weeks ago at our draft party at Dudley's. And he listens every day, so hopefully he's listening right now. And thank you for being cool. But he came up to me and he's like, dude, I was a Redskins fan my whole life. And I was like, okay. And he's like, I just gave him up. I hated Dan Snyder so much. A couple years ago, I gave him up. He's like, I want to come back. And it was like he was asking me for permission.
Like, is that okay?
And I'm like, bro, like, cool. Like, welcome back, And he's like, he turns and shows me his calf pulling up his pant leg. And he's got a New Orleans Saints tattoo on his calf. And I'm like, wait, what?
Oh. And
he's like, I'm a Saints fan now. And I'm like, I mean, you could have just been a Saints fan. You didn't have to get the tattoo. But now he's screwed.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you've been a Saints fan for how long? I think it was like 2 or 3 years. And I'm like, and you got a tattoo? I'm like, well, what is it about the Saints? And he had come up with the idea that was the team he'd seen play the second most behind the Redskins at the time.
Interesting.
And so he went with the Saints. And he got a tattoo, this guy. And he's like, I can't come back.
Oh, no.
My point is, a lot of those people from 2012 are all over the place now. They're Lamar fans, or they're fans of some other team or some other player or some other quarterback, or they like Patrick Mahomes.
And fandom's different now. When I was a kid, I couldn't see every game. I saw whatever CBS or Fox or ABC or whomever deigned that I would be able to watch. Now every kid can see whatever they want. They got fantasy teams. We got DFS. We've got gambling. So fandom is going to be different in and of itself. The ceiling's lower. But I agree. We always talk about wanting them to go back to RFK ultimately, right? And I think that's, by the way, that makes the most sense. But it's with the idea that we're trying to recapture something that we really can't recapture. It's not going to be like that again. And I'm excited for a new version, a new thing that could still be pretty great. It ain't going to be in the 1980s again where we're chanting, we want Dallas with a stadium that bounces.
Let's get to the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Grant and Danny here on The Fan, both in DC and in Richmond, coast to coast on the Odyssey app, and live streaming right now on video via YouTube. Let's go to Andy in Pennsylvania listening on Odyssey. What's up, buddy?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I love your show.
Appreciate you, bud.
Oh yeah, no, I'm a Northern Virginia by heart. Born in Alexandria Hospital, went to Mount Vernon High School, went to George Mason University, and so I grew up through the '80s and early '90s watching Joe Gibbs and the Redskins play. I tell you what, I'm excited. I like that we have a bunch of new young players, a bunch of new coaches, and the new ownership, and I'm not one of those guys that going through this hardship of the last 25 years. Daniel Snyder was a virus. For heaven's sakes, the virus is gone.
Yeah, cut it out.
Yeah.
It's time to heal and move on. I can't wait. I'm so excited.
Good for you, man.
Much like what the O's did over the last 3 years, and what the Nats are doing now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're starting fresh. Thanks for the call. But you're right. I mean, it was. This is bleak and kind of not the right analogy, maybe. So I'll apologize in advance. But it was cancerous.
Yeah.
You know, we were inflicted with a terrible thing, and we got the diagnosis last summer that the cancer's gone. And now we're living again. Let's go to Joe in Arlington. What's up, buddy?
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
There?
Yep.
Hey, yeah, I have a bit of a different take. I can continue to believe that the local media underestimates the adverse effect that the name change had on the franchise. Sheehan's one of the few guys I've heard that seem to get that. But the issue is, if you feel your team's been ripped out from under you and you don't feel any connection with the franchise anymore after being a hardcore fan. I mean, for myself, I was season ticket holder 20 years. That's different than having your team be bad and dysfunctional for 20 whatever years.
Correct.
You know, I just have no connection with this
So
team.
let me
anymore.
ask you this. What's your level of excitement about Jayden Daniels, like 1 to 10?
Zero.
But it's
I just
because
don't
the
care.
team doesn't excite you anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Gotcha.
now my money and my interest goes to the Caps and the Nats.
So for the record,
Hear you,
okay,
buddy.
this is something we talk about on the show a lot.
Yeah.
And I don't know what would meet like your satisfaction of saying like, people don't acknowledge it enough or we underrate it. I think it's massive.
Yeah, I would say I didn't mean to cut you off, Grant. I think we probably underestimated it before it happened. After the fact, I think we've now come to realize this was a seismic shift that we didn't anticipate properly.
Yeah,
We talk about
I've
it a lot.
said many, many times that before the name changed, I made the argument it's a name. It's a name that I liked. It's a name that meant a lot to me as a kid. Every year, my whole life, all I wrote on, my letter to Santa was Redskins stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I cared about my entire childhood. But if there's something else, Pepsi's still Pepsi, even if it doesn't say Pepsi on the can. You're going to drink it. I couldn't have been more wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And we talk about this a lot on the show. I don't know what else we can do, though. The changing of the name changed this forever. The fan base is smaller and less passionate now, post name change. The problem is, I don't think changing the name again is going to fix that. That's different than saying they shouldn't change the name again, because I would. The best thing they could do is to try to straddle a new name and something that is a throwback, like Hogs, Red Hogs, whatever it might be, something that is synonymous with the old thing. Go back to the actual old jerseys, the old colors. I think that would be a nice nod, and some of those people may come back in some way. But I think that ship has sailed, so I'm not sure what else to do about it. And he's right. I think Sheehan talks more about this than anyone. He's my buddy, and I listen to him, and I talk to him. He is obsessed kind of with changing the name again, and I'm not knocking him. I think that's kind of like his, what's on his business card at that point, and I get it. I'm with him. But for me, I've just kind of, my eyes are on a different target. When I hear that they're changing the name, I'll fist pump and hopefully not do a year of what should they change the name to again, and they just named them the Hogs or something. But when he says, it's not talked about enough in the media, I think when we do topics like this, we talk about it.
Yep.
They change the name, the team is different, and it's never going to be the same. And for a lot of people, their passion will never come back.
Yeah, everything about it's different, from the burgundy, the jersey, the look, the W, everything about it's not what we grew up with, and they've been bad. Like, it's an easier transition if you flop the name and change a logo and you go 12-5 a couple straight years. I think it would have been a much easier landing spot, but it hasn't. As we said, they've won 9 games once in the last 11 years. How are you trying to endear anybody's brand in that way? It's hard to associate it with it, right? I mean, the same thing happened with the Wizards. Like, I hate that name. I root for the team, obviously. I care so much about them, but they switched to the Wizards and lost a whole bunch. Yay! Like, no one has a positive association with that.
Let's go to Vince and Akakik on G&D. What's up, Vince?
Hey, Vince.
What's good, guys? I guess I hear all the sides. I understand all the sides. Being a fan for 30 years, I am of the board that I want to be excited, but new regime, new owner, new all that, it's still just too much dirty history. It's like, you go to, you've heard about this high school that was bad for years. Like, I went to Austin Hill High School. When I went to Austin Hill High School, very good academically, but it was a jungle in every other aspect. And then, if you know anything about Austin Hill High School now, it's a totally different school. But when I first heard about it, maybe 15 years ago, I'm like, there was a girl in my church who went to the school. She's like, I go to Austin Hill. I'm like, you go there? That's a dance place. You shouldn't go there. And they was like, oh no, it's a new school now. Like, we got to see the new things before you can take on the new things.
So they're paying for 30 years.
I'm excited about Jayden Daniels, but I'm still nervous because, Lamar's 205, Jayden's 210. But the last thing I remember was somebody that thin that played quarterback for me was making a great play, and Haloti Ngata blew him apart like a Lego.
Yep.
So is part of your lack of juice just the nerves about him getting hurt?
Part of my lack of the juice is I just need to see it happen.
I got you.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are in that boat.
Nothing wrong with that, dude.
I wonder, though, for people, it sounded like maybe for a moment, like it's specific to Daniels, where I think he's just a victim in a lot of ways.
He didn't do anything. Yeah.
Like he's just here, and this is much bigger than you. 800-636-1067. You want to get in? We will give you an audio vote at 6 o'clock in 20 minutes. That's when we're going to give away tickets to see AEW in Fairfax on Grant and Danny. Feel good about the audio vault we were putting together for you at the top of the hour, working with producer Darius behind the scenes on it. It's going to be a good audio vault. 6 o'clock, the best of the audio I could find around the web. Although I will say, you guys slacked a little bit this week on sending me audio. I mean, normally I get 2 or 3 suggestions from different listeners at Grant H. Paulson on Instagram, sending them on over in the DMs or whatever, like, oh, you got to play this on the show. I got a big fat goose egg this week, and I blame Danny.
Whoa.
I blame all of you on Instagram.
I didn't do
but
anything.
Especially Ryan. I love that bit that you do.
That's one of my favorite
I've stolen that from Danny.
Yeah.
Danny's like, I blame Grant. I blame Darius, and especially
Mostly Darius, but especially Ryan.
I got nothing from you guys. But fear not. They pay me not a lot of money to work hard to find audio, to scour the interwebs. I will have an audio vault for you. It will be good. It will deliver right at 6 o'clock here on GND. Now let's put a bow on our Jayden Daniels conversation. Are we right? Is there a lack of buzz? It seems like most people are agreeing. They're giving some suggestions as to why that is. Kevin, are you noticing that? It's nothing like what I'd expect when you take a Heisman Trophy winner second.
This is Kevin from Arlington. You talking to me, Grant?
Yes, I am. You're Kevin. You can do this thing.
Hey, buddy. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So one thing you guys mentioned earlier, and I'll try to make a joke of it, but we all remember the huge parties when it became official at the brewery, at the bullpen, Josh buying us beers. Well, guess what? The next morning we awakened with a supersized Snyder hangover because you know what hadn't changed? The lousy name, the lousy uniforms, the lousy stadium. Okay, we've been held captive 25 years. We were liberated, but we're damaged, and now we're in therapy. That's the best metaphor I can give you. And let's look back also on last year. I think even after all those high moments of the sale, we even had the opener with the win. Then we had the big win in Denver, and then the wheels completely fell off. So it was just. You've got, 3 things. You've got all the baggage that you've inherited. You've got that embarrassing season where, again, a quarterback failed and the team failed, et cetera. And, for me, it's like the third thing is I'm like deciding whether I'm going to come out of retirement or not. I have trepidation about it. I kind of went into retirement a little bit when this team hit rock bottom, post Alex Smith, broken leg, and everything that came after that.
Kevin's like the groundhog trying to see if he can see his shadow.
Yep.
Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you. He's like, is it time for me to come out or not?
So, I think there's 2 distinct categories. And if you're just joining us, I think this is the crux of the conversation for me, is there's a difference between you're so in love with Jayden Daniels, you're so excited, this is the greatest thing, I can't wait to find out what his number is so I can buy his jersey and he's going to be awesome for us, and I believe so hard, versus like interest and buzz. And I know sometimes they go hand in hand, but there doesn't seem to be that much intrigue beyond the excitement level. I mean,
but I am zeroing in some on the excitement level because I just don't know. Like, man, I'm doing some over the top deep analogies today. And again, I'll apologize in advance. This is going to get real for a second.
Okay.
But all we have is just 2 boys and microphones, right?
Yep.
Because I'm on anxiety medication. I do feel like my extremes have been cut off. So my moments of joy and exuberance and happy laughter and stuff, I don't think they're there to the same extent. In the same way that when you feel really down and sad and all that stuff, it's not as bad. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because I think this is me making this up, but I think it's possibly a thing. What the medication does is kind of keeps you
evens you out,
way, right?
You zorn it.
I don't think we have the same ceiling of happiness and joy and excitement and giddiness as a fan base anymore. I think the peak of that mountain, the little tip, the very point of that mountain is gone. And I don't know how much of it got chopped off, but I think a good bit of it did. I believe that. Luke's in DC. What's up, Luke?
Man, I'm so glad you guys came to me. So my analogy is, it doesn't matter if it was Caleb, Drake, or Jayden. That spark is like trying to light a fire in a torrential downpour with wetwood and 100 mile an hour. It's never going to take. And the reason that, because there's nothing for the fans to connect to. So if you're trying to connect to the name, no. Colors, no. Fight song, no. Left hand up, are you kidding me? There's nothing left for us to connect to. So no matter how big the spark is, it's not going to take. And the only thing that's going to make it, and the roster turnover. There's so much. Who you identify with? 3 players, Gary, in our D line. Like, there's nothing to identify or bolt onto. And until we get some wins underneath us with this new GM, new coach, that's it's just what's gone on over the last 25 years.
I think that's sharp. I love the way you put that too.
This is
honestly.
the price you pay for 30 years of mediocrity.
Yeah. I mean, again, and everything's in place, and this group may not succeed. It's really hard to succeed. It's really hard to do well in this league. It's really hard to be sustainably great. A few teams have cracked the code and do it, but even best laid plans go to the wayside. But there's legitimate reason for optimism now for the first time in a really long time. But I think the caller's point's dead right. I think that's where we are.
We're going to give away tickets to AEW. It's coming to Fairfax as soon as we return right at the top of the hour on Grant and Danny. Plus, we've got the audio vault for you. Nats are off tonight, which means a rare, long, normal final segment next on The Fan. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congratulations. You've won 2 tickets to AEW presenting Dynamite and Rampage Wednesday, June 19th, Eagle Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. We all want our teams to make the best decisions for their future. Don't forget to do the same for yourself. The exclusive sponsor of our shows, the law firm of Kandori and Murad, they will help you do that by guiding you and your family to draft a will, set up a revocable trust, create a medical power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at keimlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you. They'll score you a discount. When you mention the show, they'll give you a discount, keimlawyers.com. Ryan was out there working with a towel in the bullpen, and he was just like doing this, like, you know, when you're in high school and you like take a towel and you like whip your buddy with it or whatever.
Of course.
Ryan was doing that like against the wall, and it was very loud. And I'm like, that seems pretty loud, man. You're pretty good at that. And he's like, oh, it hurts real bad. And I'm like, he piqued my interest. I was curious. So I was like, okay, do it to me. And then he like 10 times, he's like, oh, no. Now he's like, he wanted to do it like to my hind parts.
Yeah. Because that was your first suggestion.
Well, I was like, okay. And then I was like, what about my hand? And he was like super worried about doing it to my hand. But I'm like, the hand is easier than I don't want my actual body. Like, I don't want to have to sit down on this. And also, I didn't think it was going to hurt. I thought he was a big talker. And I was like, this isn't going to hurt. So then he did it. And it was like 2 or 3 tries. And he was like, miss. The third time he got me, it hurt.
It stings like hell, doesn't it?
Right in the palm of the hand. That is a real thing that happens.
Yeah. The people who were effective at the towel snap. At my freshman year of college, Joe Bikert, who was one of the captains, got me on my right butt cheek.
The towel snap is so nubs, by the way. And the guy walking around the locker room doing that. What a donk.
Well, he's 6'5", 240 pounds. You know, at one point owned like the school record for homers. He was a captain. I was just a lowly freshman, just carrying equipment everywhere. And he didn't like me very much. And he smacked me with that towel. I was like, okay, I guess I won't do anything, but I'm upset. It hurt like hell, dude.
I'm going to see if I can play it through my microphone.
I just sent it to you. You got it?
Oh, this is slow motion.
I did the slow-mo.
Well, what's funny is, I mean, it is so loud. And also, my reaction was, okay. Like, I was like, now I get it.
Okay.
I mean, but that was tough. So, but I will tell you this, Ryan. You're good at it.
He's real good at it.
Yeah.
You know, I learned from my dad, and I'm sure my dad may be listening right now. So, Dad, you remember those days when I was a little kid getting in trouble? those were tough days. I learned.
Did you catch a couple towel snaps for misbehavior?
I won't say I did, but I would say maybe. I don't remember.
And for all of the the angry people out there, he's kidding.
I'm kidding. Okay? I'm kidding.
Whatever you think was supposed to happen is what happened.
Exactly.
Right? We stand for the thing that you like and dislike the thing that you don't like.
Clary is that's a hidden skill.
It's a very good skill.
I would not want to get into a towel snapping competition with you. By the way, the Washington Commanders, you know what you're doing, social team. They put out a slow motion video today of Sam Hartman walking into the facility with Luke McCaffrey. Sam Hartman with his long flowing hair looks like fresh off of a set of some, commercial where he's telling you what shampoo to use. And he's got a tight shirt on that fits him just so, Danny. And they're walking through the parking lot, and it's just slow motion, like 7 seconds of Sam Hartman in all his glory.
Everybody. I'm sure they did that for everyone.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah, that wasn't an accident. That was well done.
I'm looking for the, where's my defensive tackle, my left guard in slow motion walking through the parking lot.
They did that for Brandon Coleman, did you?
317 pounds.
They did it for all the undrafted free agents. My wife already sent it to me, by the way. Just FYI.
No way.
Yeah. She's tuned into what Sam Hartman's
Hard
up to.
eye emojis.
Yep.
It is time, boys and girls, on Grant and Danny, this radio program we provide for you every day on 106.7 The Fan. To give you an audio vault, I have scoured the web for the best audio for you to hear today. This is what we've come up with. Oh, it's so nice in this audio vault. I like it.
It's comfortable in here.
Ray Ferraro is a broadcaster who covers the NHL. He's calling an NHL game on ESPN with Sean McDonough. He said the dumbest thing I've ever heard a color commentator say. And I'm not trying to be mean to him. I guess it's too late. I bet he's good at what he does. I hear him. He's got a unique, interesting voice. I don't mind his broadcasts. But I say dumb things occasionally.
Sure.
Danny, you probably never said anything dumb, but you work with someone who does, right?
Said plenty.
This is the single dumbest point I've ever heard made by a professional sports broadcaster. Here it was.
9 teams still alive with a chance to win the Stanley Cup. That number will dwindle to 8. And Ray, there's so many appealing matchups everywhere you look. I mean, you look at these teams and could make a case for any of them with a chance to win the Stanley Cup.
You can. When I look at that, I see like the vacancies that are there. Like, man, they're down to 8.5 teams. It's really crazy to see what that first round does. It calls half of those playoff teams out of there.
So there's a lot going on in that clip audio-wise. McDonough's looking at the bracket of teams that are remaining, and all but one of the first-round series is over. So that's why he says there's 8.5 teams left, because the winner of that series will be the 8th team to advance. And his analyst just grabbed the end of that clip for me, Darius. Says, it's really amazing to me to see what the first round does. It calls half of the teams out of there.
Yeah.
He's basically telling you how the playoffs work. Yeah, man. That's what the tournament is. That's what the first round does. He literally is going, yeah, the first round, it knocks half the teams out of there. I'm just amazed.
Wait till you find out what happens in the second round, dude.
What are you talking about? Of course, half the teams get eliminated in the first round. That's why the first round is there.
I see like the vacancies that are there. Like, man, they're down to 8.5 teams. It's really crazy to see what that first round does. It calls half of those playoff teams out of there.
I don't even know what point he was trying to make. Because oftentimes when you say something like that, it comes out differently than what you're thinking.
Yeah.
And I know the game's about to start back
I think
up,
his
the
point he's
puck's
trying to
about
make,
drop.
honestly, shtick aside, is it's amazing half these teams are home already. Like, we started with a round
You think
with,
that's where he was
with
going?
16 teams, and like half of them are gone, like right away. That's
But what
kind
he
of wild.
said was, it's so crazy that in the first round, half the teams got eliminated. As
It's
if
not that nuts, no.
The way it's supposed to work is we all vote at the end of the series to see, were we impressed? Did they play hard? If so, they get to keep going.
3 teams will be sent home. They've been voted off the island.
Such a wacky. So good. All right, let's go to radio audio. This is Boomer Esiason. He is on the very popular Boomer and Geo morning show on WFAN in the mornings. I believe Linnell's beefing with them somehow or for some reason right now.
Yep.
So that's something that's happening.
That's an update. Yep.
But just so we're all on the same page, he's our guy. He's local, so we're Team Linnell here. If we're drawing lines in the sand,
If there is a team to be on, or we could just not. I mean, different ways to do it. You just not do anything.
But Boomer talking about Christmas Day football on Netflix? Question mark.
And Netflix has about 200 million subscribers worldwide.
Right.
And this is why I believe that Netflix, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
What I think is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Could be wrong, but I don't think I am.
All right.
I'm going to give you one of these things. Like
One of these
you
things?
Want to take it with a grain of salt? You can take
Grain
it
of
with a grain
salt spot. Here we go.
Do not be surprised if the NFL,
Oh boy.
and Netflix,
Oh boy.
get in bed
Oh man.
for a nice little Christmas Day football games.
Wow. Wow.
I would not be surprised.
So a couple of things here. First of all, not surprising to me at all. If the NFL has live games on Netflix, we see it on Peacock, we see it on Amazon Prime. Why not Netflix? More people probably have Netflix than either of those other two things.
So go ahead. Sorry.
Netflix is getting into the live game.
There it is.
Netflix's foray into the live game has taken place. The first thing they did, I remember, was the Kevin Rock live set from Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
We had the live roast of Tom Brady. I don't think it was a coincidence that it was a sports figure with a lot of sports elements. They are trying to get into live programming. They want to be in sports, and everybody wants a piece of the NFL. So I would say it's not a matter of if, but when this happens, that on Netflix, with all your movies and your TV shows and your top 10 and what's Sydney Sweeney in this week and what kind of movies out and what's the thing the kids are watching on their tab, live NFL game starts at 8:15 tonight. Let's click on it and watch it.
It feels very, very next step to me. The foray into live broadcasts, as you said, whether it was a stand-up show, whether it was this roast, and by the way, it's probably no coincidence that it was the NFL man in Tom Brady, with a lot of NFL dignitaries there. I don't think that's a coincidence either. I 100% believe they're getting into this. We sort of called this shot, I would say, maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago at this point, when Amazon Prime kind of made their foray to grab a Thursday night game or a Sunday morning game or something to that effect. You're going, the streaming services that everybody's got in this streaming war, yeah, they're going to be after live programming. I mean, Apple TV went after MLS. They did some baseball stuff. It's not stopping there.
So my question then is, people were very angry about the idea of the exclusive game on Peacock. They don't like the idea that much more of the exclusivity on Prime. Netflix is way more ubiquitous in my mind. And I haven't looked up the numbers. Maybe I'm off base. Don't you get the sense that a lot more people have Netflix than Peacock?
Yes. Oh, without doubt. Without doubt. Yeah.
I would think because of that, it's going to be way less of an issue. The anger, the animosity, the saltiness from people about the exclusivity of a game on Peacock is because I don't have Peacock and I don't want Peacock. And if you don't have Peacock and you don't want Peacock, then you don't want the NFL to show a game that I have to have Peacock to watch. Because what happens is what happened to me. I got the game. I watched the Chiefs play whoever the Chiefs played. I don't even remember. Maybe it was the Dolphins. And then I said, that show looks kind of good. And you know who still has Peacock? Me.
Yo, it's worked overwhelmingly for every streaming service.
87% supposedly of the other people that got a service just for a game, keep it. I think it was even down this year to like 78%, which is still a really, really high number.
Huge win.
But that's why Netflix wants it. They're smart. The league would, I think, be really well served to get in bed with Netflix just because they're going to get less pushback than one of the more obscure apps.
100%. I'm with you on what the complaint was. And my complaint, I had Peacock and still couldn't watch the game. I couldn't make the stupid thing work, which was beyond aggravating. So, but everybody's got Netflix and everybody's got Amazon Prime, whether you use Prime or not, but everyone's got it for delivery purposes or, checking out the entertainment, etc. So those, I think you've had less anger about necessarily. So I'm with you that the frustration was over the kind of the more, I don't want to say more obscure because Peacock's via NBC, but not as ubiquitous streaming service. That gets annoying, but I don't think people have a problem with Netflix.
All right, let's go NBA for a moment. Rick Carlisle. I like Rick Carlisle. I don't want to beat up on Rick Carlisle, but I don't have much of a choice. He sounds like a whiner here. He is talking after game 2. His Pacers are down 2-0. I think the Pacers got screwed in game 1, by the way. Terrible moving screen call at the end of the game. Reminded me of like that moving screen call when I was watching Iowa. Like the women's basketball game that everyone was talking about in the tournament where there was a terrible call. Might have been LSU at the end of the game. Very similar. Just a horrendous call at the end of the Pacers-Knicks in game 1. The Knicks have definitely gotten I think they've had some home cooking, no doubt about it. But Rick Carlisle went as far as to say basically because his team is not from a big market that they are getting screwed over purposefully by the officials. That is the suggestion, the connotation, the allegation that he is making here. This is Rick Carlisle, who I feel has been coaching now for like 50 years. He was a coach when I was a kid.
I'm always talking to our guys about not making it about the officials. But we deserve a fair shot, and it's just not. There's not a consistent balance, and that's disappointing. Small market teams deserve an equal shot. They deserve a fair shot, no matter where they're playing.
So he would push back, I'm sure, and say, I didn't say what you're saying. You said small market teams deserve a fair shot. How should I take that other than that you think because the Knicks are from New York, the NBA wants the Knicks to beat the Pacers. They think it's better for the sport. Or maybe it's not the NBA, but the officials or whoever's you're alleging here is behind this. And that they want the big team with the big fan base and the big TV numbers to keep advancing. That feels like something Basketball Fan 237 is saying on X. I need my coach not to be a whiner in the middle of a series. If after the series, if you get jobbed and you lose in 5 games and you want to come out and say, I thought they got the breaks all series long. You can find me if you want to. We got screwed. I feel bad for our guys. Good luck to them moving forward. Okay, fine. 2 games down.
Yeah.
They still need to beat you twice. You're in the middle of the series. You tell me that you don't want your players talking about the refs, but before they don't talk about the refs, let me just whine about the refs. I don't love that.
Here's why I don't like it, and it's a couple things. I mean, this league has a history that's checkered at best. I mean, a guy named Tim Donaghy was reffing a bunch of games, and some of his buddies that he was texting with hundreds of times per day are just on the call on a nightly basis.
Do you
right?
agree with this point? I feel, what word am I going to use? Less credibility from, or like I trust NBA officiating the least of all of the officials, which is not to say I think they're the worst. I'm saying like my relationship with them, like my approval rating of NBA officials and believing that they're on the up and up is worse than the rest.
100% agree. Again, because of the scandal that nobody ever seems to bring up or care about. Just unbelievable.
So true.
So here's my response is twofold to Carlisle. You may think this. That's the last message I would send to my team. The message you're sending is it doesn't matter what we do, we're screwed. I can't go back in the locker room and tell them that. That's not what I want from my leadership. That's not what I want from people that are in charge of me. Hey, give it the old college try, guys, but we're boned because the league doesn't want us to go on. No, I do not want that message from my coach. Now, if you're saying, hey, we got screwed in this one, and it was probably worse than game number 1, to be honest with you, all for it. Take your fine. People are going to be like, yeah, all right, nice. He's got our back. But the implication is we're dead on arrival because we're a smaller market team. I mean, it's not as if Denver was the global basketball hub before they did it, nor was Milwaukee. Toronto's a major city, but that's not New York or LA or Boston or even Miami. Cleveland did it. I know they have LeBron James, wherever he is a major market, but Minnesota's nasty as all hell. They're going to the finals probably. That's not a major basketball hub. I don't know, man. It's not the type of thing that I would ever want to hear from my coach. Now, he may have said something different in the locker room, and I'm sure he did to his guys, but don't tell people that.
It wouldn't be as big a deal if he did this after the series. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because
you're going into the offseason. Right. There's not a game in 2 nights.
In the series, you basically just stood in front of the assembled meeting and go, we have no chance because of the conspiracy against us.
Yeah.
I don't, no, for me.
But it sounds like we both agree, too. The word choice is the problem, like this allegation. Whereas if you just are going, you're talking to your assistants and you say, I'm going up to the podium and I'm about to swing the momentum here because I'm going to give these guys the what for, and we're going to get a break. Just like a coach working an official during a game, screaming, yelling the entire time. You know, an ump who's mad about the strike zone, who's kind of barking from the dugout because you're just trying to get the next call. That's not a big deal, but he didn't really do that, I don't think. He didn't say, hey, we're going home. It'd be nice if we got some cooking here. We don't think about the officials, but man, did they make it hard on us. But he didn't. He basically said, we're a small market. They're a big market. We deserve to not be screwed for where we're from. That's kind of different.
It's very different.
It's a big allegation, and it felt like loser talk. Jayden Daniels was on Keyshawn Johnson's podcast. It's called All Facts, No Breaks. This podcast, I listened to it for over an hour today. The entire Jayden Daniels interview. I'm pretty sure he said 4 words. It was a lot like Keyshawn Johnson's interviewing philosophy. It seems to me, and maybe I shouldn't judge a book by, the one interview, but it's like, I'm going to talk at you a lot and you can agree with me if you'd like to. That's kind of like how he did the
different
interview.
ways to do it.
But this was Jayden Daniels. One of the good answers we got. I think Keyshawn's son sits off to the side and he gets to ask a question every 5 or 7 minutes. And he normally asks good questions and they're short. And then Jayden Daniels gets to answer them. But he was asked about using the VR technology that he uses to improve and to see the field better. And it was the first time I'd heard him expound upon it to this extent, which credit to the Keyshawn Johnson podcast was a really, really good answer. So here it was.
Explain it to me, because I've had it on years ago, like years and years ago, when they was trying testing it out. I put it on and I'm looking. I'm like, man, please, this ain't the same. But explain to me and to us
it's like real
how
life.
It affects you.
Yeah, it's like real life. Like, it's hard to explain. You just have to try it. But it's like real life. They load in the stadium that you're playing in. It looks exactly like the stadium, and it's moving faster than how a normal human being would be moving. So it's kind of like I'll get in there and say they'll probably give me 7 seconds to know the play. All right, pre-snap, I gotta basically see the coverage and know where I'm going with the football, all before the play clock run out. So,
but is it the actual defensive scheme? And I guess the players are simulating the players that you go up against?
It's the actual scheme, not simulate the players. Like that, it's different. It's hard to simulate the players, but the scheme, say we we're playing a big cover 3 team. Like, it's different. They have different versions of cover 3, like you might see. So it's just like another way to prepare mentally before the game. But it's still not. It's not helping me. For your point, it's not helping me when a 300-pound lineman come unblocked, and I promise you it's not going to help you.
So a couple of things. Jayden Daniels is getting this technology, is a professional. The Commanders have vowed, and they're working on acquiring all the technology, and they're investing in this, which is awesome. Second, I think this is going to be the new thing.
100%.
I didn't know a lot about it. We actually had Taylor Jordan on, that's not the right name. Taylor Kelly. Taylor Jordan was terrible pitcher for the Nationals.
Was a former Nats pitcher, yeah.
Taylor Kelly was on with us this week. You should go podcast that interview. It was very, very good. But he was Jayden Daniels' quarterbacks coach for the last few years, and we asked him about the VR developments and upgrades that they made for Jayden Daniels and technology to help him, and that Daniels quite literally says made him the quarterback that he became. The description he gave us, the insight he provided, I thought was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really get what it was, but essentially, and you kind of heard some of it here, you're in the stadium where you're going to be playing against the team you're going to be playing. You input your playbook and what you're running and concepts and routes and the things that you want your receivers doing. You give all of the looks that they show, all of the fronts and the formations, the alignments, all of the shifts and any kind of movement they're going to do and coverages, and then it matches basically how they should be calling against your looks. And it just tells Jayden Daniels he can go through the whole game beforehand. All right, we're going to do this. This is what they might do. I mean, what an unbelievable tool and asset that is. And every team should invest in that. Every team should have it. That's so awesome to me, and it really helped him.
But so many walks of life. I know my one of my good buddies, his doctor, was an early adopter of all things VR, both for like recreation, gaming, but also kind of like practical applications, right? Where you can sort of do a dry run of some procedure you're going to do. Some orthopedic surgeon, before they go in to rearrange your knee, is going to do that procedure a couple times and get some live batting practice, basically inside a fake cadaver's knee or a digital knee or whatever, a 3D rendering of it. Though the world has changed in that regard, and the technology is kind of caught up. It's no longer just sort of that nauseating thing where you can't tell which way is up, and everyone's got funny videos of people wandering around with an Oculus on. This is a different level. Where you can input the data and it can output the output on your screen in real time.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. As far as big stories in sports today, nothing really came down the pike after the suspension of Pat Beverly, 4 games for throwing a basketball twice at fans. That went down about 15 minutes into our show. So that means if you're keeping score at home, heat pad onto the middle of the floor, 0 games. Basketball at the fans twice, 4 games. I'd have gone 2 games for the Jamal Murray heat pad incident and probably 10 or more for Beverly, who's got a long history of being a silly goose and a goofball. But the league treading lightly. We had Brian Geltzeiler of NBA TV on today, who said he thinks the league needs to really start upping some of these suspensions because players are getting off too eady.
Yeah, but his point that the backdrop is dealing with the Players Association. And I guess, things may not be as rosy as they could be because, Adam Silver's already kind of implemented some other changes that happened kind of during the course of the season where he spoke about, and Geltzeiler was great, by the way, but spoke about some of the defensive tightening and how we're allowing a lot more contact to go than we were, say, in December of this past year. So that's kind of changed things a little bit. So he's like sort of thinking the league is maybe a bit more wary of the Players Association before they start implementing some of these suspensions. But these are pretty egregious actions, both Murray and Beverly, that I would have dealt with way more harshly.
Also out of the NBA, the Suns fired Frank Vogel, their head coach, today. They are targeting Mike Budenholzer, former Bucks head coach, to be their head man.
And Danny Rouillet is targeting Frank Vogel to come here to Washington, please. Send a plane right now. Bring me that guy.
I hope that happens. It feels like probably a stretch.
He can coach this 23-win team all day. Let's go.
I'm sure he could. I don't know how much he would want to, but that'd be a heck of a win for Washington for sure. Tonight in the NHL, you got the Rangers and the Hurricanes. New York trying to go up 3-0, and the Avalanche and the Stars, Colorado, trying to take a 2-0 series lead. In the NBA this evening, I just feel like the Celtics are going to work the Cavs again. That's a 1-0 series lead, and should be a good game between the Mavericks and the Thunder in Oklahoma City. A Thunder trying to go up 2-0 at home in that series. We've got overtime coming up next here on The Fan with Toby Altizer, who joins us now in studio. Tobes, what do you have this evening here on overtime.
Yeah, our guy Bobby Blanco is going to join us coming up at 7:30. Talk about the Nationals. We'll kick off the show talking about the DC teams. Which DC team do you have the most confidence in their future?
Ooh, I kind of like that.
Near future or far future? Like big, like how long on the horizon?
I think maybe over the next 5 years, because I think you look at the Caps. Obviously, I think they're probably going to be the best team.
Maybe
next year. Maybe
the arrow's going down some. Yeah,
but in the next 5 years,
it's a good conversation.
The Wizards are one of the teams.
They are one of the teams.
It's probably the Nationals.
Toby, I heard you have a baseball podcast that's really good.
I do. It's called Bustin' Loose Baseball. I think it's pretty good.
Where can people hear it?
You can hear it wherever you get your podcast, specifically on the Odyssey app as well. We just dropped a pod today about the Orioles series. Yeah.
I'll have to listen to that.
You can hear Jesse Winker from your show the other day. You can also hear my conversation with Jacob Young.
Did you guys coordinate this?
Nats fans, Bustin' Loose Baseball. Go check it out. Danny, you're playing pickleball tonight.
I got to go to Down the Line Sports Center right now.
And
right
you
now.
said it's a big event.
It's medium.
What can you tell me about it?
It's another guy named Danny who's excellent, and me. People take us on. If they beat us, they win a $10 gift card. Challenge of the Dannies. You get the bet.
Can I come challenge you
if you want,
and not win a gift card?
If you want,
that'd be funny. My first time ever playing pickleball.
You might catch a little smoke.
What happens if I lose?
Shame.
No gift card.
No, not a shame.
I'll be listening to Toby on Overtime next for Danny and our crew behind the scenes, Darius and Tal Whip and Ryan. Grant saying so long. Thanks for listening to The Fan.
Thank you for coming.